swear to God, I will hold you my
Hello and welcome to this day 2 of week 3 of the OPL. My name is Michael Hingersing, and joining me here we have Brandon Juvsafina and also Joshua Jish Hummerston Carr, coach of the Chiefs. Did I get that right?
No, you didn't, but nice try.
Missed it. What did I mess up?
It's Carl Hummerston. It's alphabetical, man.
I apologize. All right, well, I tried. We're very excited because 2 massive games of League of Legends for you today. How you doing today, Juvs? You well?
I'm alright. Could be a little bit better, but you know, I'll live.
And speaking of not feeling well, Jish, I hear you ate an entire cake last night, or tried to.
Yeah, made a fool's bet.
Yeah.
Really thought I had its number, but the cake definitely beat me. And then I had a rough morning today, so yeah, not the best.
I've never been hungover because of a cake before, but how you're feeling? You're feeling a bit sugared. How's it? What's the long-term effects of eating an entire cake or failing to?
We're going to find out, aren't we?
All right, well, let's bring up the schedule for today's game, shall we? And we can also look at what happened yesterday. Regicide went down to... Oh, I think that's incorrect, actually. Regicide went down to Chiefs, I believe, yesterday. And we also saw AV take down Sin today. We're going to see Direwolves take on Abyss. But we're going to start things off with Legacy and Tainted Minds. And I'm excited about this game because Tainted Minds showed some promise last week against you guys, Jubes.
Yeah, TM took a game off us off the back of like a really good jungle performance, and that's what I guess I'll be looking for today. I'll be looking for only to I guess pop off against Carbon.
Yeah, so just as you've said, I think it really is going to be about Only, and if he can stand up to Carbon, you know, the mighty new player. But I think we've got actually a pretty cool match of, or I guess a mismatch of styles in the carry and the supportive player.
So we've talked about this before. Yeah. Only much more of a solo queue style kind of jungler. He's there to carry. You've said before as well, like Carbon, as opposed to that, is much more about the playing for the team, right?
Well, Carbon's openly said that he's probably the only player in the world that's built Redemption on Lee Sin.
Yeah.
So you can kind of get the drift of what type of player he is. He's happy to just be carried. And he's openly said that, like, if my team's going to carry me, I'll let you carry me. Whereas Only's got that high risk, high reward playstyle. He just wants to power farm, get leads, and I guess do the most damage.
So how does that translate into actual gameplay for the rest of the teams, Jesh?
So it's really, it changes how their lanes have to play. So obviously, Carbon plays for his lanes and plays with his lanes really well. And I think that's what they have a key advantage in. So all of their lanes are definitely going to be playing around Carbon's position on the map and where they're pushing. And I think Only is sort of missing that sort of key link where he doesn't always need to be. He's not always on the map where he's like laners need him to be, and then his laners are often being a bit more aggressive than they should be based on his position on the map.
I'm kind of concerned then about like how TM can win a game then, right? What kind of things need to fall into place for them to be able to take a game? Because obviously they're going in as underdogs versus Legacy, who are definitive favourites.
I guess it depends on what champ Only gets. If he gets Lee Sin, like I think he's just gonna power gank, and he can just snowball off that. Like that's not to say he can't get ganks off. Like if Legacy are playing with disrespect against Tainted Minds TM's laners, then yeah, it can turn into a game like it did against us, where it just snowballs. And I think whereas like Carbon kind of counteracts that because he's all about controlling vision and allowing his laners to actually do what they need to do. Yeah,
and then you see him like in the player cams too. We don't have insight into his comms, but you see him. He's always quite vocal, and he's like, you know, he's just telling his lane. He's like, you can't be there. Like, get back. Like his person's here. Like, so I think his tracking is actually really good. So I think that Only should struggle, I guess, even though he's like a standout individual. I think that Carbon probably can keep him down.
In terms of carry threats for TM, we saw last split, Pradith was able to split push his way to a couple of nice performances for the team. But looking at his play last week against you guys in specific, I was talking to Spawn about this, and he was like, hey, why don't you count up Pradith's teleports? And I did. And the first game, he used teleport twice against you, once back to lane, and once he cancelled, right? And then for the rest, I count up the rest of the series. In about 105 minutes of gameplay, he teleported, I think, 11 or 12 times. About a third of them were back to lane, about a third of them were cancelled, which means he's only using a third of his teleports to actually join team fights. So, I mean, what does that mean for players?
Well, I think when you come up against TM and you're versing Pradith, there's one thing you know he's gonna do, and it's PvE. It's player versus environment. he's gonna farm. He's gonna get that lead. He's gonna probably have an advantage top lane. They're gonna pick ban for him to get either Fiora, Jarvan, even AP Echo, and he's gonna look to just be taking those towers down while the rest of the team just wave clear and stalls and creates, I guess, kind of like pseudo pressure in mid lane or bot lane while he's top.
Yeah, I mean, to his credit, though, I think that Tainted Minds for an OPL team, especially like one that's just been completely revamped, I think that they're doing quite well in playing to like that TP bait and then letting him go back to lane. So he actually does do quite well to, I guess, like the 4-man unit, kind of like bait the engage and then keep like the enemy interested, but don't stay in like an engage lane and get punished too hard.
All right, well, speaking of TM, let's take a look at their lineup, shall we, as they're getting ready right now in the OPL studios here at Riot. And there's Only himself, potential carry threat jungler. And let's go through their roster, shall we? Just bring it up on your screen. Their top laner, who we already spoke about, is Pradith. Their jungler and potential carry threat is Only. I think his haircut, not a fan. I mean, I like it, but it's not functional. It's blocking out his eyes.
What's with you and roasting people's haircuts?
No, I'm not. I'm just a fan of haircuts in general. Right, Shock is their mid laner. Their AD carry is low, and their support player, friend of the desk, is the Goon. Playing hacky sack with the Heat Warm Packs T-Gun there. And I'm excited about these guys. They had a very good clean game one last week, and I've high hopes for them today. I don't know. I mean, look, Carbon himself from Legacy spoke very highly of them during the cast. So, you know, let's take a look at, speaking of Carbon, let's take a look at their team, shall we? Legacy getting ready in the OPL studios as you bring them up on your screen, and Tally there having a nice little laugh. Let's go through their roster, shall we? Bring it up on your screen. Their top laner is Tally, and he's been playing a lot of... He's been kind of, I feel like he's just been filling the role for Legacy in the top lane right now. But maybe we'll pop off today. Their jungler, we already spoke about, and captain is Carbon. Their mid laner is Claire. Their AD carry is Lost. And I'm laughing at Big Brain in the background there. And their support player is Cupcake. And do you see any weaknesses in this squad when we go through the lineup there, Jubes, or potential places where TM will look to exploit?
Well, what I would say is that they do put a lot of eggs in their bot lane's basket. So if their bot lane does not pop off, and their bot lane just has a bad game, they're really, I would say, exposable.
That's a word, yeah.
Yeah. So because Carbon it plays Nunu his last 3 games, so he's not going to be carrying anything from the jungle. They kind of don't give Tally the resources that.
You're such an anti-Nunu man.
I think everyone hates Nunu except Carbon.
Is Nunu like the Teemo of the jungle?
I think Teemo's the team of the jungle.
Probably.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, no, actually, I kind of agree. It does seem like a hard ask from TM to step up here. I think that, you know, maybe the way my inner chief is going to speak is going to be, we hope that TM can just have like one fantastic game, so Legacy only get the 2 points. But no, I mean, I don't really see any too feasible avenues.
Well, let's grab your guys' predictions then. Jubes, what's this going to be?
I'm going to go with a Legacy 2-0.
Yep. Jess, do you agree?
Well, no, I'm going to go with the inner chief and just really hope for the 2-1 Legacy.
Come on, let's make it happen.
He reminds me of a Chase Carbon. I hate Legacy.
Let's take a look at your tips from at home as well. opltips.com.au. And my goodness, everyone thinks Legacy is going to take this. And only a third of people think this is going to be a 3-game series. Hashtag I am OPL. Let us know your thoughts. But, you know, I said this yesterday. There are prizes for this tipping comp. You know, you can get Uber Eats vouchers if you get in the top 250. That's so, like, it's so easy to get Uber Eats
I
vouchers.
didn't know this. I was angry before. I was like, wait, I could be getting Uber Eats from this?
I know.
No one told me.
It's actually a ritual in my house to at least one day a week, Uber Eats, get some Indian to your doorstep.
Oh, really?
Big fan of butter chicken. Big fan of butter chicken.
All right. Well, it is time for us to get into our first game of the day. Before we do, earlier this week, we spoke to TM about their revamped lineup. Let's see what they had to say.
We all got into the tainted house roughly a week before the split. With League of Origin, there was some hiccups getting everyone in at the same time because Only was playing in League of Origin and I was there as an analyst. But we got in, we all got settled pretty quickly, and now I'm in there 5 days a week.
It's definitely different from last split because I only had 2 people in the house, and though we did scrim a lot, it wasn't really directed scrims.
Playing in the OPL this split has been like a really good learning experience for me. I played like 3 splits of the OCS, so this is like obviously like just a huge step up.
When I first walked into the Riot studio and saw like the AV players for the first time, it was a weird, surreal feeling. You know, seeing it on stream a lot of times, and then you finally get to be on stage, you finally get to be on camera, I guess.
I think the main thing was the nerves before the game, because once you get into the game, it's sort of like, you know, I've played this game 1,000 times. Doesn't even matter if I'm in front of an audience or not, but before the games, I'd be really nervous.
It definitely feels like we're a little bit behind the other teams. We've got a lot of bonding to do, but I think we're improving pretty quickly. We're getting a lot of practice. Johnny is doing a lot of work. He's doing a lot of prep before every game.
We have a coach in Cyclone who has goals throughout the week for us to achieve.
Every time I go out there to play, I'm trying to do right by him because his drafts are better than most coaches. If you look at our Sin series, I think he did better than Benzel in every game.
Felt like all the practice we did, we just applied and it went smoothly. All our preparation, we let them have the Zac and it worked out exactly how we expected.
We gave them Zac because we knew Jude sucked at it. And after the draft, Benzel comes out and he's all happy. He's like, yeah, we got Zac. He sucks at it. So, you know, Johnny's done his research and he presents good stuff for us, and we need to do right by him and play well for that.
I see Ten Minds as like that wild card team where like you think you can just run us over, but then we pick Fiora and like just steal back from you when you win.
Triple dead. 2K. He's low too. You get it? You got it. Good.
I think a lot of teams don't give us the respect that we should be given.
It's a little bit because they underestimate us, and it's also because teams don't like looking weak. There's a really good phrase that I wish would come through esports, which is humble in victory, gracious in defeat, right? Teams are not that. After the Sin series, they go online, they go, wow, that really sucks. Sorry guys, we'll do better next week, even though they beat us. Because again, they think we suck. Instead of going, wow, that was a really hard fought series, well played to TM, glad we came away with the victory, same sort of sentiment, different phrasing, because they want to look even better.
By midway through the split, we have to be winning series rather than just games here and there, because obviously we've only played 2 series so far and we've won 1 game, but definitely going in the second half of the split, we need to start winning series.
My goal since the start of the season was to make at least top 4. Since this is probably going to be my last season playing, preferably I'd like to win, but I'm not going to come in, do the direwolves thing and say we're going to beat everyone but SKT, because I think that's extremely arrogant. So as long as I perform up to my standards and we do Johnny proud, I'm happy with whatever we get.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. About to get into the first match of today. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me is Bryce Ejapol, as well as Jake, the Chiefs spawn, Tiberi, as we're about to get into this next first game of today.
Where did that come from?
Oh, we got so many Chiefs here today. It just came out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, sure. Then we've got 2 Chiefs here. You pipe down. Freaking play-by-play casters.
Yeah, you
I've
and
been through a
Egypt.
couple and I still haven't found one I like. Maybe we'll get to a different one next split.
Oh, good luck finding one of those. We are getting to the first match today. It's going to be TM taking on Legacy. We just heard a lot of strong words coming out from the TM lineup, talking about, you know, how they've just rebranded themselves, you know, moved into the gaming house together, kind of settling in with one another as well.
Yeah, and I think I want to touch on something. I think Doublelift was quoted in an interview with TSM earlier this week, saying that they were looking to be the best team possible for the end of the split. And I think something that stood out to me in the TM video was like, they're saying like they need to stop winning just games and they start into winning series. And I think they're working on things behind the scenes, and they're not just looking to come into the OPL and just win every series sort of thing. They're working on their issues, and it's kind of like a long-term strategy. And as a new team, I think that's a really good place to be.
And I mean, you've worked with Cyclone in the past, their coach Johnny, as they were calling him in the video. What are your thoughts on him? Is he the guy to be able to, you know, make those incremental adjustments?
I mean, he's been coaching, albeit it was trampolining, very niche thing, but he's been coaching for a lot of his life, and I think he's actually very good at implementing structure, and quite a young team, except for the Goon. Probably he's been around the traps for a while. I think they will kind of rally behind him, and I think he is a good leader for them.
We heard from earlier, TM, as you mentioned, already talking about how they need to start winning more games mid-split. That's kind of something we talked about with Regicide yesterday.
Yep.
How, you know, anything from them is great. Like, as soon as we see some form of improvement, that's fantastic from Regicide. It's kind of the same for TM at the moment, especially when they can pick up those wins, but hopefully we see more. Going into these bans that have come through so far, nothing out of the usual, but at least being picked up.
You're killing me. I was going to guess the whole Legacy draft. I was going to pick the Jin because Lost has been absolutely spamming it in solo queue. I'm sure people have been seeing him run around the traps. Nunu is really good with Jin at the moment. I actually think movement speed on Jin is one of the most underrated stats.
Nunu is good with Jin.
Yeah.
He gives attack speed, and Jin has 4 bullets, and then he runs out.
He gets AD off them, so pipe down, but it's the movement speed, because the only way Jin really gets shut down extremely late game is the fact that he doesn't have gap closers to be able to get away from the divers. You expect, you know, Jarvan or Fiora or something like that to come out of Praetor, so that's what they have to be worried about.
Movement speed is definitely a thing on Jin, though, because when he's got his Warlords proc, and then he's running around with his 4th bullet, there's nothing scarier than a Jin just zooming at you, like with mega speed with his 4th bullet.
What about with a Blood Boil on top of the movement speed
you're
proc?
right,
Come
you're
on.
right. I'm surprised they picked the Jin over the Caitlyn or anything like that, though. It does seem a bit weird to me. The engage AD carries are obviously still up. Ash and Varus, and there we see TM pick the Varus.
Yeah, so Lowe's going for the Varus pick, one of his signature AD carries. They picked up Karma as well, which can go mid lane. Probably going to be T-Gun's support, though.
I'm also a little bit surprised that Lowe hasn't gone Ash here. Caitlyn here, because the one thing that has historically given Jin a lot of problems is a shoving support as well as a shoving AD carry. Don't get me wrong, Varus can do that, but not going to go towards an AD build. Most likely probably going to go towards Blade of the Ruined King.
Oh, juicy.
Bold.
Picking Blitzcrank into T-Gun. I like that.
I think picking Blitzcrank into such a heavy shoving lane, I mean, sure, you can still look for the picks,
but
I think it's whether Carbon can get down there early, because it's sort of like you will eventually get pushed in, but if they have to respect the jungle pressure, then you can just like flash for a hook. But I'm interested, like TM are probably flexing that Karma, so I think it was pretty bold of them to just pick the Blitzcrank there, because there's still a few things that T-Gun could pick into the Blitz that would serve well, like a tank, a Braum, something like that. More frontline, Leona.
He was known for his Leona back in the day.
It's pretty niche. But yeah, I feel like it is a pretty brave call.
I mean, normally I hate Leona in the AD carry position because there's so many gap closers in the game right now, but when you're running around with a Nunu, a Jin, and a Blitzcrank, she probably can hit some skill shots late game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Cupcake did play Blitzcrank last week and had a really good game on the champion as well.
He had a good game. Blinky also had a shocking game, I think it's fair to say, by OPL standards. Please someone get the Photoshop with the Kiwi jungler. I'm sick of watching you on Adam Gilchrist spotty.
Kiwi jungler?
Kiwi cricketer. Yeah, sorry. Good correction there.
Well, the next few bans have come in from Legacy so far. Syndra and Fiora taken off the table. Big target ban over towards Praetor. We have Talia being taken away from Claire. We saw a lot of Talia bans targeted towards Ryoma from Sin, and LeBlanc is the final ban.
What do you think about the Talia ban? I mean, maybe he wants to go back towards Orianna, and I know Talia does have a little bit of a difficult laning phase at the start of the game against her.
Yeah, I mean, with Syndra banned, like Ori is looking like a pretty easy blind pick here for Legacy, I guess. Oh, they're going for the top lane. They want the cannon pick for Claire. Jarvan makes a lot of sense. Pretty, like, just standard tank at the moment. Like, does fairly well even in his losing matchups. Still serves a lot of purpose for the team. Has a lot of CC engage potential.
Yep. He's got the big buff of the new locket of the Iron Solari, which can pick up his 4th item.
That is OP. The gargoyle and the locket, and you give everyone a 7 million shield, like on your entire team. Like that is unfair.
Normally, I would agree with you guys, but they're playing against TM.
Yeah.
And if he's going both Gargoyle, Stoneplate, and Locket as a team fighting build, I am sorry, but Praetor is not going to let him get towards a team fight in the latter stages of the game, unless Claire is playing a split pushing mid laner.
But I feel like it's on Legacy to make the proactive play. Oh, is that? Oh no, he's just hovering the Alistar. Yeah. It's on Legacy to make the proactive play, because I feel like Praetor just doesn't want to answer things.
Why not?
With his TP. Like he just doesn't seem to. That's an
Alistar support. That's a mid lane Karma Alistar support.
Yeah, okay. I talked about the Karma flex. That was definitely a good choice. Karma into Blitzcrank is not good, but the Ali, if you hook an Alistar into your team, like Ali he has 2 options, right? He can just like CC a bunch of people with his combo, or he can choose to just pole someone and throw someone back into his team.
Yep.
But
I know that your problems with Alistar at the moment is that pole and throwing someone back into your team a little bit difficult. You used to be able to walk around them. Now you have to flash or, hope that you get pulled behind someone.
Yeah, I mean, if Blitzcrank is pulling you in, then, that's a Lucian mid.
And Lucian be picked up by Claire. So Jin bottom lane, Lucian mid up against Karma.
This is just a strange team comp from both squads.
I'm too confused.
Yeah, that's full AD from Legacy.
Yeah, there's very little ability power, just Cupcake and Carbon, and that's nothing. Well, next to nothing.
Yeah, full AD. I mean, like the TM don't really have many tanks. I guess like all they have is the Alistar. Like he can stack armor, but at the end of the day, he's the support. He doesn't get too much gold. Camille's going to want to be pressuring in the side lane, so like she can't really build resistance tank for the team. And Elise, I don't know, wants to build AP, wants to actually do damage and not just be a CC bot. So full AD doesn't matter too much. Yeah.
I mean, the thing that is really confusing about this team is that Legacy have got a decent team fight, but I thought that if they went a control mage, they would have a really good team fight in this situation. But when going Lucian, you don't even really have that good siege. I mean, Jin's got good range, but Lucian has quite poor range, and they have no one to really peel off turrets, and they don't have great wave clear. So at the same time, I think that Legacy's comp is very good throughout the laning phase. I think they've got a very aggressive jungler with probably 2.5 winning lanes. I think Jarvan will be fine after the Tiamat purchase comes through. And on the side of TM, they've kind of got a 4-man unit that they're maybe just hoping to keep off turrets again and letting the Camille go to work.
But they don't have an awful lot of disengage like in that 4-man unit. I guess they have a lot of wave clear with the Karma, with the Varus, so they do want to just be making space for the Camille to split. But if Blitzcrank lands a hook, they really have nothing. Like it's either if Ali gets hooked in the 4-man unit and TM aren't in a position to punish, then like he's actually just going to blow his cooldowns for free, and he's not going to be useful in the.
It has to be the hook
fight.
Because at a run forward comp, I think that they do have okay in disengage. They have Empower Q out of Karma as well as shields to speed people up.
Disengage?
I mean, it's a big slow, and they don't have gap closers to get onto them apart from Tally.
If you're empowering your Q to disengage on Karma, I feel like then you're only shielding one
Empower
person
your
out.
E and run away. You've got stuns coming out from everyone as well.
Yeah.
But before we get into this match, let's check in with Cyclone, the coach of TM.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with the TM coach Cyclone. And tell me about this alley pick. We haven't seen a lot of it in the OPL this split, so for people who haven't seen a lot of it in competitive, what does he bring to the table?
He's just a big tank, and he nullifies the Blitzcrank lane, which they kind of surprised us with. So we needed to pick something that could go even and be a threat that they didn't want to pull.
So this is a thing that you've specifically picked because of Blitz? It's not a thing you guys practice necessarily
Well,
more broadly?
I always keep a few things in my back pocket for days like this, so we always practice things occasionally, but yeah, this is the day to bring it out.
So going forward then, I mean, what are the win conditions for your team as you see them going into this game?
We've got a few options. I mean, we've ended up with 4 support type characters being picked in this draft, which is kind of interesting. They've got Nunu, we've got Karma. So look at a lot of like really extended team fights because neither team has a lot of damage. I think Legacy like to play with tempo, and we have a strong split push / duelist with Camille. So well, both teams are looking for a pretty heavy mid game, I think.
Cool. All right, we'll look forward to the mid game. Thanks for speaking to us, and best luck in the game.
There you go, checking with Cyclone there. Picking Alistar into Blitz just for this occasion. One thing that really caught me by surprise was the fact that he said Blitzcrank was a surprise pick, which is becoming a lot more popular recently, and Cupcake did play it last week.
He probably just meant surprise at that point in the draft.
Yeah.
Like third picking it on the red side when Karma is a pretty notorious flex at this stage. I think it was a pretty ballsy move out of Legacy, and it would have taken TM by surprise a little bit. But in saying that, they weren't prepared for it. With the early...
That's a very early hook coming out from Cupcake. Tegan's still going to take a lot of damage from this. Lost changes priority to low. Gets a great trade there. Crit shot as well. That's not great for the TM bottom lane.
Yeah, and see, the worst thing about this is bot lane is all about the level 2, and now Legacy just have free reign of the minions, and they can push for the level 2, because T-Gun doesn't have his Colossus shield, he doesn't have his pole up, so he can't actually do anything. He can't contest the wave, and now they're just going to get zoned.
They also just missed a minion because they walked too far back. I mean, I like giving respect, but I don't like running out of range of experience.
Oh, here we go.
Only's going to run into Carbon here, though. Both of them looking for a fight, it seems.
You can just go over to the blast.
No, he hit the blast.
Used it. Oh,
Okay. So Carbon tags Ocean Dragon. He runs away. Meanwhile, Claire and Shock trading in the mid lane. Claire actually getting a decent trade there against the Karma.
I mean, that's what happens when your mid lane's getting pushed in and your bottom lane's getting pushed in. You can't find the jungler in the river.
I don't know why he didn't rappel over the wall. And then... Oh, I guess he would have had to flash anyway, but... It seems a bit weird, taking the plan over and then immediately...
Ooh, good hook from Cupcake. That locks down low. Immediate follow-up coming out from Tegan, but Claire's already done the damage he needs to.
All right, so this is something that Alistar players need to be up with their AD carry, because you could see that T-Gun was a little bit further behind low then, and even if your AD carry gets hooked, your response is to immediately go onto the AD carry, and the CC time is roughly the same. And it's not working out that way.
That's not great. Tegan's in a lot of trouble. He's forced to flash. You got to heal as well. Lost, not quite in range to get that final auto attack. Like Cupcake, more than happy to hook Tegan when he gets close.
Other than that hook from the bush...
What are you doing, Tegan? That was actually a disaster.
Telling you, Jin, back in the meta. It's going to make for a lot of fun lanes like this.
That was the 4-shot, mate. I told you, nothing scarier than a Jin with his 4-shot, flinging around. He's holding his hand up, and then he just...
Flashes on your head.
No, he floored it. Hit him with a floored Flash auto.
I can't believe that that's still a thing that goes around in the
I don't think Cupcake has missed a hook, though. Other than that, as I was saying, other than the one at level 1, he's
on
actually
fire.
Yeah, he's zooming.
Yep. He was really good last week on his Blitzcrank. Now he's giving TM's bottom lane a hard time. Top side of the map, something we have not checked in with yet. Kratos picked up Camille, as we mentioned during the draft phase, against this Jarvan. Renekton was banned out by TM and is one of the common picks into Jarvan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm interested in this matchup because Jarvan generally is one of those champions that you say he loses a lot of early games because you have to trade with mana, but then as soon as he gets his Tiamat and he doesn't have to commit to it, he generally takes over. And that was kind of where Camille fell after her nerfs. I mean, she was getting pushed in by people like Renekton, Rumble was becoming harder to duel against things like Fiora. But with all these banned out and now a Jarvan matchup, I think Camille's going to be actually pretty safe throughout the entirety of this game. You can't gank her.
Not with a Nunu, at least.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Or even a Lucian. Like, it's not like it's a Talia wall going up there.
Yeah.
So I actually think that this is a really nice adaptation out of the team.
Yep, Kratos doing fine so far, but Tally's farming just as fine at the moment. In fact, he's slightly ahead in minions. Kratos does have a good mana and health advantage in this lane, so Tally should be forced back to base here. Cupcake now moving deeper into the Legacy River.
I mean, T-Gun's just kind of waiting for them to see if he can catch anyone out. Got some good information there through a couple of wards and has the entrances of bottom side warded, so that gives, I guess, Praedyth implied knowledge of where the jungle is going to be if T-Gun ever enters river.
Didn't hit the plant though, so Nunu can always pop on. Oh, they have a ward in the river bush as well, but I'm surprised the bot lane matchup isn't ahead more CS. I guess the wave is kind of poor for them now and it's pushing in. TM will struggle to push this in. Oh, actually, given the vision you said, they're probably going to see Carbon on the Nunu doing Gromp very soon. As he walks around this corner, they're going to see him and be able to respect the jungle pressure. But this is what, if they didn't have this vision, this is one of the dangerous situations where they feel obligated to push bot lane in because otherwise they're just going to get zoned. But the jungle pressure is obviously there and they don't want to die to a game.
Very big item advantage as well in the bottom lane. That hook not going to connect from Cupcake. Good knock up from Tegan. Lost has taken quite a bit of damage. Nunu now looking to try and slow him down. Good stun from Tegan. TM actually winning this trade despite the gank coming in from Carbon.
I mean, that's what happens when you chase into a creep wave. And Cupcake just wanted to continue that. He's got a biscuit. He's got all 3 stacks of his targets, so he's going to be back to full health by the time this pushes in. They just wanted to see whether they could continue it because they knew that the Elise was nowhere to be seen.
I mean, it was the creep wave, but it was also, if you miss Hook and you miss Jin W, they've really got nothing left to get on them, so...
No snowball, mate.
Yeah.
Carbon trying to be cheeky to take this Ocean Dragon, but has been spotted out by TM. Apparently he's now made his way down into the bottom lane. There's a big item disadvantage in the bottom lane as well. Loss has picked up his BF sword. Double long sword for the other AD but Tally and Praetor going toe-to-toe. Both ultimates being used. Tally in some trouble. Praetor looking for the kill. He almost gets it, but the Flag and Drag combo from Tally so close to picking it up.
If he had warded that bush earlier, I think he gets an extra auto off.
I agree, and also if he had kind of ulted the damage that comes out of Cataclysm, which is kind of a telegraphed ability. Don't want to call him out a little bit for that one, but...
Oh! Praetor outplaying Tally in the top lane.
Yeah, just perches on the wall. Of course, you can flash to extend the range, and Tally didn't respect that. That could have been a turnaround kill as well, because if Tally does respect it and flash the damage and the stun, probably has a Flag and Drag and auto attack in there. Interestingly enough, Tally's gone further, which I don't agree with. Jarvan trades incredibly well with Grasp of the Undying, and also gets a lot of cool stats out of the defensive tree as well. So I think that the fervor of battle is maybe in response to the split push, but you're never really going to beat Camille in the split push.
I'm no expert on top lane matchups, but I think the fervor will come in later into the game when he's matching Camille in the split. I think if he doesn't go fervor, he's actually just going to build like a lot of tank items, and he's just going to be ignored in the side lane, and Camille's just going to whack his turret. So it gives him, without having to itemize too much into like offensive, it gives him tools to actually deal with Camille later.
Yep. We've already seen from Praetor himself how Jarvan can be used as a pseudo split pusher, so see if Tally is able to do the same thing here.
Don't get me wrong, still not my favorite split pusher in the game, Fish. If you want a split push, I could think of a couple of other champions that I'd rather take into the matchup. He's played it in the past.
To great success.
Carbon's going to use his time to take down an Ocean Dragon for his team. Secures that, nice and easy.
He's the Santa Nunu. Carbon is the Santa Nunu.
The workshop.
Yeah.
It suits him as well.
Yeah, he's an old man.
Presents.
It's not that old. You're not a spring chicken anymore either. I was watching footage of you at Winter 2014 standing next to him.
I dyed my hair black to be one of the cool kids.
It's not a phase, Mom.
Again, top side of the map, Praetor doing absolutely fine.
He's going to turret dive him. He's actually could kill him.
He just wasted Q. Does he have ult? No, not yet.
Not yet.
Next
That's
wave.
what I was actually looking for. You don't want to get ulted in by Jarvan and then flashed out of, and then you just have to sit in the turret range. So the Kratos is in very close proximity of being able to just outright turret dive Tally.
Tally's ticking through his final crafting potion charge. Praetor still has one more for himself. His teleport will come back up shortly.
Level 6s for the bot lanes now, and I think both TPs are coming up relatively soon. So I think, as we have Cupcake roaming up to the top side, I think a bot side of the map play is what I was going to say, but this is pretty adventurous. He's gone for a wander. He's on vision though, so probably not going to find too much.
That's actually really well spotted out, and also not a bad roam from Cupcake either.
Yeah.
When you base at the same time as the enemy duo lane, and you've got Moby boots as well as Blitzcrank W, you can zoom around the map, maybe get a couple of cheeky looks in, and then be able to join Lost before it hits the turret. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Top lane again though, Praetor for Tally duking it out. That's so much damage being put down onto the Jarvan. No response from Tally as well.
This is getting dangerous, because if this split push gets out of hand, we've already said that they kind of need Tally for engage here. They've got Jin ulti and then all really short range people, unless a Blitzcrank hook lands, and I don't like relying on that. So I think that Tally needs to have enough priority in the lane to be able to shove out at least, and then look to teamfight. He's never going to kill him in the 1v1.
Yeah, never.
But right now, he's going to be stuck under turrets, just catching waves, which if you're playing against a split pusher is nearly the worst possible place to be on the map.
He needs Carbon to help. He needs Carbon and Claire to float top side of the map for him to be able to safely push in, and then on that next deploy, honestly, Legacy either need to swap lanes or they need to deploy bot side and then get the vision control behind, and whilst they have the top push for him to TP.
Well, we just checked with someone we haven't seen too much of this game. Only is doing some counter jungling against Carbon. Relatively even in CS against the Nunu. But there has been an Ocean Dragon pickup by Legacy early in this match.
Yeah, Jish is pulling his hair out somewhere. No Dark Seal, no Moby Boots.
Yeah.
Elise has just gone standard jungle item and looking for deep vision. In saying that, lanes are actually doing okay. Kratos is winning quite heavily. Mid lane is completely neutral, which against the Lucian lane, who's quite a bully, is a good thing.
Yeah.
And bottom lane, for how bad they were doing at the start of the game, have actually equalized okay.
Yeah, only 10 CS.
Again, only as well as Carbon going to meet inside the jungle. Carbon wants to take down this Rift Settle. Quite easy for him to get that. Good
Got
ball
him.
from Cupcake, but that's a flash forward from T-Gun. Knocks Lost, but not into the turret. He tries to flash the wall, instead goes towards the brush. Everyone moving forward. Lost is going to get taken down. T-Gun will pay for it, but now Cupcake is the one who is in trouble. Blitzcrank is very slow about his W up. Heal is still available for low. Cupcake will get slowed tremendously, and the Varus is still pushing.
Player is killed Shock in the meantime. That's a little bit interesting. Looks like there was a 2v2 in the middle lane, but Shock didn't actually use any of his summoner spells. Also, interesting to note that Low didn't burn heal to save T-Gun. Might have resulted in another kill there if he had have done so.
They had the Ignite on early though. I think T-Gun actually played that so well. As soon as he got hooked, he went for the flash fall onto Lost.
Yep.
Like instant reaction. I think that was really smart and then worked out well for them.
Legacy used this time as well as their 2v2 in the mid lane to try and look for Rift Scuttle.
They see this.
Only trying to stop this. Camille's coming in, going to go for the
Teleport
fight.
as well.
Teleport in, Kratos looking for the kill. Only
yeah,
picks up gets the Rift Tower. Now Tally going to take quite a bit of damage. Good ultimate from Carbon, but the rest of the people from TM nice and healthy, and Claire can't output enough consistent damage.
I mean, that's a huge equalizer. All of a sudden, in a winning split push lane, your jungler... Oh, it's actually the support. T-Gun grabs a Rift Herald for himself.
That is unlucky, actually.
Yeah,
support,
no sweeper.
Yeah, support trinkets are so much more valuable than the junglers. Jungler wants to walk around and can actually drop it in all of the lanes, I guess. He has potential to go anywhere. T-Gun with Moby Boots, sort of the same thing, but he's obviously tied to the bot lane.
Here's that fight mid lane. Claire was able to, looks like, pick up an easy kill against Shock. Dashes back in. Yeah, that's just...
Miscalculation of damage. Further OP. It stacks up so quickly.
Miscalculation or just whiffs the Q?
That too. Should have used the empowered A
Mantra W. No. Mantra W. Yeah, 1v1. Mantra W is so broken. You heal for 40% missing HP, 20% at the start, 20% at the end.
Bottom lane again. Seems like Tigan's been hooked. Another time by Cupcake. Can't keep taking a few more of those.
I mean, without giving too much away about the Chiefs right now, is Ray's still playing Varus? And if so, is he going Bork build or is he going Essence Reaver build?
Quinn is a big Essence Reaver fan. Raze is a big Essence Reaver fan. I don't know about on the Varus, but definitely on the Ashe and things like that. But Varus, I think he's still a staple AD, like hasn't fallen off. We're seeing more Jhin now. We're seeing a lot of Caitlyn, but I think the two CC AD carries in Ashe and Varus, I think, are still definitely around the meta.
So the one reason I like it in this matchup, I'm way on the Essence Reaver hype train at the moment, but Jarvan goes double offensive items, which are HP stacking in the Cleaver as well as Titanic.
Yeah.
And Nunu's going to have a ton of HP as well.
Yeah.
So I actually think Bork in this situation is really good. In saying that, I think that when you're playing a 1-4 comp and you need more wave clear, Essence Reaver into Static Shiv at the moment clears out waves for Varus so quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, you were talking about the HP stacking as well. With the 7.12 updates on the support items, Locket, now based on how much HP you have, so supports are going, often tank supports at least, are going face the mountain into Locket or just stacking a lot of health more so than they would go resist earlier.
Well, we also haven't seen many mage supports and range supports pick up Redemption, which was meant to be the other side of the changes, where the casters would try to pick up Redemption more, but we see more Mikhail's Ardent Sensor instead.
Yeah, I think because Redemption now scales triple with healing and shielding bonus, I think a lot of people are opting into Mikhail's because of all the Enchanter support items, that most of them give 10% healing and shielding, right? The Redemption, the Ardent Sensor all give that, but Mikhail's gives 20. So that's basically what, if you get Mikhail's first and then go Redemption, that's 60% bonus. So that's like a lot of value, and I think a lot of people are opting in for Redemption like second item now as opposed to first.
There's no early rush Redemptions anymore. Have to see how the rest of this game pans out, because currently TM holding on quite nicely against Legacy, about 1,000 gold up. Now a tweet coming in from Mr. Unlucky Os. Here's one for the casters. Does J4 ult prevent Camille from hookshotting out?
Nope.
I don't think so.
You can actually hookshot over the wall, so that's absolutely fine. It acts as a normal wall, so just like you can condemn into J4 ult, which sucks as a J4 player, you can just hook shot onto the side of the wall. So that's why I was saying as long as he has ulti for the first initial get on top of him, then the hook shot should be able to follow him out even if he flashes.
You can condemn J4's ult. You can also tumble out of the ultimate.
We've actually not so much anymore. It used to be able to do it all the time.
Used to be horrible.
Interesting delay here because I actually think that the top lane turret is going to go down very
This is
low.
the Legacy trade. They keep doing it. I feel like every time I'm on the desk or every time I'm casting, like Legacy do this trade where they just trade a top inner for a bot outer because they recognize they're behind and they try and make some like be-all and end-all like winning play when they're behind in the tempo, and then they just lost 2 turrets to a Camille.
They've got
Team have
Carol
dropped
charging
Rift
middle.
on mid.
Oh, that was actually a really nice headbutt as well because all of a sudden he's not going to be able to eat him, smite him, and slap in the eye. So Herald just got a lot of damage off on that turret that maybe Carbon would have been able to prevent.
That entire play from Legacy sent Tally into bottom lane that was watered out by TM, so they played that quite patiently. Making sure they pulled low and T-Gun off of that turret, sacrificed the turret, they get 2 for 1, and mid lane turret is now so low as well. Suddenly, TM have equalized the gold advantage. Equalized the lead and it's completely tied up.
I like to see the gold advantage in the top lane. Camille just got 2 turrets. Yeah, it's 6.6. So she's 1,000 ahead already. Tally's 0-2 behind a little bit of CS, but that gold's coming from the turret. She got the top outer by herself and then got the top inner as well. So that lead is only going to get worse, and Tally is only going to be in a worse and worse position as this game progresses.
Now we get to see the growth of TM because they've been in situations like this before. And when they should have been team fighting with their split pusher, they weren't. And then they stuck with the play too much. Right now they have a great situation where he still has teleport and he can go towards the bottom lane and start shoving in a brand new couple of turrets. But see if they can actually stick with the play into the 25-30 minute part of the game where 1-4 actually becomes difficult to execute around Baron.
Still Claire picking up this Lucian mid lane. We've seen a few more players pick up Lucian heading into the mid lane recently. Against the Karma hasn't done too much, just even lane at the moment.
Alright, so here's an interesting question for you. Ooh, let's hold it.
Claire's going to get locked down here. Tegan wants to follow up. Good cleanse being used, but Lowe's flashing forward. Tegan decided not to follow up there. But he's going down to the bottom lane. It's Carbon. He's flashed away, gets a smite consumed, pops absolute 0, but it's for absolutely nothing as only picks up a kill.
And they cancel the TP as well, so Tally's not going to be able to port to the next fight. This is looking really grim for Legacy and actually really good for TM right now. They're going to get the mid-outer turret, the most important turret on the map by far, because it just opens you up to so many more options. Tally actually reset as well, so he's not going to get any damage on the top turret. So TM have the choice of opting into going bot side. They're going to lose a few waves in the top side, but if they get complete bot side control, Camille's already about to crash that wave onto the turret, so they're probably going to get bot turret too.
That was going to be my question. As the duo lane, when do you choose to 1v2 versus when do you actually demand that your top laner goes deal with his mess? Is it depending on how strong you are?
Putting the bot lane mid?
No, putting your bot lane against Kratos at the moment.
And it feels like it only makes the situation worse.
Yep.
I feel like also as like a Blitzcrank, like, I don't know, Blitzcrank Jhin doesn't actually sound too oppressive for a Camille to deal with. Like, she's just going to get under the turret, and you have basically every 20 seconds you can throw one hook, and if it lands, you can punish her, and if it doesn't, then she just clears the way for free. So it's pretty... Blitzcrank hook is not reliable. Blitzcrank is most reliable when you can deny vision, and you forcing them to check into you.
Yeah.
So as a team that's behind, Blitzcrank isn't actually all that good, except in the case where he gets like a miracle hook off. But when you're ahead and you can deny the vision, that's when Blitzcrank really shines.
Legacy are able to rotate 5 of their members mid lane from bottom lane to pick up another turret for themselves. 4-2 in turrets though. The TM have 1,000 gold lead. So if Legacy can find a way to equalize the turrets on the map, they can pull this one back in their favor.
I was talking about when TM just rotated down to the bot turret and took that bot outer. In hindsight, it was a bad decision because they lost their mid-outer as a team that, ooh, here we go.
That's an aggressive play. Tally's gone way over the top, but look at this. Tegan's caught the entire team behind him. He's got no backup when he goes in. Only gets the first kill. Carbon's the next one to fall, and Legacy's carries are now going to try and run away, but look at Pradev joining a team fight with TM. This is unheard of from the man. Legacy lose 2 of their members.
Certainly do, and Baron's up in 5 seconds. Potential to go actually have a look at it because of how much damage they do. Instead, they actually peel off. Big creep waves top and bottom means that they might be able to shove in here.
And that was the counter pick Ali showing in full force, I guess. Tally just went over the top of the Alistar straight onto the priority target in low on the Varus, and Ali immediately just comboed his entire team. He had no follow-up, and then they just couldn't do any damage to low. Tally dies for free, and then they just get wiped in the team fight.
And I mean, so much of this is about zone control because you thought there that Low would probably be blown up. I mean, he had burnt his summoner spells to get on top of Claire in the team fight before, but it was really the fact that they kind of swapped spots. Praedyth and T-Gun as a unit attacked that backline. And at the moment, Praedyth is just so much more threatening than the Jarvan.
And I do want to know, Blitzcrank has kind of resurfaced into the meta right now, and obviously the Goon is goes hand in hand with playing the Blitzcrank. But when Blitzcrank wasn't a big pick, TM T-Gun was a big Alistar player, and I feel like nobody is playing Ali right now, but he's actually giving a good performance, and he's showing that it can actually be good.
Almost gets caught out. Cupcake looked like he wanted to go back for that hook. This game so far, though, TM have looked fantastic. Praetor's been joining almost every single skirmish and team fight, split pushing effectively, and they've now got 2 inner turrets. Only inner turret left standing is mid lane. 2,000 gold lead for themselves. Only's picked up the 3rd Elemental Dragon of this game as well, denying 3 Oceans for Legacy.
And I mean, really only TM knows what's going on here, but this is 2 weeks in a row, potentially 3, because they ran the set play in week 1 as well. It just didn't work because T-Gun missed all of his abilities on the Thresh, did the Alistar.
Teleport.
But, oh yeah,
there we go,
let's shut up and just talk about the fight that's about to come in there.
Yeah, they're looking for a very deep flank. It's probably going to fizzle though. Yeah. So Legacy do back out of the jungle.
So what I was going to say is, like, you have to kind of question why their Game 1 performances look so calm and level-headed versus what they showed in Game 2 and 3 versus Sin, because they looked very frazzled. They didn't know how to play against the Taliyah. Ryoma was absolutely everywhere on the map. They couldn't engage as a 4-man unit, even when 2 people were attacking the split push of Praetor. And maybe it's a preparation thing, maybe it's that they're still a young team, and, you know, playing for 2 hours on stage is quite a long time. It's pretty exhausting, but their Game 1s have looked pretty spectacular so far.
It's also like you get a taste of winning, right? Like you win the first game, and then you get to a point in the second and the third game where you're like, oh, like this is the point where I can just grab victory. Like if we play properly, then we will win, and that like causes you to put like extra pressure on yourself. Bunch of new players in the mid and the AD carry.
And even your veteran player at this point wants to win, because we know that T-Gun's been on a drought for quite a long time.
Just got hooked again by Cupcake. Pops the ultimate and just runs angrily at the Blitzcrank.
You want to hook Karma or Varus at this stage of the game. Anyone else that you hook, probably a dead target.
It worked out well because I got the Alistar ult. He's pretty... It's a bit of a big boo without his ulti, to be honest. He doesn't really do an awful lot. Squishy is tanking the game without his R button, but... Bot lane is pushing 4 TM towards Legacy, so Camille's going to base, and then... I would think he'd look for a group, because that's just going to slow push, but he's actually going... Oh no, he's actually walking to a team now.
Yeah.
They're going to look for an engage.
He's actually gone Titanic Hydra as well. So Praetor going towards the team fight Camille build. Potentially.
Well, here we go.
Cupcake's being caught out by a good knockup from T-Gun. Cupcake's been able to do nothing. He can't cancel the absolute 0 though. Doesn't do too much damage. T-Gun flashes away. Here comes Camille, but Tally's jumped into the backlines already. Shock and Low are stuck in the Cataclysm. Tally wants to chase, gets a double kill for himself. Legacy still have 4 members alive as Low is caught by multiple members, and only is left alive, and barely as Cupcake almost lands that final hook.
All right, cool. So Only's going to have to come up with another miracle steal or be able to kill one of the AD carries here to really impact this play. You can see they've done the right thing. They've sent Claire into the back of the pit. 3 members in front of Baron, no extra damage, and there's really no way you can get in on top of the Nunu.
Cupcake almost died there. Can't get in to try and steal the Baron, but maybe it'll stop some recalls?
Nah.
So
that's a fun play.
So TM pulled the trigger on that fight slightly too early, right? Camille was still walking from the base, and then nobody was blocking Lot's Jhin ults. Low was standing inside the Jarvan ult. He couldn't move, and Shock was standing like right in front of him on full HP. And you'll see it in a moment here, and he just wasn't blocking anything.
So let's have a look. So Camille's about to enter right about now. She comes in, and already Tally's flown into the back line, cleaned up T-Gun, and then all of those shots going in on the squishy targets. Low isn't able to change position, so 3 went in. Only probably should have walked in front of the Cataclysm, to be honest, because he was doing absolutely nothing. At least he could have blocked some damage. And that meant that the Baron did go over. Also important to note that I believe that was an empowered Q that came out of Shock. I feel like when you have Ardent Sensor and Athene, you have to empower your first E in your team fight. That's pretty much your whole job with that build.
That's the rule on support Karma. Like after 20 minutes, you're not allowed to empower Q anymore because it does nothing. But he is a mid lane Karma, but he's chosen for support items anyway. So
yep, he's just a support Karma with gold.
Yep. Did you know? Little fun fact: 7.12 was the Cupcake buff patch.
Was it?
Yep. They buffed Knight's Vow to give him CDR, and he's a Knight's Vow support player.
Oh boy.
Yep. And he now he gets CDR for his troubles, and he gets to build the same item.
Yeah. Don't understand why, because Knight's Vow was already a very strong item. We saw picked up by top laners and supports from time to time.
Yeah. You saw it mostly on top laners because it didn't give support and CDR, and CDR is the most valuable stat. But now that it does, it's a more enticing first option.
It's just 12% damage reduction. It's pretty insane. Legacy are now trying to use their Baron buff to take down top lane in a turret. Karma's going to take quite a bit of damage for that, though.
I still don't know whether they win a team fight here, Legacy. They need to be careful, just because of the fact that They have teleport available on Praetor.
Oh, that's a good hook onto Only. Uses the repel. Carbon's channeling absolute zero, but everyone gets out in time. Curtain Call to try and start a team fight, and Powered E will come out from Karma, and Tegan's taking quite a bit of damage. Pops his own ultimate, but still being shredded through by the team. Cupcake almost landing that second hook, but a little bit too far off.
And this is what you were talking about before the game, Ethan. The fact that their disengage is kind of strange if they get hooked. If they don't get hooked, they're fine, but as soon as they get hooked, they only have really the run in a straight line away from Cupcake.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that meant that they lose a turret as well as a lot of their HP.
And they won't be able to do that again. They burn Alistar ulti, they'll get that back up, but they burn Summoner Heal to keep him out.
Yep.
They use basically everything, and he was blocking the Jhin ultis for the Elise on the way out. They've got hooked, so... If Legacy just set up and do a similar thing on the bot side of the map that they did with the top outer, top inner rather, then it's not going to work out well for TM.
And we'll see what T-Gun goes towards, but I think this is one of those games where the most gold-efficient item you can pick up, although he's caught again.
Yeah, he's locked down. He's going to take quite a bit of damage there. No ultimate available for the Alistar, but gets a massive shield.
That was a big shield.
What I was going to say is I actually think it's nearly about time that he just changes back over to Tabbies, because he's against double AD carry with the Jarvan. Tabbies are not that cheap of an item, and they're, as far as gold efficiency goes, the best item you can pick up against auto attackers.
Can you talk about gold efficiency on an item you have to sell and then purchase again, though?
But that's what I'm saying.
Okay, if
I
was
reckon
the
even
goon,
with the sell, I reckon it's worthwhile.
If I was the goon, I would not buy Tabbies. There's no way in hell that I'm spending I would just back and buy a Kindle Gem and like go for Face of the Mountain. Oh, he just upgraded Ruby Sightstone, so effectively a Kindle Gem's worth of gold into his Sightstone. I wouldn't sell my boost. There's no way.
He's just getting engaged on so heavy, and he's the only frontline they have at the moment.
It feels like a bit of a band-aid though, right? Like, just don't get hooked. Like, you need to stop mispositioning and getting hooked rather than be more tanky for when you do misposition and then get hooked.
Only got hooked last time.
Yeah,
the reason he died was because Only got hooked.
Okay, T-Gun is a hook magnet, and he picked a hook magnet champion intentionally, but...
Teleport coming in.
Yeah,
this is going to be a big team fight.
Yeah. Big flank coming up.
Camille
Camille
is not here.
TM don't know, and Karma gets the dragon as well. Only's in trouble, already taking so much damage for that. Tally waiting in the wings, finds a low, but instead goes for the backhand target. Shock's been knocked out of it. T-Gun's the next person that's in trouble. They've already lost Only. Camille is split pushing in the mid lane. Dragon picked up by Legacy. They get 2 kills as well. Lost KS, but that's
one
fine.
of the best calls that Praetors could have made in that situation.
Yeah, if Legacy don't hark a bit on bot, they don't actually get a lot out of this. Their top lane is pushing towards them. They're going to have to answer the Camille. Are they going to lose that?
Yeah, they're going to lose it. That's gone.
That's gone.
Praetor picks
and
up.
they're basing.
Praetor picks up mid lane inner, and
that's the most one-sided team fight I've seen that's resulted in a net loss.
And he's going to go into their jungle. He's going to be able to pick up whatever Raptors he wants. There's a red buff if he wants to grab it that he can probably do in time. Well, then now he's getting collapsed on.
It's a Blitzcrank and a Nunu. He can just walk. Oh, no, and a Jarvan. Take the plant and wall away. No!
Oh! Carbon. He's still going for this one. He's got Tally just behind him. Depends if his hookshot comes back on time. He moves back, gets a blood boil, hookshot. That goes back in. Praetor, not quite sure what he's trying to do there. Pops the ultimate. He's now dead. Caught out by so many members of Legacy.
I mean, but once again, they don't actually get anything off that play. There's 2 minutes until Baron's going. They're going to grab a big fat wave top lane, but no creep wave in the mid lane at the moment. So Legacy, they're 6,000 gold ahead. Look like they're going to run away with this game, but still chasing people around the map a little bit.
Lost has got big items now as well, i.e. Rapid Fire Cannon Static Shift picked up. Only in a lot of trouble. They're forced to flash away from Claire.
Only's had a bit of a shocker. His scoreline says 4-1-1, but...
Yeah. Score doesn't mean everything. He's definitely been hooked a few times.
Not having the best of games, Only.
Gold lead is in favour of Jarvan now, top lane.
Ooh. Cupcake moving in for another hook. Flash in, can't get Shock. Now Tally's gone real deep in. Shock already used his flash last fight. Can't get out of the Cataclysm. T-Gun pops his own ultimate. Everyone for Legacy is trying to dive here. This might be bad for them. Only's going to join the fight, and Praetor is teleporting in. Carbon's fairly low. Here they go. Good hook on towards Only, but Camille jumps in as well. They kill Cupcake to kick things off. The rest of Legacy still want to go for a fight. Claire's dashing on in. More empowered Qs being thrown out by Shock. They lose their support, and TM still can't trade against Legacy.
They just look like they're on the wrong page there. Oh, sorry, they weren't on the right. They weren't on the same page. Cupcake goes for the flash hook, misses, and then immediately backs away, and Tally just goes real ham on the Jarvan ulti, because they knew Karma didn't have flash, because she flashed away from the Jarvan ulti in the bot river. Sorry, the bot jungle, like around the dragon fight. So they were going for the right target, but when they misexecuted on the hook, they were all really split off. Tally, again, overcommits on the engage and then gets blown up.
And the other thing they have to do is be a little bit more careful of that play in the future, because Shocker's about to hit level 16 and has a death cap. So he doesn't do that much damage because of, you know, base MR that's coming through. But as far as huge shields that he's going to give the whole team, you're not going to be able to blow him up through a Cataclysm combo anymore. It's going to have to be a little bit better executed than that if you're Legacy.
You have a Guardian Angel being picked up by Tally here, moving towards Gargoyle Stoneplate next, and Zeke's Herald picked up by Cupcake ago with that Knight's Bow.
It's interesting. I haven't seen too much of it. I don't think it's that good an item. It gives you like a slowing shield that you can see around him, like when you use your ulti, Blitzcrank right now. Obviously, it still buffs your 80 carries. Beep boop. Beep boop. 80 carries damage, gives them magic damage on their auto attacks. I think it's 50%.
This is a weird brush to be looking at. They're going to access through River. This is one thing that I feel like if you watch Legacy's footage, you know this is going to happen. They're going to push out mid lane.
Here they go.
Oh,
so they get the tether, but they jump on Carbon instead. Tankiest member of Legacy, and Tally just finds pure access into the back lines. Blow flashes away early, big shields being used. Kratos in the front lines getting taken down already. Tally falls, so it's a 1-for-1, but GA already used. Cupcake charging in towards low, doesn't have his flash available on the Varus. Hook connects, pulls him back in. Lost goes on a killing spree, and Cupcake picks one up for himself.
It's a really nice team fight out of Legacy. They get out of range of the initial tether. The initiation was onto Carbon, who's the tankiest member on the team right now. And then just the turnaround was absolutely phenomenally played. Unfortunately, Kratos is going a little bit too deep at the moment. And the 280 carries are dealing with him relatively quickly.
Praedyth is the only player on this roster that was on the original TM roster that was doing those random death push all over the map. So I feel like that's his play, and I feel like it's a very risky thing to do. Like just death bushing in a random thing in a topside jungle feels like it's a very low percentage play. You're conceding a lot of tempo. If Legacy didn't actually check that there, then they would have got complete control of everywhere on the map. All the waves would have been pushing in. It's pretty risky.
Yeah, and what we're talking about is teams aren't going to randomly walk through the jungle if they're playing League of Legends well. They're going to shove out mid lane. They're going to use one of their blue trinkets to check Baron. If you're not on it, they're just going to walk in with a sweeper and be able to spot out exactly where you are.
And if they're pushing in the waves and you're not catching them, there's something up.
Yeah, so let's have a look at where they've got access from. So they've got access from mid lane, and you can see that they're able to fight a very nice front-to-back style team fight here. They dive onto the back line in the form of Kratos, but really they just deal with him with the double 80 carries, and then all of a sudden you're dealing with Cupcake, Carbon, as well as the J4 respawning. And great hook there to just nail low and complete the team fight.
And TM are just splitting off in the two different directions. Elise and Karma ran up the river. Varus tried to run through the ramp towards the blue buff.
Yeah.
In a team fight like that, front to back, you really want Karma to be peeling your carries backwards together, and you want to be grouped so that you can be dishing out damage as she can shield you from damage, right? But if you're splitting off from the Karma completely alone, Low missed his Varus ulti in that fight as well.
Oh, big knockoff from Tiga. Can't do much else though. Tally's already diving into the back lines. Big Cataclysm, block and lower. Just no way for them to get out of this one. Tally will slide back out. TM are holding the ground quite well. Karma's the first casualty, but immediately TM lose two. And that's a big catch onto Low. He can't go anywhere. Claire splash forward. We've lost both 80 carries moving forward. Only left alive. And Legacy should be able to pick up this game.
And Claire's had back-to-back phenomenal team fights there. He's navigating these on a 500 range 80 carry very well.
He's going into the fountain. Lost? What's that crit shot?
Shot?
Oh, hook doesn't come out from Cupcake and only will live, but still Legacy working on the Nexus. It was a tough early game for them. But they find one team fight, pick up Baron, bounce right back, and they're going to pick up a Game 1 victory over TM.
They won't be happy with that one. I think they fell way too far behind early and gave TM too much room. I think for a team in Legacy's position who's contesting top 2 sort of thing, they want to be playing in the finals, I think they'll be looking at that game and looking to clean up their early game.
And what they'll be thinking as well is that it was probably the TM's decision to trade bottom lane for mid lane priority that allowed them back into the game. It wasn't even really a strong proactive play out of the Legacy lineup. It was more of a good capitalization of an inexperienced move out of the TM gaming squad. So, I mean, a win's a win. They pick up the point. They've still got a chance to go 3 points on the week, which is very important for them to stay in the top contentions. But I think they'll be looking at that and thinking, how did it all go wrong in the early game?
Yep, trying to set themselves off to Rift Rivals with 3 points in the last week of the OPL here. But if you're TM, you're probably still disappointed with that game as well, because we heard in the interviews, they want to start picking up wins mid-split. If you can't even pick up a map where you're that far ahead early on, doing all the right plays, off of one mistake, it's definitely going to be devastating.
And that was definitely a winnable game, right?
Yep.
Like, that was a very strong early game, and I think they will be disappointed that they didn't translate that.
And not only that, I think that when you have a look at how they were setting up around the map, they look like they were the proactive team for the first 20 minutes of that game. And when you feel like you're in control and you start losing team fights, it's an even worse feeling as the TM squad. So I think that one's going to hurt them a lot.
Yeah, certainly will be. TM still looking to see if they can pick up their first victory here in the OPL. They picked up one game over Sin, but that's about it so far. So only picking up a single point here, but hopefully be able to see them bounce back in game 2. For now, though, let's send it back to the analyst desk to break down that game a little bit further.
Well, there we have it. Legacy proving too strong despite TM's early lead. So what went right for TM? Let's start with that, guys.
Well, I'd say the whole pick ban went right for them. I really like that they got Elise. It's like 100% pick ban in like almost every region. And they got it into like a really good matchup. It was into Nunu, so Elise should literally just snowball the game. They
snowball.
Yeah. They had a good. They even had a good match up top. Like Camille beats Jarvan.
Yeah.
Mid, I guess, got countered, but it's a Karma, and like if Karma just presses RE, then she's done her job. And their bot lane actually got a like Alistar into Blitzcrank, which is like really good. So I really like the whole Tainted Minds pick ban.
Yeah, no, I think TM had like a really intelligent and sort of like adaptive draft. They didn't just like have something like written down in stone. They sort of made adjustments here and there, and it was actually kind of good. Yeah. I think the thing that we really need to comment on is how the Elise into Nunu played out.
Yeah.
Obviously, Juves probably can speak a lot to this, but I'm the Moby Boot specialist on Elise, and I think that's kind of why people are hesitant ever to pick a Nunu into Elise. It's because you can't really do like what Nunu does well, which is track junglers, slow them down, ruin their clears and stuff. If Elise just gets to buy Mobies and just like run and gank lane to lane. And it wasn't even for lack of opportunity. Like Juves and I were discussing on the walk down, like, oh, which lanes could he have ganked like feasibly? It's like, oh, the Camille lane's easy set for. Flash Alistar down bottom lane, really easy set for. Even Karma W. Like there were definitely a lot of options, I think. Yeah.
Well, we can go deeper in the draft into a second, but I want to bring up this first replay, Jish. It's TM. They catch Carbon in the river, and as we bring it up, this is a moment that really changes the game for TM, and it allows them to take control.
Yeah.
For
So
a bit.
TM actually had a really good setup here. They shove in bot, and then they get like a move into river, and they've just like made Clairblone use flash and cleanse. So they collapse on the river, and they find Carbon, and this opens up like the shove in mid, and they get like it's already at 2 HP anyway, but they get the mid turret, and then they get the bot turret as well, and off that they actually get like a good amount of control over this game. And that's where like you'd really like to sort of see them transition this into like further leads.
Yeah.
So yeah, they get to rotate like pretty cleanly here through like the bottom jungle, and they force Legacy out. So they're also denying the minion waves that Camille is currently like crashing on turret.
But when they take this lead, though, you're saying they don't actually. I mean, as we saw, they didn't translate it into anything. They didn't extend this lead once they took it.
I mean, yeah, they got close to it. I think we'll probably see in a future replay they do like start setting themselves up for like more and more. But yeah, like I guess obviously with the scoreline, they didn't do enough with it.
Well, let's take a look at the second replay, Juves. It's the mid lane. Walk us through this fight because Legacy could have really improved and done this better, right?
Yeah. So here I just feel that Legacy forced too hard. They kind of felt the pressure of the game. Tally just ults in onto an 80 carry where his team can't follow up. Their team's all about kiting back and peeling the 2 80 carries. And Tainted Minds have a Karma, and they just kited back and killed. They just killed Legacy's front line. They just played front to back. They just killed their front line. And like TM played that fight really well. They weren't in engage range. And that's the big thing. Legacy just felt like they needed to force. It felt like they were getting choked out of the game, and Tainted Minds just kited back and played the team fight really well.
So if you're in that position as Tainted Minds, then you've got a gold lead. You're going up against these favorites, and you're like, we can take this, right? But it doesn't kind of go as planned. So what goes wrong for them at this point?
I just think that they had the strongest split push. Like Camille was beating Jarvan, Camille solo killed Jarvan, and they have a good 4. So Karma is always good to like shove a lane with, and then put pressure in the lane and then run away.
Right.
And like they could have just kept doing that with 4 members. At least Cocoon run away while Camille splitting and pressuring bot. At least can even go and dive Jarvan with Camille. It would have been that game. It was all about just 4-1. And just not engaging in team fights. You don't need to team fight.
Yeah, and that's exactly how they drafted it and exactly how Praetor likes to play, but they didn't really play to that, did they, Jeff?
Yeah, no, so that was, I think, the one downfall was that I think when they realized that they were starting to win these little skirmishes and fights is that they thought, oh, okay, let's just keep going back into it. And that's why we really would have liked them to use the wave clear of the Varus and the Karma, just to hold their mid and one side lane, and just to have Praetor control the other one completely.
Well, let's take a look at this third replay, shall we? Because this is the moment, this is the fight near the Baron, and Legacy kind of take control of the game again. So, Jesh, as we go through this, just highlight a couple of good choices that Legacy make.
So what Legacy have done well here is that they have the tempo and that they've come out of base faster and they have like better vision control, especially in this mid-side rush. So right now, like both the AD carries are just like sort of untouchable. The front line is protecting Claire and Lost is off in the back, like no one's touching him as well. So obviously everyone on TM just gets cleaned up like quite quickly, and then like the main carry threats from Legacy are just never in trouble. And then off that, the Reaper cuts it off, but they're going at the Baron, and then like from there, it's a pretty clinical like cleanup for Legacy just to close the game out.
Actually, that's a position they've been in before. They know how to close out that game from that, which suggests to me that like one of the things that went wrong for TM is when they got that lead, that's not a position they find themselves in a lot, like in OPL, and so like it almost looked like they weren't sure what to do with themselves. You feel that way? No? Disagree?
Well, I mean,
Strong disagree.
So, well, the way I look at it is like T-Gun's been, like, a lot of people have said, like, T-Gun for his shot calling, right?
Sure.
And so, like, if he's actually a good shot caller and he's been in the scene for a long time, he's had experience shot calling, I feel like, and Praetor has had experience in split pushing, I feel like there's no reason and no excuse for them to not execute a 4-1 at the very least. Because, like, it's like all they played last split, and even at the start of this split, that's all they've played, so...
Well, if you watched T-Gun's player cam at the end of that game, he was a very unhappy man and had a few choice words for the rest of his team and himself. I'm sure he's going to be quite harsh on himself as he moves forward. But look, let's talk about this draft, because we did talk about it at the start. And in particular, I know you wanted to highlight Elise into Nunu. Now, what was interesting about that is Legacy banned Lee Sin, which you were saying which you were saying Nunu was actually quite good into.
Yeah, so Lee Sin, Lee Sin can't really punish Nunu. And Nunu... Like, Lee Sin can't really, like, he can't just hard gank lanes unless the lanes play really bad. He kind of needs level 6 or some CC in a lane to set it up. Whereas on the contrary to that, like, Elise doesn't need CC lanes. She can just, like, Moby boot into a lane, cocoon into, like, whatever, and just blow up a target. And Nunu can kind of control Lee Sin a little bit better. He can't get 100 to 0'd by Lee early, whereas, like, Elise can actually, like, outduel Nunu.
And then, yeah, as on top of that as well, is that you sort of, when you play Lee Sin in that matchup, you have like a timer, because once Nunu gets 2 items, his team fight's so much stronger, and then Lee Sin sort of just falls off heaps, whereas the Elise is always going to be relevant just because of that cocoon, and then even her scaling is quite better because she builds like magic penetration and stuff, and actually just fights better.
So as we bring up their stats then, what's the best this matchup could have gone for Carbon then? Like, he ended up quite, with an alright KDA, right?
Well...
Is this the best case scenario?
I think the best case scenario was what actually happened. Like, Only has a good score here, and like, I'm not trying to like take anything away from the way he played, but like, he didn't do anything early game. He made like 1 pick, or maybe 1 or 2 picks with his team, whereas like in Elise, like level 3, 4, 5, you just want to be like ganking lanes. He actually had winning lanes, and that's what's like surprised me. He could have gone to those winning lanes and just dived. Like, Elise is like the queen of tower diving, and I feel like he just didn't utilize the kit. I don't know if he was scared, just trying to play around too much vision. He's even got a flash Alistar bot lane. Just flash, knock the bot lane into your team, and follow up with a cocoon.
Speaking of Ali, what do you think of the Ali pick?
I actually think it's kind of bold.
Yeah.
So Cupcake has now become that player who, despite T-Gun being like the Blitzcrank player, I think that Cupcake's actually put it out a couple times now, and I know behind the scenes he's been working a little bit too. So I think that when they saw the Karma, they were just like, oh yeah, this is it. Like, this is time. And I think that, it's a nice little adaptation that they're just like, oh, okay, you're going to blind pick Blitzcrank. Like, we'll punish you for it.
I don't think they thought they were blind picking Blitzcrank, because it's even though we've seen Fantix play Karma mid and stuff, it's predominantly a support, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is like, it gets flexed to support more, but it's definitely still like everyone should treat it as a flex pick.
Right, yeah. Okay.
Picking Blitz into the Goon is a no-go zone. No-go zone, dude. He's fired up now, dude. You don't pick Blitz into the T-Gun.
So do you see things changing a lot going into game 2 then? What do they need to switch around in this draft?
Well, I think firstly, Legacy are going to look back at their draft and be like, oh, like that probably didn't work. Like, we fell behind early. They fell behind like 3K, and like, I guess like you can't really risk that every game, because like if you're behind 3K and they play properly, they're going to close the game out. And I think Tainted Minds, if I was TM, I would go back to the room and be like, wow, like, boys, we actually played really well. We just didn't close it out.
Yeah.
Like, next game, like, we definitely can win the game.
Yeah, just honing in those fundamentals, like working out that there was like a few like key fights where they just needed to not be fighting, and just to be like splitting up across the map and like taking control of the lanes. I think that generally, like speaking from a draft perspective, and then their early game was quite fine. I would be looking to repeat it if they can. Yeah, as I think as you mentioned, just maybe a little bit more pressure from Only. Praedyth had like such good control of top lane. I would like to see him calling his jungle up and being like, you know what, like I control this wave. I'll build it. We're diving into waves. Come now.
Did you feel like, we talked about this a bit upstairs, but did you feel like the Legacy comp, even though it went behind early, was going to outscale towards the end? Because I want to bring up Shock v Only. Sorry, I want to bring up Shock v Claire in the mid lane. My apologies. And I feel like, I mean, Lucian's just AD, right? So Lucian's going to outscale.
Yeah, so they do have like a good team fighting comp late game. Obviously, like the 5-on-5 double AD carry with like pretty solid front line in Nunu. It's really hard to out team fight that. I think that what Praedyth specifically had like the advantage because he was going to control the side lane, and that's what TM really needed to like snowball and accelerate on. And they just like they couldn't convert to that. So yeah, I guess like eventually if they weren't going to play around like their split pusher, then yeah, like Legacy would eventually outscale.
Do you want to go?
Well, I agree with Jish. I don't want to sound like I'm just harping on like the pick man so much.
Yeah, no.
But
if that's what
I think one thing Legacy do quite often, then they did it against us, is like they just pick ban for late game.
Yeah.
And like TM had the right idea this game, and so that's why I said if
the theory behind that, right, is if you think you're the better player or the better team, right, and you force the game longer, there are more decisions to be made. So if you think you're better, you're going to make more right decisions than your opposing team. So you're going to play for late game, right?
Well, with all due respect to TM, it's like they're probably one of the weaker teams in the OPL at the moment, and they've taken a 3-4K gold lead.
Yeah.
So if that's your late game and your idea of getting to late game, then it's not going to look good for you when you verse like a top tier team, is it?
Yeah, I think that's like a really, really shoddy practice method to be like, oh, it's okay, we can afford to fall behind every single game and we'll just pull it back later. I think that they need to review like how they're drafting and just hold themselves to a higher standard. Be like, we can afford to like pick something, like one or two things that will scale better, but we also need to like give ourselves an avenue for early success, and that's just not in the Nunu and it's not in the losing side lane matchups.
Because I think like Legacy are good players. Like mechanically they're good. Like they're all really good players. And like, so I would love to see them just pick like something with a bit more early game, a bit more flair, and just like go to town, just style.
Yeah, just style. You want to
just style on them. Get the Carbon Lee Sin out. He's still got the APM. He's still got the mechanics. Just whip it out.
You heard it here. Get on it, Tim Carbon Wendelli. Get on it.
24 is not too old. It's not too old.
says a rapidly aging.
Says a nearly 24.
Right. Well, that is our analysis of Game 1. We're about to get into Game 2, but do not go anywhere because we'll be back with that right after these highlights.
What are you doing, Tegan?
But
got him. Praedyth outplaying Tally in the top lane. Quite easy for him to get that. Good ball from Cupcake, but that's a flash forward from Tegan. Knocks Lost, but not into the turret. He tries to flash the wall, instead goes towards the brush. Everyone moving forward. Lost is going to get taken down. Tegan will pay for it, but now Cupcake is the one who is in trouble. Blitzcrank is very slow about his W up. That's an aggressive play. Tally's gone way over the top, but look at this. Tegan's caught the entire team behind him. He's got no backup when he goes in. Only gets the first kill. Carbon's the next one to fall, and Legacy's carries are now going to try and run away, but look at Praedyth joining a team fight with TM. This is unheard of from the man. Legacy lose 2 of their members. Cupcake's being caught out by a good knockup from Tegan. Cupcake's been able to do nothing. He can't cancel the absolute zero though. Doesn't do too much damage. Tegan flashes away. Here comes Camille, but Tally's jumped into the backlines already. Shock and Low are stuck in the Cataclysm. Tally wants to chase, gets a double kill for himself. Legacy still have 4 members alive as Low is caught by multiple members and only is left alive, but barely as Cupcake almost lands that final hook. And Tally just finds pure access into the back lines. Low flashes away early, big shields being used. Praedyth in the front lines getting taken out already. Tally falls, so it's a 1-for-1, but GA already used. Cupcake charging in towards Low, doesn't have his flash available on the Varus. Hook connects, pulls him back in. Lost goes on a killing spree, and Cupcake picks one up for himself. Big knockout from Tegan, can't do much else though. Tally's already diving into the back lines. Big Cataclysm, block and Lower, just no way for them to get out of this one. Tally will slide back out. TM are holding the ground quite well. Carbon's the first casualty, but immediately TM lose 2, and that's a big catch onto Low. He can't go anywhere. Claire's flash forward. We've lost both 80 carries moving forward. Only left alive, and Legacy should be able to pick up this game. But still, Legacy working on the Nexus. It was a tough early game for them. But they find one team fight, pick up Baron, bounce right back, and they're going to pick up a Game 1 victory over TM. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just saw Legacy turn around Game 1 to pick up a victory over TM. Still a best-of-3 series. I'm about to head into Game number 2 very shortly. Gentlemen, what do you expect to change here? Because TM looked like they started off that game really well.
I expect Legacy to clean up their early game. I feel like they won't be happy with how that happened, how they fell behind early and they had to come back. I feel like in a position, a team in a position like Legacy, they shouldn't be dropping early games to TM.
Bold call. Tally will get a priority lane for the first time this split. I honestly think that he's probably sick of being put in crappy 50-50 lanes or even, you know, the 30-70 lanes. I think that, you know, he'll actually potentially get to have a good laning phase this time around.
Hopefully for him, right? He doesn't look very happy on the screen right now. It's a bit somber.
Good news story is we'll be able to check in with Coach Soulstrike later.
He's actually the new swiper of the OPL.
He is.
Swiper actually gets to play the lanes he wants to play now. I don't know. Maybe it's Jish being back on the team, but Tally has, I feel, just picked for comp nearly every single game this split so far.
I mean, I just agree. He agrees with you. Look at him.
Poor Tally. But we have some interesting bans coming out from Legacy here. We have Zillion, Thresh, and Lee Sin. No Zac ban from TM as well.
Ooh.
That's an instant lock-in for Legacy. Galio, Zaya, and Renekton.
Only is going to play Nidalee. Here's the call.
I agree.
Nidalee?
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's interesting because this is the second team T ever done this to. And we saw in the video where T-Con's just talking about how smart Johnny is. He's like, yeah, we give Jude Zac. He just sucks.
Next
week.
Maybe
it's the same.
Carbon sucks.
When he doesn't play Nunu.
Oh, he played Elise. That's boring. So the reason that people internationally play Nidalee into the Zac is the theory behind it is he doesn't clear quickly anymore after his first clear. So then what you do is you just tell all your lanes to be relatively safe and you just walk into his jungle, start taking stuff off him and farm way quicker.
And you said, wait, he doesn't clear quickly after his first clear?
Yeah, so first clear is absolutely fine.
And Nidalee's first clear isn't all that good, right? She spikes once she gets...
Yeah, so her first clear is quick if you start chickens, and then is actually not great until you get upgraded jungle armor.
Yeah.
I do like the bans coming out from Cyclone, though, taking away Zaya from Lost and the Renekton, because that means that at least Galio and Zac one of them had to be banned by Legacy. If not, TM would get one or the other.
Hey.
That's a quick lock-in, though, of Fiora as well as Varus.
Sorry, Tally. You don't get a priority lane again.
I mean, yeah, TM are going to ban Kennen. They're going to ban... What's the other one?
Potentially Jace.
Yeah, Jace. Kennen and Jace bans, I think, will come out, and then that Fiora matchup's going to hurt.
Kennen already banned out by TM.
Lucian. Tally can play Lucian top.
Please don't.
He does it in solo. He hard carried against me in solo queue.
Yep.
And would that be Fiora? I feel like that would just take a...
Every week of the OPL reminds me why I don't play solo queue on a Monday after the OPL the night before.
Yeah.
I had a Draven mid lane yesterday.
That's not good.
That was played in the OCS against someone blind picked Lucian mid, and they just ran down mid with Draven.
That's a baller move.
Ran it down mid.
I love that.
Talia is the final ban from TM.
Bloody big brother.
Look at me. I have the AD carry now.
Yeah.
We have a Syndra ban coming out from Legacy.
And it's actually hilarious to watch that matchup because Draven puts like 15, Lucian puts like 15 bullets into someone and Draven hits him with Infinity Edge Static Shiv once and like just takes 80% of his health.
And I do want to talk about something kind of niche in the Legacy draft. Because Cupcake can't play Thresh, they actually banned the Thresh. And I feel like this works as a disservice to TM because Thresh into Zac is so good. He just he sits there charging his thing and then you just flay him when he tries to engage. So they don't have that option. They can look for like a Janna or something if they want to cancel the Zac and get rid of Legacy's engage. Because I don't feel like Legacy can pick much more engage from the top lane.
What are your thoughts on Janna at the moment?
Acceptable.
She's never been fun to play. I'm not going to...
I disagree. Not many people know this about me, but I love playing Janna. In solo queue, this is how I play solo queue, right? I look at the enemy team comp, whose day can I ruin? They picked they picked Sion, I'm playing Trundle. Every time he ultis, I'm going to pillar. They picked Zac, I play Janna. Lucian top, there we go.
Lucian top, Karma mid, Zyra support, Lucian top, Jin AD carry. Unless he's got a really fancy Jin top, which I don't know about.
I don't think that.
Or a very fancy Karma top. It could be possible. There's the Goon on the Blitzcrank, though.
The best thing about the Goon Blitzcrank is the skin he uses when he's and then he does the fist. The camera's not. He does the spinny fist. Oh. Yeah.
You're a big skin fan.
I love skins. I love skins. I couldn't be Faker. Faker's too boring.
What's the best skin in the game then?
The best skin in the game?
Yes.
Oh. That's a
You
tough
love
one.
skins. Come on.
I
You
don't
gotta
think
have,
there is a best skin.
favorite.
I don't think there is a best skin in the game anymore. There's too many. There's too many good ones. I think Mukau Ali's pretty up there. Like Cowbell Ali. And now he has chroma packs, so that's even better.
Ah, Tegan could have picked it last game. Would have heard the ding ding ding, but it didn't happen.
But this
Unlucky.
matchup, Zyra into Blitz, very similar to like the Karma into Blitz sort of thing. Zyra will eventually push you in. Zyra Jin is a very potent bot lane. You will eventually get pushed in, but TM will look to bring only down to the bot side of the map again, I think. And they're going to look for a gank with the Blitzcrank. The Lucian Fiora matchup, though, in the top lane is going to be the interesting one.
Yeah, it certainly is, because I feel like that's so heavily swayed by jungle impact. If Lucian gets ahead, there's absolutely nothing Fiora is going to be able to do. And I think in the 1v1, he's going to be able to do that. But if Elise ever gets up there, is able to add any CC, because it's not going to be cleanse on Lucian this time, because it was played in the mid lane by Claire last game, then I feel that, you know, Ninja Tabby plus a couple of offensive items in it behind Lucian is going to get run over the top of.
Yeah, seems like Legacy are trying to show, trying to have a little contest amongst themselves to see who's the best solution. Hopefully we go to game 3. We finally see Lost play a game on that champion where it actually belongs in the bottom lane.
Not anymore, it doesn't. I actually, as far as bottom lane goes, Lucian gets punished incredibly heavily by both supports and AD carries at the moment. So I don't think we can say he belongs in the bottom lane, because I actually think he's really bad down there.
He just gets outranged by everyone.
Lucian top lane for Tally this game. It's going to be an interesting match. Both teams are drafted. Quite interesting again.
That's the skin. That's the Blitz skin.
But before we go deeper onto this Blitzcrank skin, let's check in with Hingers, who's standing by with Legacy's coach, Soul Strikes.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Soul Strikes, the coach of Legacy, and I want to talk about top lane. So, Lucian into Fiora, how does that compare after a kind of a rough start to game 1 with Jarvan into Camille for Tally?
It's James just really wanted to play Lucian into Fiora. He just wants the counter matchup this time, so hopefully he'll show something. Yes. Hopefully he wins the lane.
Hopefully he wins the lane. Yeah, good coach analysis. So more broadly, what do you see as the sort of win conditions for Legacy's draft this game?
So we have a lot of we have utility coming from Brandon, the Karma mid, and we have Zach, which is one of the very highly contested pick, and so we have a lot of scaling, and during mid-game team fight, we'll be able to choose whether we fight or we don't fight.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, best of luck in the game. Thank you for speaking to us.
All right, thank you.
There you go. You called it right, Spawn. Tally does get that prioritized lane matchup, but a unique one at that.
I'm telling you, Tally, he looks quiet and unassuming, but when he's playing League of Legends, every now and again he'll make his presence known, and I feel like this is one of the games where he's like, I'm not doing it anymore, Tim. Give me a carry.
And Big Brain Soul Strikes, all he had to say for him was, oh, I hope he wins. I hope he wins the matchup.
For James's sake as well, I hope he wins the matchup, because if he doesn't, you know he's playing tanks for the next 3 weeks.
I mean, speaking of someone who's been stuck on Champion, Shock's probably locked in Orianna for the 4th time in the OPL, and he's tweeted about it at Cyclone, the look you give him when he picks Orianna for the 3rd time.
Yep.
He's playing that champion again. Hasn't had a few impressive games on Orianna, but...
Ooh, Yellow Jacket. Bold
no
call.
victories yet.
Oh, that's a decent skin.
I mean,
I like chroma packs.
Yeah,
Chroma
I know,
packs
but
are
he's
good.
got a blue jacket and a red jacket, and I feel both of those jackets are far superior to a yellow jacket.
Nobody uses blue jacket. Blue jacket sucks. Yellow jacket and red jacket are the 2 jackets.
Why yellow? Why not blue?
Nah, blue. It's too darker blue. It's not a nice blue. Especially, you can't use that on Legacy anyway, because you'll be sitting up there in the top lane with your blue cloak on, and Tim's been in the jungle. He's on his wolf camp, and he's like, I hate the Chiefs. I hate them as a brand.
Here we
I hate them
go.
as
Here
a
we
colour.
go. Cupcake is actually maybe dead here because he
There's
walked
no
back.
flash.
Here
No
they
flash
go.
lost.
That's a good flash. He goes for the cocoon on towards Lost, though. He pops the heal. Gonna be able to get away. Low taking some damage in return. Actually gets locked down. Cupcake gets a good auto attack trade.
That should have been so good from TM, but they just weren't on the same page. Like, when the cocoon lands, like, T-Gun needs to be in there with the ignite before the heal, and Low just honestly needs to be flashing forward so he can get his damage down. And then that's Lost, getting denied the wave. After he dies, pushed into the turret, they'd be in a much better position in this lane. Honestly, like, they burnt their pots, and I don't know, they have some advantage, but they're in a much worse position than they should be in the bottom lane for TM.
Still fine at the moment. Claire's going to show himself again, despite having only close by. And here comes Carbon.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Lobs the wall. He's trying to get on the lizard.
Big wall fan.
You can see the lizard.
There he is, just perched on the rock, having a sunbake.
Trying to spook him.
Oh, now 2 members of Legacy are looking to try and stop Only from taking his Raptor camp.
So the one good thing I will say that came of that game is the fact... let's hold it for a second.
I'm just going to slap each other a couple times, fighting over some chickens.
Is the fact that now you're in a Blitzcrank lane, and one of the members has no summoner spells as well as no gap closers. So there is a window here that you repeat the gank, maybe through like the long way. There's a blast plant still up. You know that Carbon's playing top side of the map, and you look to see if you can punish further.
And Zyra Jin should get the push in that lane. Blitzcrank doesn't offer anything in terms of pushing the wave. Zyra can, she'll naturally push the wave when she's looking for Q poke and her plants. Like when you walk out of range, the Zyra plant's going to push the wave. Varus.
Good heads up play here from Praedyth actually. He spotted out where Carbon is. See whether he can actually get away from this though.
Get some damage down when Carbon's happy with that.
That's actually a heads up play again. The communication between Praedyth and Only has been incredibly impressive. Praedyth knows whenever enemy jungler is top side of the map at the moment, and I assume that that is probably Only communicating exactly where the jungler would be.
Yeah, playing with Only on the NSW team at State of Origin, or League of Origin rather, his communication was actually really impressive. He's very specific about what he wants, about where he wants you to ward and where he thinks people are.
Hang on, here comes Speed Racer Tegan. Gonna get a to loss, locked down by the Cocoon as well, taking so much damage. No Cocoon lockdown, but still dies eventually. First blood picked up by Low.
Almost unfortunate, but he didn't have any summoners to do it. Like if he had heal there, he would have lived because the Cocoon didn't land. It actually got blocked by the Zyra plant. So
Only was going for the Only special again. I know you're a big fan of this, but just walking in between turrets and trying to force people away.
Yeah, I like that one. When you get like, it is the worst. It goes back to the solo queue thing. Like, whose day can I ruin, right? When you can zone someone off their outer turret and they're just sitting in between their like in the middle of their lane, it's just like. It's just powerless.
I think any solo queue game pay the views a day ruined anyway, so it doesn't matter too much.
Okay.
You don't have to be camping it.
All right, man. Just because the top lane is questionable, and I happen to witness it.
I like that you say questionable. I would just say it's poor. I was being nice. I mean, you beat me in a lot of positions around Summoner's Riftfish, but I don't know if top lane is one of them.
No. Speaking of a good top lane, Tally is up 10 CS in the matchup already.
Come on, who allowed this guy on the desk? Ruining all our fun.
I don't have a desk. I don't know what you're talking about. We're standing here.
There is a small desk with screens on it.
Anyway,
we've got to watch the game somehow.
Lucian is bullying out the Fiora. He has no TP from the earlier play with Carbon top lane, chunking him out a bit. So this is a precarious position. Carbon is doing his golem camp at the bot side of the map.
Does he build Death Dance or Blade of the Ruined King?
I think you go Bork.
But does Tally have to do more than what he's doing at the moment? It's where he is now perfectly fine.
Well, he can't do more.
Oh, the Dosey-Do. He's in trouble.
Higgins found him. Does get a slam on towards the chickens. Doesn't connect. Good juke from Carbon.
He got roasted.
3 members of TM will group up. Only still gets the Raptor camp, but yeah, Carbon juking the hook.
Yep. Tally will do more. Like, he has to do more, and he will, but right now, because Carbon's getting caught at his Raptor camp on the bottom side of the map, he has no pressure, really.
And the way you have to think about CS margins, and I say this to everyone, is you have to think about them in percentages, because there's only so much CS that Tally can punish so far, and when you're punishing 1 in every 5 CS, that's still a pretty good ratio.
I have a tweet coming in that says one-dimensional comps and playing not to lose. Not a good recipe for a series win.
I think they're
I don't know, if you're playing not to lose, you win.
No. There's a big difference between playing to win and playing not to lose. I think playing not to lose is rubbish, because then you're too scared to pull the trigger on the play. You're too scared to make the hard decisions that need to be made, like the clutch decisions in the moment, and it's really hard to learn from as a new team like TM. If you play not to lose, specifically because you don't actually make a decision that you can then review afterwards, right? Like, you make a decision, like, you don't actually make any decisions, you just hesitate.
But the thing about TM is, I don't know if they play not to lose, I just think they play very specifically towards their top laner.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason that Praedyth is the only member that has carried over from the team. They could have also shopped him around and see if there was any other top laner they could pick up, but they obviously believe that the 1-4 style is very good for them, and they believe in this 4-man unit. And as far as a 4-man unit goes, this is actually a better 4-man unit than last game, because it can generate picks. If 2 members go towards Praedyth in this game, T-Gun or Only can both flash on someone and kill them.
Oh, that was a flash out of Lost. And also, while I agree with you in terms of like the 1-4, is it really... I don't think it really comes down to whether Praedyth can be the one in the 1-4, right? Like, it's on the mid laner whether you can 1-3-1 or not. Orianna, obviously, in this situation, isn't much of a 1-3-1 champion. Ori in a side lane isn't very good.
Yep.
But it's more so on the lack of a mid laner, the mid laner's champion pool, I guess, in terms of what he prioritizes, like the Zillion and all the control mages that the TM don't pull out the 1-3-1.
So currently Legacy have about Actually, no, it's Tandem Mines who have the lead at the moment. About 500 gold in their favor.
First blood.
In that first
That was
blood.
Wonders, CS.
Was looking at the top lane CS as well as the jungle CS, which is heavily in favor of Legacy at the moment.
You have to be careful with Elise CS though, because if Elise gets in and gets Gromp and things like that, which she does very quickly, I mean, Raptor Camp is always going to be worth more, but she farms in a completely different way than all the other junglers at the moment.
Oh, there's two fights going through right now. Lost the first
Oh,
one. Like, only misses the cocoon. Is it going to cost him? Lost is actually going to live, and Tegan is almost going to fall. Big mistake from Only. Meanwhile, top side of the map, Fiora's being dove as well. Legacy push Praetor off this turret. That should be first brick for them top lane, and that cocoon now costs Only in the bottom side.
This is so good for Legacy. TM don't get the punish on the bottom side of the map that they absolutely need, because this top matchup, Tally just got given the complete local gold. He got all of the gold from that first turret. Legacy break the top outer, and this Fiora is only going to be in a worse and worse position. I think Tally's going to have enough gold to buy Bork on your basis.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. When it's 40 to 50, it doesn't look all that much. But now you see the fact he's got 40 CS versus 20 CS. All of a sudden, it's nearly 100 to 70.
Yeah.
Plus the turret gold that went down, and everything is in favor of Tally. I mean, Legacy for so long has turned into a bottom-oriented team, but if you've watched the OPL in 2015, they used to play around their top laner incredibly heavily.
Yep, gameplay.
Yeah, playing Master Yi, I think.
Creative actually looking for a fight here against Tally. Pops his own ultimate. Riposte comes through. Tally just hugs the wall. You can't get that final proc, Creative. It's not going to happen. And Tally absolutely styles on him. Doesn't decide to flash
Only's
through
here,
it.
though.
Only is going to try and wrap around. Tally is in some trouble. Still has Flash Battle.
Yeah, Only doesn't have Flash, so all of a sudden this becomes very hard. Gets a teleport at least.
He's going to cancel that one, I believe.
Yeah.
Last second, make sure he doesn't complete it. And that's really well executed by Legacy.
I mean, it's also not bad executed from Only, because they would have got nothing out of that play without it. Now they burn a teleport. So at least they don't have all that much pressure bottom lane or something like that with a 5-man dive going down. Because what you don't want to happen is Carbon and Tally to be able to shove out topside, then move bottom and absolutely just roast the low and T-Gun, who are actually performing quite well down here.
Yep. Big item pickup as well for Tally in the top side map. Blade of the Ruin King has been completed, and that's just in comparison to Praetor's Tiamat. Big purchase for the Lucian.
I mean, he also has boots too versus 0 boots, so there's 1100 gold on Praetor that he's put towards defensive statistics, but still certainly 1100, 1200 gold up, which is huge.
Rest of the map, though, as you mentioned, fairly even at the moment.
Look at
slightly in TM's
look at
favor.
the little scuttle crab, just chowing down on some honey melon.
Honey fruit.
Honey fruit, is it?
Honey fruit. All the melons. Not both. Can't be a honey melon.
We have a honeydew melon.
Yeah,
in real
no,
life.
that's a
Come on,
honeydew
mate.
melon.
You're a melon.
Okay. All right. I feel like the story of this game for TM has just been a series of unfortunate plays bot lane for the Blitzcrank lane, I think.
Yeah.
They've been so close so many times. That it would have been like 3 kills now. I think they got 1. They've executed 1 out of 3.
Series of unfortunate cocoons, actually.
Yeah, yeah. And I feel like it has been on Only's part that they've messed this one up, which is a bit sad. Very close every single time, but...
Praetor going for another trade top side against Tally. Or is it Tally going for the trade against him? Slides back in. Culling not going to connect. Tally flashes forward. Look at Karma jump in, slaps him with the rubber hands. Picks up a kill. Now Legacy on the top lane in a turret.
Potentially need a shockwave this wave, otherwise it's going to fall down.
He does. Gets Tally in it as well. Gets a kill for himself. Karma's in trouble as well. That's good damage from Only. Claire's trying to defend these blobs. It's not going to be enough. So that's 2 kills for Only. And now he's going to chase on towards Claire as well. Has the shield from Shock. Good tether. Great cocoon. Is Claire going to pay for this as well? Repel comes out. The bite's not enough. A couple more autos would be. He's still trying his best, but Only gets the 3rd one for TM top side of the map.
Really nicely played out of Shock there. The only choice that they had was to shockwave the creep wave, but he also got 2 members with it, which was absolutely massive. Now bottom side, T-Gun in a little bit of trouble, but just does a wheelie, gets out. Hits the NOS.
Yeah.
Cupcake throwing out the ultimate there as well.
But Praetor was already forced out of the lane, and Tally had a bit of an iffy culling there. I think he won't be happy with that one, but he used the flash to try and complete the kill, right?
Yep.
Whereas Carbon was coming behind. If Tally hadn't used the flash to try and kill the Fiora, which he didn't end up doing anyway, he would have been able to dodge the Orianna shockwave. It would have just cleared the wave, and it would have been a much better situation for Legacy.
Let's take another look at it. So this is what you're talking about. He's he probably has enough for a dash, so we'll see whether he has it available. Probably is back up. So Shock comes around, absolutely nails him. That was flashed out of by Claire, so good mechanics from Claire. He actually turns around and gets some pretty serious damage. Small criticism here out of Only is I feel that you don't smite that blob. If you're going to give 400 gold to a mid laner or an Elise. Probably prefer it on the not mid
carry
laner or
jungle.
Oriana. No, I don't give it.
Carry jungle. Oh, look at Blitzcrank in the top left. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. That is the T-Gun look at him. Oh my god. That's it. That's the one.
We have Jake over here going through a nice high-level analysis about how you should give gold over towards the control mage mid lane. And you got Bryce, and Paul just going, look at that recall, mate.
You told us we're not allowed to talk about solo queue. You're banned from the
that's not solo.
recall.
This is the Blitzcrank skin in a competitive game of OPL. But no, as you were saying, yeah, probably should have given it to Oriana, but I mean, it's better than
not having it all.
Yeah, so Tally sees Blitzcrank here.
Oh, got Claire.
Claire has no
Shocker to
flash.
follow up. Ultimate
Nice.
comes through. Good pullback. Claire taking a lot of damage and
Only
Shock
on
picks up the
Tally.
kill.
Yeah. I mean, all of a sudden, this game is going very well for TM, and T-Gun's actually generating plays wherever he goes on Summoner's Rift. Recall or no recall, having a pretty standout performance right now.
Legacy just don't seem like a very proactive team, and TM are sort of, even if they're mis-executing a lot of the time, they are setting themselves up in these proactive positions and they're making the play. And I feel like that's kind of the reason why Legacy isn't, they're just slowly accruing leads because they're got better teamwork and they have the winning matchups, but TM are actually making the plays to put themselves in the winning position, and I feel like it's working out now.
I feel like another thing behind this game that can't be overlooked is the fact that Shock has so much gold at the moment. He's going towards already. His second item has the needlessly large rod at only 15 minutes into this game. And there are lots of squishy members on the side of Legacy. I mean, only Carbon is a tank. That thought.
Gets the hook. Lost is dead. Ultimate's going to come out. Oh, no. He flashes away. He's still alive. And double teleport into the bottom lane. It's going to be Tally that gets there first. Brayleaf joins in. Pops the ultimate on Tally. Gets all the vital procs as well. Takes him down. Lost is a sniper stand. And still at the moment, no one from TM can capitalize. But Claire now is caught out by Shock. Good shockwave, knocking it back. Tegan's coming in for the hook. Knocks him up. No flash available for Claire. You've got nowhere to go. Blast cone isn't enough. Gets him over the wall. Back over towards Gromp. And now Carbon's bouncing on into the fight as well. Can't find anyone to engage upon, but still TM pick up the 1-for-0 trade.
Yeah, and already they're still going for it. Auto attack range of the Scuttle Crab. A little bit.
Nah, it's way too long. Way too far. No way. The crab was halfway up the river.
I mean,
flash auto.
Flash. That's
Oh, okay.
That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, flash auto.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe a little bit of inexperience from Carbon on Zach because he was chasing straight towards the champion as opposed to the auto attack.
Next week in the TM video, I'm definitely expecting T-Gun to be standing there like, yeah, give Carbon. Zach, he sucks.
I mean, I know at Origin he hadn't played at all. That's a couple of weeks ago. And it does not get through solo queue. I check the stats on it every day, and not many people are playing it in solo queue. Obviously, not privy to scrim information. Does it get through in scrims?
A little bit.
A little bit?
With a 10-man system, it definitely doesn't get through in solo queue, so teams are leaving things up in scrims so that they can practice against them. Because it doesn't matter like how OP a champion is. If you don't know how to play it, then it's not very OP.
What's the scrim etiquette there? Do you ask the team?
You can ask. Yeah, like the coaches work it out prior to the game. If there's something, like it's a bit of give and take, right? Like, oh, we want to try this matchup, like, can you please pick it, sort of thing. But then it's also like you can't just ask them to get counterpicked like 6 games in a row. That's a bit unfair. Like, yeah, can you pick Lucian and I'll play Draven 3 games in a row, and then when we 3-0, we'll start posting real happy stuff on Twitter. But no, so it's a bit of back and forth. You gotta give them something to leave it open. You know what I mean?
Makes sense. Nice when the teams work together, especially coming into Rift Rivals. Certainly need all of our top teams firing.
Yeah, love Rift Rivals. See you there, guys.
Maybe you don't like it, but I'm sure the Oceanic players.
No, it'll be good.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Lowe's being pushed out slightly here. Good damage on towards this turret coming out from Legacy, but seems like they've lost their footing in this match after the 6 kills that have been picked up by TM. They're now 2,000 gold.
They're playing bottom side, and only for some reason is just sitting in the jungle, probably waiting for the rotation to Praetor's lane. But I think Rift Herald right now would be a really nice option to go towards.
Meanwhile, there's a 4-man dive bottom. Actually, Carbon getting hooked under the turret, locked down by Low as well. He's going to flash forward. Carbon can't pick him up, bounces away. Bloblets get popped.
I mean, there's lots of people around him, so maybe he won't fall.
They're trying to block the hook. Don't know if that's the right idea.
They're going to dive Tally here, if we can get a look at bottom lane.
He's in trouble. Tally going to take quite a bit of damage. Praetor dashes on in. Good dashes away by the Lucian, but Praetor's going to follow through, pops the vitals, gets a kill, goes on a killing spree.
I love that play. Just flash after him. We actually have committed so much here. We need to kill him. They grab 2 turrets in response for just the turret of bottom lane, and they're denying so much farm on Summoner's Rift right now. that is a heads-up commit and what you have to be able to go towards if you're not going to win the 1v1 split push.
Legacy keep doing this. This is the reverse side of the map, but they keep taking these turret trades where they get 2 for 1 like constantly, and it's now been ever since the Gauntlet, I think. Yep. And as you were saying, yeah, now they're looking to pick up the Rift Herald. That's going to help them break the bot inners. So
I mean, and at the same time as Baron, we haven't seen it yet, but a pick and drop Rift Herald mid actually opens up Baron quite successfully. We've seen it in a couple of other regions, and see whether they're able to make it work, because that is a very late Rift Herald, probably the one of the latest we've seen in the OPL.
Luckily, Carbon didn't use it before he got his recall off. You know? Jump over the wall, press your trinket button. Oh, guys, I've made a mistake. Hashtag spooks.
Oh boy.
Was that the worst Rift Herald worldwide, do you think?
Well, probably.
Is it worse to actually do that or to get it cancelled? Which one do you think?
Get it cancelled. Well, getting cancelled feels worse, I reckon, but what Sam did is just more embarrassing.
It just took so much farm off Swiffer.
Yeah, Simon was so upset. He's just sitting there in comms like, I'm just going to try and push this in. Yeah, oh, okay. Anyway, don't steal the blue. They were looking for it.
And Legacy were trying to. So far today, none of the teams have had problems going up against blue and red buff.
Oh, yeah, yesterday was a disaster.
It's great to see. Tegan's getting locked down here, taking some damage, but it's absolutely fine.
So what's happened here is TM as a whole, they took the 2 turrets and they took the Rift Herald, so they used a lot of their tempo to take that Rift Herald, and then Legacy got their positioning back on the map. So even though TM are ahead, they're kind of in a position now where they have to catch the waves. Bot lane is pushed in, Fiora is looking to rotate topside, and now they're slowly but surely like getting the control back because they have the advantages and the gold advantage in the lead.
But the one thing I do want to look at is the fact that they've let that wave sit there, and they're actually going to get Praetor to catch top wave, which is a big wave, shove that quickly. Then he's probably... actually, they're not going to do it. Low's going to take it. I was going to say, this is old school what Legacy used to do. This is how you get Tally back in a lane that's been camped. Just give him 2 side lanes that have been stacked up and make sure that your split pusher is in a good position. If he had have picked up that wave that Low just grabbed, he would be equal in CS when he was 40 CS down.
Yep. Yeah. Still doing a good job now. It's only 10 CS lead for the Lucian, which this late into the game is not too much. He will pick up a wave and a half here, though, so increasing that one quite further forward. But still, as it stands, it's a 4,000 gold lead for TM, 1-7 on the scoreboard as well, using the pick-like team comp they have.
They need to be careful here. They're putting a lot of priority on bottom lane. This actually gave up mid lane turret last game when they did this. I think the right call is to just get your Fiora down there, play around topside and Baron, and then just only walks into the jungle and just drops a sneaky Rift Herald whenever he wants to and can rejoin the team.
So Legacy have thrown 2 members top lane. Carbon will be able to lock down Praetor to kick things off. Rubber Hand's going to get nicely parried and locks down Carbon, forcing him out there.
Probably still going to cost him top lane turret, to be honest.
Everyone for Legacy's rotating up. Rift Herald's being used bottom lane, and Low's here with only pushing this one down.
Probably shouldn't have used it here. That one would have died already.
I mean, this is an inner turret.
Yeah, it's going to be inner. Probably could have saved a little bit more health on it. So
it's a 1-for-1 trade to kick it off. Let's see if TM can make it 2-for-1.
It definitely is 2-for-1. There's no way you can get within that turret.
Yep, D.Va's charging.
Oh, that's painful. TM pick up 2 turrets in the bottom lane. Great Rift Herald use and react to the play made
topside by Legacy. And they've actually showed 3 members down here, so straight away they just ping Baron.
Well, Legacy have all the topside control because they did make that topside play. So that Rift Herald bot not only gets them a 2-for-1 trade, but it means that TM can safely walk in. T-Gun hit the pink! There we go. T-Gun and TM can walk into topside Baron, and take all the control with the pinks, clear out the vision, and Legacy obviously showed in the bot side of the map. Can't contest.
We're going to get another Trinity Force Fiora as well, Tiff. No, you're not a massive fan. I'm not either.
Nope.
Why does he do it? It is much better in the 1v1. Yeah, as far as 1v1 goes, and as far as squishy members, it's probably better against squishies.
Against Solution, yeah.
Just chains out your dashes quite nicely. Getting constant sheen procs is always good, but as soon as you miss one, that's it. Item's useless.
And not only that, it is very expensive.
Oh, Carbon uses his E.
He's going to use his ultimate. Brings Tegan into the team. Poor little beat boop. He's going to continue chasing on down. It's a very speedy crank. Can't get the hook off before he jumps away. You can see Legacy quite frightened of TM at the moment. Rightfully so. It's a 4,000 gold lead for the TM roster.
And they're once again playing incredibly well. They look composed. They look like they're the team that's making the proactive plays around Summoner's Rift right now. And it looks like the game is going to be either won by TM if they keep making the right calls, or if they drop one of the players, then they will probably drop the game. As they've also grabbed another pick here.
And lockdown, good hook. Cocoon's going to miss. Great flash from Tally. He's now going to try and turn around and fight. Only pops the repel, trying to get away from this culling. Tally is fairly low. Everyone's actually diving on in. Ultimate's going to come out from Lost, trying to slow them down. Low gets slammed into Tiga, takes a crit shot, but he's still at full health. Teleport is coming to the backlines from Praetive, looking to try and engage onto anyone from Legacy who is behind the team. No one is able to get that one off. That actually might be a bad teleport. Praetive could have stayed bottom lane. Has a big wave pushing.
Yeah, potentially could have stayed bottom lane, and he's actually just going to sprint back down there and see if he can continue to shove that wave in. Good news for Praetive is the fact that he has flash and Tally doesn't, so we actually just might be able to kill him, especially if he picks up this red buff here.
Only's moving down the small. Both of them have been undetected. This is
Looking
dangerous. They might have it. He just dashed. Tally's got to be a bit careful. Here they go.
Back up cooldown so quickly. You know.
Only's going to look for that cocoon. Can't land it.
That's a hard cocoon to land. He's on the very tip of the range. He can just keep walking forward.
Yeah, the thing about Lucian's dash that kind of is... It's like a long cooldown, right? It's like 11 seconds or something like that. But whenever he starts double tapping and, using that gunslinging passive, comes up very quickly. And as a jungler, it's kind of hard to judge, like, how many times does he hit a creep and how many seconds are left on this. So,
and also, if you're using the dash to clear a wave, you're immediately double tapping afterwards anyway. Like, you're using it to get more damage off on the wave because you want to push it and leave. So, it's more like a 7-second cooldown at that point, I think.
If I'm not wrong, in his first spell rotation with Black Cleaver up, the dash is almost instant. After dash is a W kill.
And the thing is it only had flash there, so he potentially could have flashed onto him for a better cocoon, but at the same time was like, I don't really know how long is on it. It was actually 2 seconds left on the cooldown, but didn't work out that way.
Just walloped the crab against a ward.
Certainly did.
What if you could do it against a blast cone? Just wallop him into the blast cone and knock him back somewhere else.
Probably could.
What takes priority there? Blast cone beats most things at the moment. Doesn't beat J4 flag and drag though. Flag and drag goes through.
Well, it depends on when in the flag and drag.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, because flag and drag is kind of like Tristan. Oh, here we go. He's on engage.
Karma going in deep. Gets locked down immediately by Only. Going to get the rubber hands off. Slam him into some chickens. Hook goes wide. Looking for these big plays. Praetor's still switching bottom lane. Doesn't have teleports. So Karma's looking for another hit.
No.
Can't get shocked. Forces the flash though. And everyone from TM's now to try to keep them right where they are. Allow Praetor to continue split pushing.
That's absolutely fine. I mean, they had to burn 2 summoner spells, but that's all Carbon really has at this stage. And they're going to get back into the lane, which is where you want to be. Don't be in the jungle against a Zac. So now all of a sudden they have priority to be able to sweep out Baron again. Drawn 2 members down. Players had a quiet game this time around. He was absolutely popping off on the Lucian game 1. Haven't really seen him all that much on the Karma.
He's gone for the same build that Shock did last game as well. He's gone for the Athenes into the Ardent Sensor and probably going for the Death Cap.
That's a long...
That is...
That's a good slam. Forces the flash. He gets Claire. Sorry, it's going to be Cupcake that gets locked down from downtown Carbon, though. Looking to try and deliver someone back into his team. Can't get it. Praetor has jumped up, though. He's forced to flash away from Carbon.
I think it was a bit of a waste on the Varus ulti. If they held that one, then... Like, Legacy know they're going to do Baron, and they know they're going to contest right now. So having that Varus ulti to look for a turn
Baron's
would be
low.
really
How
handy.
quick do they do it? Because Carbon was so low, and they've got Blade of the Ruin King, they've got an Elise with Leandries. Too quick, they're going to be able to grab it. They're out safely as well.
They can just run. They're fine.
Good lockdown.
Still have Shockwave.
Some trouble, but he's fine.
As the Karma, the Lucian, as well as the Jhin, you're not running over the 3-item Shockwave at this stage of the game.
This is really exciting for TM. Honestly, like in the first game, they got into like a similar sort of position where they were ahead, but then they threw the lead with a couple of botched engages. But now they've got a Baron. Like this is the play where they break that mid inner and they start breaking the base. Dropping a mid outer at this point of the game when you have this lead and you have the Baron buff, I think this is definitely TM's game to lose right now, and hopefully they can pull through.
And this is the difference between T-Gun on a proactive support when he's a little bit ahead and can actually make the calls to go in for the hooks, versus T-Gun that was, playing the Alistar and getting the game dictated to him. Actually steals away a Krug just to support my theory a little bit more.
T-Gun has also gone for the Sin Rogue build in the Righteous Glory. That's fairly interesting.
He's got to go quick.
Go quick, man.
He wants to go fast. He's got flames on the side, so he goes faster anyway. He's doubling up. He's getting his cake and eating it too, just like Jish.
Oh no, Jish didn't eat the cake.
He gave it a good crack. I mean, like, say what you will about Jish, but he wasn't afraid of the cake. He gave it a good try.
I think halfway through he was.
Yeah. After 3 slices, he looked at me in the eyes and just had like the 1,000-mile stare.
What's it, 4 slices he had to finish? Or were there a lot more than that?
There was 8.
There was 8.
He was the entire game.
He got through 5. And
No,
he said,
yeah, sorry, 5.
Yeah.
Like halfway through, like 6, and there's 2 left.
the thing that he said as well, he was like, he ate the first slice of the cake, and he was like, this is a really good piece of cake. And this will be the last mouthful I actually enjoy of the whole thing.
That's great. Oh, Zach's looking for an engage.
Zach's looking for the engage.
Low has no flash.
Bumps them both together, getting popped the ultimate. Shock goes the right way, but Low gets delivered back into the team. Shockwave dodged out by Tally as well. Low eventually is going to fall. Tegan's the next target. The rest of the team are trying to run away. Praetor is still split pushing. So how many casualties are they going to take for this top lane inhibitor? Praetor's already got the turret. Still pushing for more. Only trying to run away from the rest.
Yeah, and as far as Shockwave goes, that's a whiff Shockwave. Oh, Tally.
He's going to pick it up. Only missed the Cocoon again. Repel's going to keep him alive, but not for much longer. They get the inhibitor, but they lose spawn. There's a teleport coming back to try and chase down Praetor as well. Connects the rubber hands. Good use of the parry, but Claire's right behind you. He's going to throw a tether on. Pops the ultimate. Looking to try and get away. Can he? No! Just barely gets dashed on. Ace picked up by Legacy, trading for the inhibitor.
Really nice engage out of Carbon. He just continues to search for them. This time, because he's burnt so many summoner spells in the last game, engage, actually is able to get onto a priority target. And Shock, just a little bit panicky there, actually goes for a single-man Shockwave onto Tally, who held the dash and was able to get out.
And if it was Johnny's strategy to give Zach to Carbon because he sucks, then he's probably wrong. Because that was a pretty sick flash into the ulti, knowing that Jin didn't have the summoners. Sorry, Varus didn't have the summoners. And that's it. That's what Legacy need. Here we go.
Let's take another look at this. So all of a sudden,
lands
you miss it, lands the Q, gets on top of him,
Preemptive
flashes, yeah, brings him back. And then if you cut off that choke there, Cupcake and Claire can't run in. Instead, Shock unfortunately pulls the trigger onto the damage-dealing threats and is made to pay for it. As you can see, with speed up, Tally's just going to be able to chase everyone down.
Yeah.
And that's a very nice team fight out of Legacy.
Zyra would have been absolutely one-shot, wouldn't have gotten ulti off into 3 people by the Orianna. And Zyra actually does respectable damage right now. With the Leandries, like that like root combo into the ulti, he would have done a significant portion of Legacy's damage there.
Shock's got Ludozeko, Morello as well as Void stuff, so as you mentioned, the one-shot's definitely possible. Tegan gets a hook though, Claire's locked out, almost instantly destroyed. Shock will pick up that kill. That's the mid laner dead. Legacy are still looking for a fight. Low doesn't get locked down, but Tegan almost gets sniped up. Tally's in trouble. Praetor in the back lines. He takes down Cupcake, goes for Tally, gets knocked back by Zach halfway through the air though. Only will still take that kill.
There's only 2 members left, and there is a huge super creep wave actually streaming into the base. They can chase out the Lucian, actually grab him. That will be the game.
Praetor flashes the wall against Lost. Hello, what are you doing? Goes in for the trade, dashes in, throws out the parry, dashes back out, he gets out.
That's trolling.
TM are now going to look to try and end this game. They want to take this one to game 3. Hook goes wide from Tegan. You can tell that again, Tegan is saying, don't go for these kills. His heart can't take it anymore. They're trying to tie up this series against Legacy. Lost wants to go for this kill against Tegan. Uses the silence, pops the ignite, can't knock him up. Shockwave misses, but it doesn't matter. TM tie it up 1-1.
And you can see how much this means to them. T-Gun's going nuts in that room. He knows that game 1 probably should have been there. Game 2, they stick to the proactive plan. They make it work. And Legacy look a little bit shook at the moment.
Yeah, TM have given Praetor the golf clap. I feel like that's becoming a thing now, yeah. And I know the bot lane seems very happy with that win, and I think this leaves TM in a good stead going on to the rest of the series. Because that's two games in a row where they've had that lead early, and then like they haven't thrown it in the second one, I guess.
So it's been 3 weeks of the OPL. Have Legacy lost every single game too so far?
Yep. Certainly have. They've only picked up 2 wins, and even Carbon was pretty reserved last week. He said, we're not getting ahead of ourselves. We know we have to clean up our gameplay. And going into Rift Rivals, that certainly still remains the case because TM is a squad that's been together for 3 weeks. I mean, and they've brought in some very new players and they've kept some veterans, and the recipe is working right now.
Jim's trying to wake up. Yeah, Legacy,
someone get Leo ready. Get the Biff in there.
Yeah, they weren't saying a word there. They were looking pretty shook after that loss. They're definitely going to be disappointed that they're not picking up a 3-0 today. Not saying TM's lost like that, but yeah, Legacy are just not happy with that game.
Well, apparently no clue for Legacy there, as it's going to be TM that pick up the victory. But now let's send it back to the analyst desk to break down that game.
Thank you, Fish. Well, yeah, he's right, though, right? You know, didn't take Nunu and they lose a game, Jish. So maybe Nunu's the secret to Legacy's... No? Don't agree?
I don't know. I feel like they upgraded in jungle and then they lost. Yeah, they got like Zach. What?
Let me say something. No one is good at Zach. T-Gun roasted me. T-Gun roasted me in the interview, you can't be good at a champion that's 100% big man in solo queue, dude.
No one's practiced.
No one's practiced. It's
Sybil's good at Zach.
It's just a bait. You see the green man and you're like, boys, it's OP. We won the game. Lock it in. And then it's just like, hang on a sec. I just realized I haven't played any Zach. And I don't know.
Is that what happened, do you think?
Well,
because I
like that game.
Yeah,
like,
that's actually the analyst desk. Like the analyst desk is now shut down. We've just completely covered everything.
that's
next
what
game.
happened. So move it along.
Well, no, that game, like, Carbon actually played the early game relatively well. Like, he didn't get kills, but he put pressure on the right lanes. Unfortunately for Legacy, unfortunate for TM, only put pressure on the right lanes as well.
Well, let's talk about Carbon's Zach, because as we bring up this first replay, Jibs, I want to run you through. We see him playing towards his strong lanes in the top lane there, but TM turned this one around.
Yeah, so I think here on this dive, they just went way too deep for Praedyth. Like, they got the kill, sure, but, I mean, you're really low, you've used all your cooldowns, only comes in with the cocoon, really good shockwave, Claire has to flash it, they get Zach's blob, really disagree with only smiting and taking this kill away.
So what happens then? Because, I mean, at least can do a bit of damage with a couple of items, right?
Yeah, he can build damage and get a few more kills with it. But I mean, your Orianna gets the 2-3 items quicker, and I really rate that. And you're seeing like the later team fights, Orianna absolutely cleaned up.
Jish, would you have said to only then, like, you know, hold off on the smite? The second kill seems like he's the only one in
second
range.
kill, yeah. Second kill.
The first
fine.
kill.
I honestly feel like that first kill was probably just like a solo queue habit. He's just like walking through. He's like, oh, smite, that's mine. And then like afterwards, he'd be like, oh yeah, maybe I could have given that over.
Yeah.
These solo queue goblins.
Yeah.
From one solo queue goblin to another. He's king of the goblins. Jish, let's bring up this second replay. Let's talk about team dynamics, because this is great out of TM, right? They as we bring up this replay, they know what Legacy's plan is here, and they kind of react.
Yeah, so this is what I complimented them for at the start of the segment, was just that they sort of know when they can move back from pressure and not give up more on the map. So right now, Tally is going to about to get dove 2v1 top, and they're going to lose that top inner turret, and then Shock's also shoving in mid, and they're going to get the mid outer. So like here you see like Tally has to flash as well and gets cleaned up. That's like a huge like gold spike for Praedyth, and he's going to get to his 2 items really quickly. And like T-Gun and Low just like back off ball. Like Carbon's walking through to like clean up them, and like they do end up losing their turret, but they don't die, and they don't make any sort of like huge snowballing situation.
It's a very underrated trait, like leaving your tower, or just like walking back and playing where your pressure is, playing accordingly. And like that was just like a really good heads up play.
So like break that down, because people watching this, you know, some of them might be bronze, some might be silver. So what do you actually mean by that?
So especially in solo queue, you will get like spam pinged and flamed, like if your top lane is getting doved, right? And what they don't realize is backing off the tower, losing 20 farm is better than getting 3 farm on the tower, then dying, then going back to lane, and you've lost your wave and a kill.
And
yeah. So it's like way more efficient to just like back off the tower and hope your team's getting something somewhere else. And like TM like got something somewhere else, got a tower, so like the net result or the net gain from that play was huge.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You need to be honest and recognize that you can't have 3 winning lanes in this strong jungle matchup. Like somewhere is going to have to it's an ebb and flow, right? Like somewhere is going to be strong, someone's going to be weak, and TM are really good at understanding where they have to play safer and where they just have to admit we can win these like 2/3 of the map and we'll just like play safer here.
Well, this is much better out of TM. Now, did you think a lot of that? We talked about their draft for the first game. But do you think there was a better draft for them in this second game?
I mean, they got the Elise again, and this was sort of what we were looking for. We were like, the carry jungler only has to stand up and start making plays. And Juves and I were like watching upstairs, and we're like, oh look, he's in bot lane. Oh, he's in bot lane again. Like this time, he didn't get like 100 farm and have 1 kill. He was like on 12 farm on his like 2nd or 3rd gank sort of thing. And he exerted a lot more pressure this game.
He had 15 CS to Carbon's 40, I believe, when they were around level 5. Yet only had EXP advantage. Over Carbon. He was just farming his jungle. And Carbon didn't play that game wrong. Like, he did nothing wrong that game, I feel anyway. Like, he played around his strong lane, but it just goes to show that, like, on Elise especially, you just need to change your playstyle. Your XP and your gold does not come from farming camps. It comes from killing, and it was evident
farming
that game.
Champions.
Farming champs.
Wait, why play PvE when you can play PvP? Let's talk as well, when we talk about the draft. I want to talk about top lane as well, because we did shout out Praedyth early on. Going into this game as a potential carry threat for them. But going into Lucian top with Tally playing it, I mean, that was a favourable matchup to Tally, but still Praedyth was able to style occasionally.
Well, I think that Praedyth actually played that matchup really well. Like, he went down like a lot of farm, but he had a lot of pressure put onto his lane, and he didn't actually die to any of the ganks.
Yeah, that's a hard lane. Like, Fiora lanes are like, all the top tier Fiora players are always like, yeah, no, I had this one. It's like it's skill matchup. Like I can outplay this one, and like you don't outplay that. Like you have like one dash, and so does Lucian. You dash, he dashes, and then you just get auto. Like yeah, that's a really hard lane. And he was down like 20, 30 CS, and then he pulls it back.
Well, that's also to do with Only, right? Only playing around top and helping him out.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Like he came top and he dove that inner turret, which we already pointed out in the replay. And he gave him a lot of vision and made like a big safety net for Praetors to get farm and get to those 2 items.
Well, one thing I would say is that's the lane Carbon invested in. So when Praetor didn't die, he went down like 30, 40 CS. It didn't matter because like Only put pressure onto bot lane, one bot lane. Once bot lane is won and like bot lane is fine on their own, that's where Only's like, okay, I've got the 3 kills. I need to take my gold to top lane and help my top laner get his items. And that's exactly what he did.
All right, well, moving on. We talked earlier about Only taking those kills, maybe taking that gold and taking it away from Orianna. But you were saying later on, Shock on Orianna popped off with the damage, yeah?
Yeah, well, it looked like in the team fight, especially around Wraiths, right before they ended the game, he landed a really big shockwave and he just one-shot Karma.
Yeah.
And pretty much forced the 4v5 team fight.
Yeah, and I mean, this doesn't do it justice, I guess. I'm going to bring up like this dumb idea of like what damage is like important, but Orianna was like hitting like really good shockwaves, especially like that Karma one. We said that pick gave them so much control, and it looks inflated against the Lucian, but as we said, like the Lucian's just going to auto you out through lane, so like his damage gets buffered a little bit, and then I don't know, like I guess Zyra is impressive too.
The thing I would say about that damage stat, right, is you're playing 4-1. Orianna's sole purpose in this team composition is to wave clear, not actually hit champions. So, yeah, TM's damage looks low, but they're literally doing nothing except clearing minions. And so for Orianna to top damage still, like, you expect her to top damage, but it's still, like, a relevant stat, and I think she did, well, I think Shock did really well that game.
Yeah. So now these teams, one game apiece, but we're going into this third and deciding match. Only 30% of people thought this was a possibility.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I thought that.
No, I know.
I'm part of the 30%.
Well done,
Chief Gish, I hate Legacy.
I hate Legacy as a brand.
I hope it was a collar. Yeah, so going into this third game then, I mean, Juves, do you want to... Do you think TM is showing promise they could take this third game?
Well, every game today, every game today, TM has won the early game. Like, at least a 3k gold lead come early mid-game. So if I'm Legacy, I'm probably a little bit worried. Like, we haven't won an early game against them. What's the problem? So this is where you have to assess, is it our draft? Is it the way we're playing?
Well, speaking of the draft again, I mean, that Lucian top was meant to...
Sorry about the draft talk, guys.
No, just, when I asked Solstrax about that, he was like, oh, no, James, like, Tally wants to play Lucian top. But that's a good matchup. But I think Solstrax was a little bit skeptical of it, he kind of sounded in the interview. I mean, I'm not putting, words in his mouth, but I reckon he's going to come back in game 3 with like, no, this is my big brain. This is what you're going to play. And this is going to be a pure Solstrax draft this time around. Yeah.
Well, I think the thing about OS, and like you can correct me if I'm wrong as being a coach and being a coach that's gone internationally, like we prioritize like winning lane so hard. And I feel like it shouldn't be the case. Like we prioritize that Lucian top into Fiora in that game, for example, and like it really did nothing. Like it got a lead in lane, and then after lane it did nothing. So why are we prioritizing for lane?
I mean, yeah, sorry to give like a political answer, but it's just like it's team dependent and it's confidence dependent. So a lot of players, I think like Chippies is a really good example. He's the player who's always going to take like what's comfortable and what he wants for himself. And other players like Tally and Swiper often maybe are more pushed towards the things that is good for the team. And it just depends on the team dynamic more often than not, I think.
Yeah. All right. Well, no. Well, so Legacy then feeling bad about this. What do they need to change going into this game 3 to turn things around? Because like you said, they've gone behind in the early game 2 games in a row now. So should they be playing for some more like early game champs?
Well, every game they've given Only jungle priority. Like they've given him every game. Only has had the best jungler in the game. Yeah. Except like Zach's probably the best jungler in the game, but if you can't play it, it's really not.
No one can play Zach.
No one can play Zach. Just ban Zach from
everyone sucks at Zach.
Especially Juves, by the way. No, but so I would just say like let's just focus on getting Carbon like a really good matchup and just let Carbon do some work. Like he's shown in the past he can do work and like. He's a good jungler, like.
But for him, he just wants to play. He wants to smite Nunu.
He wants to play what's good for his team, right? And like, what's good for his team right now is him to like exert pressure on lanes and just like not let TM build an early gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, both games, Carbon's actually first picked his jungler. Obviously, on red side, it was like first rotation, and they already had the jungler. But they can definitely save that for like the later pick and like try get him actually a favorable matchup, as Juve said. And then like, play more around how shutting Only down a little bit and giving him less opportunities. I think that. Yeah, Carbon just needs to sort of step up a little bit, and maybe go back to that game 3 releasing we saw from week 1. I want to say, because that was like really impressive.
Yeah. All right, that's a possibility. I want to talk about. I want to talk a little bit about bot lane before we move on, just before we go into this third and deciding game, as we count down the minutes. And I mean, we got to see the Goons Blitzcrank. It's pretty good, but they were going up against Lost and Cupcake, and I mean, when we think of these guys, how do you think they're playing this game?
Well, the thing about that is like. I don't want to like sound well, if Legacy's bot lane doesn't do well, it seems like they don't win, right? Like that's not all the time, but that's kind of what it feels like. And so only like ganked bot really early, got TM's bot lane priority, and then I think they solo killed them even, right, in a 2v2. I could be wrong, but from memory, I think they solo killed them or got a gank off. So I think like that team had the right idea. They just focused bot, and like as you can see, they didn't do anything extraordinary by the stats there. Like the damage done isn't great, the kill participation isn't great.
But it's just like if you cannot feed,
they just neutralize Legacy's bot lane.
Yeah, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, no, I mean it makes it sound really easy. Oh yeah, just neutralize the move suite. I think that it actually is kind of true. I think a lot of the times we've seen drafts be focused around getting like that hyper carry comp.
Yeah.
And on the Jin Zai, which is pretty much just a utility lane, they didn't look that impressive.
All right. Well, that's our analysis of game number 2. But anyone want to change their predictions going into this third game? Who thinks team's going to win? Anyone? Jess, do you think? I mean, you're an anti.
My prediction's currently correct.
I know.
Why would I change?
Wait, so you 2-1 Legacy or
2-1 Legacy? I'm giving the opportunity.
No, Legacy going to win this game.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
I'm confident that big old Timmy Wendell, Carbon, will just go back and say, boys, this game's on me, all right? And he will just whip out the Lee Sin, and it's all done and dusted. They go home. All
right. Well, let us get into game 3 to get us there. Let's check out some highlights from game number 2.
Speed race to Tegan. Gonna get a loss. Locked down by the Cocoon as well, taking so much damage. No Cocoon lockdown, but still dies eventually. First blood picked up by Low. There's 2 fights going through right now. Lost the first one. Only misses the Cocoon. Is it going to cost him? Lost is actually going to live, and Tegan is almost going to fall. He does. Gets Tally in it as well. Gets a kill for himself. Karma's in trouble as well. That's good damage from Only. Claire's trying to defend these blobs. It's not going to be enough. So that's 2 kills for Only. And now he's going to chase on towards Claire as well. Has the shield from Shock. Good tether. Great Cocoon. Is Claire going to pay for this as well? Repel comes out. The bite's not enough. A couple more autos would be. He's still trying his best, but Only gets the 3rd one for TM top side of the map. Meanwhile, there's a 4-man dive bottom. Actually, Karma getting hooked under the turret. Locked down by Low as well. He's going to flash forward. Karma can't pick him up. Bounces away. Bloblets get popped. I'm in trouble. Only going to take quite a bit of damage. Praetor dashes on in. Good dashes away by the Lucian, but Praetor's going to follow through. Pops the vitals. Gets a kill. Goes on the killing spree. Sax looking for the engage. Bombs them both together. Getting popped the ultimate. Shock goes the right way, but Low gets delivered back into the team. Shockwave dodged out by Tally as well. Low eventually is going to fall. Tegan's the next target. The rest of the team are trying to run away. Praetor is still split pushing. So how many casualties are they going to take for this top lane inhibitor? Praetor's already got the turret. Good use of the parry, but Claire's right behind her. He's going to throw a tether on. Pops the ultimate. Looking to try to get away. Can he? No! Just barely gets dashed on. Ace picked up by Legacy, trading for the inhibitor. Tegan gets a hook though. Claire's locked down, almost instantly destroyed. Shock will pick up that kill. That's the mid laner dead. Legacy are still looking for a fight. Low doesn't get locked down, but Tegan almost gets sniped up. Tally's in trouble. Praetor in the back lines. He takes down Cupcake, goes for Tally, gets knocked back by Zac halfway through the air though. Hook goes wide from Tegan. You can tell that again, Tegan is saying, don't go for these kills. His heart can't take it anymore. They're trying to tie up this series against Legacy. Lost wants to go for this kill against Tegan. Uses the silence, pops the ignite, can't knock him up. Shockwave misses, but it doesn't matter. TM tie it up 1-1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. So far in this series, TM have looked good in both games, and it's currently tied up 1-1 against Legacy, and we're going to game 3.
I mean, and let's just think about that for a minute. This team that has got 2 rookie players, Only's only had half a split himself, and has been together for 3 weeks, is absolutely popping off. I mean, 2 weeks in a row, they probably should have 2-0'd. I mean, game 1, they were in the driver's seat versus Legacy. They had all the priority, and then they dropped a couple of plays. Against Sin, they were up 2,000 gold during the mid-game as well. TM are playing well.
And I mean, like, that's a good position to be in, right? When you're the one being ahead early, and then you just need to clean it up rather than being like, okay, like, why are we just losing every early game? Tally's defeated. Look at this.
I lost my Lucian game. I'm never getting it again.
Oh my god.
Lucio gave me a winning matchup, and I lost.
Back to Galio duty. But
gets Gallia this game.
Yeah, TM are getting themselves in good positions, and they just need to clean it up rather than make any major changes, and they will see significant improvement, and they'll stop throwing these games, right?
Now we get to see if No Clue is actual real, because Carbon's been banned here.
And also the Zac, so we're going to see him run a completely new jungler. I expect it's going to be Lee Sin. Or potentially Kha'Zix. I would really not like to see the Ivan against Only.
Yeah, I feel like
hope he doesn't default to it.
Yeah, he would just get bullied around by Only.
No Xayah ban here coming out from TM, so Lost Champion is up and available. Let's see if Legacy decide to ban out at least, or leave that open so they can pick Xayah themselves.
Not giving too much away. What's the Xayah counter at the moment? Is it just Kate? Range beats the no range?
Yeah, Kate and like a Braum for the Xayah feathers, I think, something like that. So there's the first pick for TM. That's pretty...
That's bold.
That's bold with a Caitlyn up, I think. If Legacy answered with like a Caitlyn Braum, I think there's almost nothing. Well, you would just answer with Caitlyn. You wouldn't take the Braum immediately. And if they chose for the Rakan, you would take the Braum later.
First thing they do is prioritize the Lee Sin pick for Carbon.
Smart choice.
Does he play the Rakan?
T-Gun?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he had some pretty... He was pretty adamant with his opinions on whether like,
he was very vocal
that I was wrong taking coin.
He was very vocal about it.
So I hope he can play it, otherwise he's just like screaming baseless accusations.
Mate, I can't play any champion and I am vocal in all the opinions I have in the world.
Yeah, you can you can speak to me about Garen. you can have that one. I'll let you have the Garen, but nothing else. No. And I think Legacy, sticking with the Thresh ban, I feel like at this point it's kind of having to ban Thresh every single game is kind of becoming a burden for them. Like it really doesn't leave a lot of room to move, especially on red side when you have to ban things like, well, TM banned the Galio in this situation, but you have to ban the Zac, you have to ban the Elise. So like all the OPs, the red side has to ban, and not having room to move with your third option is kind of rough.
I like the early game coming out of TM, however. Xayah is a good lane bully if you have her in the right situations. And Rek'Sai at the moment is incredibly strong in the early game.
Not into Caitlyn though. I feel like Xayah, there's no way that Xayah lane should bully around a Caitlyn. That Lulu, I'm hoping it's a flex, and I feel like that Karma is a flex there for Legacy as well. Yep. Legacy are more likely to show it first in their next pick though.
Yep.
They probably will go towards bans at Praetor top side of the map. We have another Rek'Sai pick, as you've mentioned, Spawn, and that's over Gragas, which is still left up and available.
Fiora has to be banned right now. The big reason it has to be banned is they've shown what their counter pick is. And unfortunately for Tally, it did well in lane, but then the later the game went, the more in control Praetor looked. Apparently, he still thinks it's a very good counter pick. I feel like he wants to leave it off.
Yeah, I feel like Legacy have to ban the Rakan. Otherwise, they're just not giving... They're not giving respect to the Lulu flex. I feel like banning the Rakan seems like a no-brainer, but they've opted in to the Camille ban. I feel like you would ban Rakan first, and then your second ban would be something like a Camille. But interesting.
Talia is the first ban from TM here, so let's see if Legacy go for that Rakan ban or if they go for the Fiora ban instead.
And the more I think about it, the more that TM just don't want to play against Talia. It has absolutely nothing to do with that it's Claire. It's just the fact that side wave pressure is how they win games time and time again. And if you have a Talia in the game, it's nearly impossible to do.
It's very easy to just rotate to, yeah.
Yep.
That's been all 3 games in a row they've banned Talia in the second phase.
Yep.
Double ban towards Praetor as well. He's going to play a completely new champion for game 3. Let's see what other split pusher he has up his sleeve. Really good teleports from Praetor this week, though.
Also, his team fought relatively well in both games. Game 1, he went too deep on the Camille a couple of times, but Game 2 was there when he needed to be.
And I think the big thing is that he's actually team fought. Praetor was the player that would just TP back to lane, TP back to the side lane, and just never leave, really. So it seems like TM are really coming together, like as a cohesive unit behind the man you see on your screen.
I mean, if they're going to play
Johnny,
if they're going to play so heavily around Praetor, that makes sense that he knows when at the times he has to assist his team.
It needs to go both ways. Like the 4 can't always just play for the 1. The 1 sometimes has to group with the 4. To get the advantages that they need. And that is the Gragas.
Lucian ban is the final ban coming out from TM, and Gragas locked in for Tally topside.
Jarvan is up.
I feel like Jarvan's not a good matchup. He can just cancel. Like, you can never EQ onto a Gragas. He can just bop you with it.
But Gragas can no longer wave clear against him.
He doesn't get rings
Doran's
anymore.
ring stack.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely destroyed this matchup, in my opinion.
Okay.
So it is the Jarvan lock-in for Praetor.
And is it the Lulu flex? Is the question we will be receiving the answer to in 20 seconds.
We get a shock Orianna mid lane.
As far as T-Young goes, he doesn't seem like the biggest Lulu player to me in the world.
Yeah. And I feel like Legacy have almost okay, if he does play Rakan, Legacy have almost disrespected him. By not banning it. And then they've gone with the Orianna.
I mean, it makes sense now because when you have a look at Jarvan and Orianna, their team fight is absolutely gross. Yeah. They've got the fact that they've got Wild Growth into Gargoyle, Stoneplate, and all the other weird and wacky interactions that are going to go down. Throw in a Locket of Iron Solari on top of it. No one's going to kill anyone.
Final pick from Legacy is going to be Victor in the mid lane for Claire.
I feel like it's just a wasted opportunity. Picking the Xayah early with the Caitlyn up means you absolutely get counter picks, and I feel like Kate Karma is going to have permanent push priority. Karma and Lulu are both supports that play through their AD carry, right? They're both not proactive in themselves. They play for their AD carry, and if Caitlyn just has such a big range advantage, it's so much easier for the Karma to do things.
Two of your favorite supports here, Egypt.
Yep. Yep. We'll let that one slide. No, they go all right. I think, yeah, I don't know. I've played a lot of Lulu in my time, but yeah, I think the Caitlyn Karma definitely has the advantage in this matchup.
The thing I want to see is there the same set play on blue side of the map that TM run on red? Is there a play that he starts at blue buff or Gromp, pass down towards the lower side, tunnels underneath the wall, and actually can punish the push that's going to come out of Caitlyn Karma early? Because we've seen it on the red side every single time they're on the red side. But this time around, blue side is a really awkward path if you want to do that with Rek'Sai. And I feel like if he has one up his sleeve, if Johnny has created one of these sets plays, it will be good, but I don't actually know how that path would work.
Yeah, everyone talks about red side, Rek'Sai with the over-the-top tri-bush, right? So you can do the same thing bot, but yeah, as you were saying, it's really hard to get in there. I don't know, and I feel like ganking a bot lane like that, if they have summoners, is actually so hard as a Rek'Sai. Like, you're not going to get on them just naturally. Like, they're not just going to like walk into you sort of thing.
You have to be behind them, right?
You're going to have to be behind them, and then if you're not, you're going to have to burn the flash to get onto them, and then they have heal, they have exhaust. Actually, no, they don't have exhaust, they have ignite, because Cupcake's a man. And then they have the heal, they have gap closes.
Don't you assume his gender?
Sorry, guys. Yeah, like Caitlyn can net, and then Cupcake can root him. It feels so hard to gank a bot lane like that with both summoners, and I feel like it won't be that successful.
I'm just so excited to see if it exists. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's going to start blue. He shouldn't. I mean, Rek'Sai has one of the best Wraith clears in the game. If you can ever start Raptors, you probably should.
Good dodge from
Look at this. Doesn't even need it.
He's in trouble. He's got a long way to go. Lost is trying to auto-attack his way away. He's got ignited, but that's after the heal. If they flash for that, that would have been a kill on Cupcake.
No!
Disaster.
Flordo! Goon needs to hit him with the Flordo. He would have died. He's level 1. His pot was ticking. He can't shield himself. Didn't have heal.
The ignite was just a second late as well.
Yeah, they didn't ward the bush. If they warded the bush, they would have got the ignite off before the heal.
Ward the bush, ignite, kill him!
That should have been first blood, 100%.
All right, now I really want to see it. I actually want to see Rek'Sai path incredibly aggressively down there. I mean, I don't care if you bottom side clear and actually just get roasted on the top side of the map. This now should be a winning lane.
Good ward coming out from Claire, though. That will spot out the Raptor start.
It will, but it's not really going to tell them all that much after it because he's not going to walk back past it.
But a big thing about this flash being burnt, even if it only doesn't move towards bottom side of the map.
Unburrow start with no help.
Okay. This is curious.
Is that an accident?
He's going for the big Raptor here. Gets good damage on the small ones,
It feels slow though, right?
It does feel slow.
I mean, if we have a look at T-Gun Carbon, he's already cleared pretty much the whole... Actually, no, relatively same pace.
Carbon gets it first. He might have had some help from Victor as well. Only gets it shortly after. He's got full rage meter. He's going to be just fine going over towards the red buff.
Where is any path away when you need him?
Yeah, what?
Spooks, tweet at us. Let us know whether that's actually the start that you go for.
I feel like that's not it. But I mean, he does have Burrow for the gank bot lane, but...
And the big thing I was trying to say is that Caitlyn Karma is such a big pushing abusive lane that without the flash, maybe Cupcakes will play a little bit safer. They maybe can't be as abusive towards low as well as Tegan now.
Yeah, Tegan actually opted for the Windspeakers Lulu. I think in this situation, if they were looking for a bot lane gank, I think they would have gone for the Thunderlords.
That's not wrong tweet. Not the tweet we were looking for.
Come on, Sam.
Tegan, for the most part, discipline around their 4-1 comms. Pretty impressive. True. It's kind of what we talked about earlier. And Praetus really getting along with helping out the 4 as well.
I completely agree. One of my criticisms of OS in the past has been, even if you pick for a certain comp, teams don't play towards that. And I think that TM is a good example of a team that will, maybe even sometimes to a fault, play towards what their comp is supposed to do.
In this bottom lane, Lost and Cupcake still doing what they're meant to, but in fact, Low is ahead in CS if he can pick up 2 minions of this wave. Only now posturing aggressively against Claire.
He can't get that.
No, he certainly can't. I think he should be top lane.
Don't you tell him what he can't do.
He should be taking away the Krugs, leeching a little bit of experience, and then potentially looking to punish Tally, because Tally warded the wrong side of the wave. He's actually gone for the tri-brush ward when it's so easy to get behind top lane at the moment.
Especially with Carbon bot side.
Yeah.
Tally's still going for the ring start on Gragas top. Carbon has ticked 4 here. I need to try and do some counter jungling for himself.
I feel like this is good pathing out of Carbon. It means he's defended his bot lane from the Rek'Sai gank. TM has answered with the top side clear, obviously taking away the golems, but the summoner loss in that matchup doesn't actually matter too much. That's not an all-in bot matchup. There's no way a Windspeaker's Lulu and Azaya are going to be in a position to kill a K Karma. Yep. So they're just looking to push in the wave, and even though they're at a summoner disadvantage, they can still play exactly how they should.
So spot out.
Also been spotted top side.
Yep, they spot out Carbon with this ward, and Rek'Sai has been spotted out top side.
TM do see Carbon doing this on that ward.
They're spinning on the way
low.
out. They're very low.
Low is quite low. At lows.
Carbon's going to jump on in, takes all the cogs eventually. Heejin's very impressed with his pun there.
I mean, you can see that right now, top lane.
Jake's not.
Well, I just wanted to talk about the fact that, you know, you said great matchup for Gragas, and yet you've been pushed in over and over again.
Yeah, okay.
So you have to give me the top lane.
Yeah, you do it.
Like, you can't make fun of me for my top lane anymore.
I demand top lane knowledge.
You can have top lane.
Good.
I just think about like the Jarvan EQ interaction. He shouldn't be able to get through a Gragas. Yeah, that's
That's it?
That's it. That's all he's got. He's got one ring. He can't get any more.
Oh boy. Lowe's still farming on
so he can rule them all.
No, he can't. Not anymore.
He's not one of the elves. No, that's what the... Come on, Lord of the Rings, mate.
Again,
to rule them all.
Spooks, though, was not the question, but we appreciate you being on topic this time. Hunter's Machete Rek'Sai early clear significantly faster. The question was, is the Burrow start on Raptors faster than the Q start?
I bet you guys are muted, and everyone at home is just has no idea what we're talking about.
He's getting closer, guys.
Yeah, he's working on it.
He's getting closer.
Rek'Sai can go behind Dragon Ball, and Legacy don't have any vision. Oh, don't go through. Oh, the Warden Try actually just died. I think they're dead. Are they dead?
Only's behind them.
They're
still
His flash is up in like 20 seconds.
That's a flash from Tegan very early against
he's
Cupcake.
Dead,
Gets
dead.
the slow. Taylor comes through. Dead. Double knockup. First blood picked up by Only. Lost his first to fight. Forced to flash as well.
And unlike the Elise, grabbing first blood on a Rek'Sai, being able to go warrior enchantment early and getting all the damage that comes out of the ultimate is so crucial for Rek'Sai to have success in the game, especially against an early, an aggressive level 6 jungler like Lee Sin. So that's huge for Only. Also gives an equal CS bottom lane over to TM, where we thought they might actually be punished quite hard for this.
And at Legacy, you're in the same sort of position where one of them doesn't have flash. So that gank can actually be repeated, this time onto Lost, and he will be able to be taken down. And this is just, yeah, like the Kate Karma lane doesn't want to be playing defensively. That's a chip lane. Like, you want to be chipping at the enemy turret. Only is actually looking for some sneaky...
Oh, this is cheesy.
Yeah. I like this. This is smart. Because Legacy think that the enemy bot lane has base, which they have, but... and they think they can push this in.
No, he's not.
No, he's not!
Why would you ward?
Wait for Xayah. They have to wait for Xayah. Play it patiently.
And playing it very safe. Carbon's making his way down slowly. Only is being as patient as possible. There he goes. Gets in on top of Cupcake. No mana to get him back with the net.
Nice.
Carbon's trying to run on down with Claire, but it's a little bit too late. Low gets that kill. The rest of Legacy are trying to collapse, but they can't get there in time.
And they ping them back. That is such disciplined play. Any other people would have been like, we can get a little bit more chip damage onto Cupcake. No, 2 members are heading down. Just back away, take your creep wave. And that is a fantastic punish out of Only. And TM's bottom lane now can play aggressively because summoner spells are going to continue to be an issue.
Oh, so cheesy. I love it.
Level 6 as well out of Xayah. Xayah Lulu is got to be a little bit more effective than the Caitlyn Karma.
I mean, Karma doesn't even have an ultimate. She gets it at level 1. And Caitlyn's ulti is not useful in a 2v2.
This lane's going to be pushed back in. Now that CS is tied up between the 80 carries, Lowe's got a kill for himself. So was that assist?
That's a Kaparos in chat. Unfortunately, it's just completely whiffed the cat and creep Q, and it's put him a little bit down on mana as well.
Oh, Raiders jumping in. Good damage against Tally. Right.
Oh,
Top lane's just going to be a farm fiesta.
He's opted for a different ring.
Yeah, he's gone Dark Steel Corrupting Potion. I actually like the adaptation. It's about the same amount of gold.
Well, there were a couple of pro players in NA messing around with Dark Seal, Ring, and Shield as the new Gragas top lane combo. A little bit too expensive for their liking.
He now no longer has EQ.
He decided not to go for it. Karma's trying. Predicts the juke, doesn't juke.
He'll put that one in the memory bank, however. And next time he comes down, I guarantee he'll throw the Q low.
No, it takes 2 times. You need to train your opponents twice.
Oh, do you?
That's the rule. You hook left twice, then you hook right. And now I'm never going to do that again because I've just told the world.
Are these actual things or are these pro player superstitions? Because I hear everyone tell a different story about how they do it.
No, I think it's a thing. It's definitely a...
They're looking for a fight bottom lane first. Cupcake's forced to flash. Lost still has that crit shot. Going to run further forward. Tags him still a pillar Peacemaker, but good shield by Tegan negates most of that damage.
They still have the Lulu ulti though, so low, even though he's quite low, is fairly safe. And then Karma is incredibly low. Only he's looking down here though.
He's going to look to actually... Is he going to turret dive?
No. Backed off. Fradev's holding on to... Fradeve is holding onto his teleport. This is great.
They're a changed team. Yep. This is actually very disciplined play out of TM. I cannot stress how I'm so impressed with how far they've come in just a week. This is a team I'm genuinely starting to get very excited about as the season progresses.
Which is great news because we were really excited about Tainted Minds last split, especially with Anero coming into coach. Now with this new team, they have Cyclone behind them. Fradeve stuck around. They've got a really nice new roster, and again, the Goon's on a team with lots of young members he's going to try and coach up.
I mean, and Shock is completely even in a Victor versus Orianna matchup. Probably should be, but is not getting bullied around by the veteran Claire at all. Bottom lane going up against what last split looked to be the strongest bottom lane in Oath is doing absolutely fine. Has had a lot of help from Only, but that's what you should do in an aggressive matchup like this that's going to be trading. I just think they're making the right plays.
And a really small note about Shock is a lot of people say, you know, he's a solo queue solo queue Zilean one trick. As much as that might be true, he's drawing bans from Zilean whenever teams are playing on the blue side. Which
start banning the Orianna is actually what I think. Is it much better?
Pocket of Redemption powers by Carbon.
All right, he's down. I like laughing at a player as much as the next guy, but only when they're winning.
Yeah.
I refuse to laugh when they're losing.
He's still waiting to pick up his Warrior Enchantment. I know Carbon's very vocal about how that's a big power spike for any jungler that wants to pick it up.
We've seen that it's going to be a Q into W max for Praedyth right now. I want to know what Tally's maxing, if he's actually gone with the W or Q. He's gone with Q body slam, so they're staying true to the old one. I feel like it's good for the wave clear, but I still think the W is a better trading tool.
Only soloing everything. He soloed a dragon already, soloing the Rift Herald.
He's going to call down Praedyth for some help. Carbon, I believe, was spotted on the bottom side of the map. You can actually see Low and Tegan. Look at their position at the moment. Hiding in the Krug brush, making sure they're not spotted out in the lane as well. Giving Legacy literally no avenue to make a play themselves.
They know they're on the weak side of the map. They know there's potential for a dive. Orianna just saw Victor rotate down. So this is actually really good out of them. I don't think they do the golems, but they should probably have a
Dive's
ward.
coming.
Do
they trade sides? Here comes Carbon looking to try and get into backlines. Low, being jumped on by Carbon, using the ultimate, gets kicked back, still taking a lot of damage. Carbon almost falls. Tegan is a sitting duck, and Tally comes down.
Why did he go through with that?
Yeah,
he should have cancelled with a
I mean, he was dead regardless, I think. There, all of a sudden, they're going to open up mid lane.
Wait, did they lose? Legacy lose the race as well. Oh, this is the 1-for-2 trade as well.
And we're going to see Praedyth get top lane turret.
Yep.
Oh, try to.
I think if Orianna floats up and Rek'Sai, as they're doing right now, they're rotating top. Like, I feel like they're going to get that. Jarvan's going to whack away. Oh, maybe it's a bit too healthy.
So they got some chip damage on mid lane, which is nice to have. Praedyth's got a cannon minion to work with. He's already chipped this down to half health just from that cannon minion.
I feel if they had actually committed the turret, they 100% would have taken it because they're doing Krugs. They floated Orianna anyway, but didn't really do anything. They now committed. They will get it.
They're going to get it. Tally has no TP. Carbon was basing after he did the golem camp bot. Really big overstay from Legacy, I think, bot side. Using the teleport and actually committing to it, I think, was a big mistake from them there.
Before the turret went down, that was dead even as well. Because TM got the first turret, that's about a first blood worth of gold extra, so it negates one of the kills bottom lane. Picking up the second one just pushes them further ahead.
Oh, TM won that trade significantly. I mean, what did they give? They gave away a kill to Tally because of completed teleport.
First turret gold to Tally. Oh, no. They got it mid, sorry.
Yeah, got it that mid, and they gave away assists. So bottom lane is still behind, top lane is equal. And yep, so
it's in the jungle.
All in all, that was actually very good for TM.
Yep, all the gold at the moment that TM have is in the jungle. Only's picked up most of it.
And also, everyone talks about,
Spooks.
Hey.
Is that you?
Sammy, what you doing? Caitlyn mid-game, not very good unless you're ahead, and she's not very ahead, I think. Fairly even an item. She's looking for the IE. I think Zaya's looking for the Essence Reaver.
When is Zaya strong?
Like 2 items, I think.
We have Ray tweeting in here. So as played his match this week, only could actually take TM to the gauntlet. He is such a beast.
True. 2 items. I think she falls off later. Caitlyn, obviously, as the game goes on with her range, just gets better and better. Caitlyn, huge spike at 3 items. The new build on Caitlyn is obviously the Shiv, Rapid Fire, and the IE. Once you get that, you're just pot-shotting people from like mega far away, and they can't do anything about it.
If they stand on a trap, you actually kill them.
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, Zaya looks for more like the team fight wombo with the ulti sort of thing.
Shock might be in some trouble. Carmen snuck up behind him. He's
don't really want to dive.
Shockwave used early. Claire actually tanking up the turret here. Used his heal to live.
He wasted his flash.
Ultimate from Lost, able to
Should
pick up
have
the kill.
actually flashed the kick at the start.
Yeah, he gets the wave though, so Legacy can't push on that wave, and TM have already got the priority mid, and this is chunked from the Rift Herald earlier, so...
Good damage. Tally is wrapping around the backside though.
Yeah, they have to back off because Rek'Sai was in the base, Jarvan was in the base, so... Free pick for Legacy on the top side, and I think they're going to get some turret pressure, but they probably will. Oh, actually, no, I think they're going to get that one.
Kratos moving up top side. Claire's
Carmen's
going to
behind
be
him
careful.
again. He has no kick though. Yeah, they're not going to dive Jarvan.
So they save the turret. It costs them a kill.
And let's have a look at where this game's actually being played right now, because you can see that mid laners are starting to come into their first item, but both Victor and Orianna are really going to be spiking around the 2.5 to 3 items maybe even. Top laners are actually just tanks at this stage. Predator does a little bit more damage, but really it's the junglers. I mean, whenever Carbon is there before Only, he's able to get a kill for himself, but Only's just been soloing out the Dragon, as you mentioned. Rift Herald, he's got 2 very successful ganks down bottom. I feel like this is going to be a tempo game of junglers in the mid game, and Only with Flash should be able to make some plays happen.
TM already setting up the vision for this Dragon spawning. Infernal Drake. Going for the Raptors, probably a little bit greedy.
There was a ward that he just walked over the top of.
Going to get pushed off the Raptors, but TM are looking for this Dragon. Orianna's pushing the bot wave. The waves aren't actually that good.
Oh, this is an Infernal Dragon as well. So great pickup for TM if they can secure it. Carbon's top side of the map.
They don't want a 5v5 team fight just because Caitlyn is where she is and Zaya is actually fine at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
So as you mentioned, Lost has picked up his first major item, the Infinity Edge. SS3 was being looked at by Low.
Oh, he's gone the Q-Max after the E on Zaya. Is Ray's a fan of the W or the Q?
Wasn't that Victor?
Was it?
No. Oh, no, Zaya. Sorry.
So
okay, yeah.
E, then Q.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I know you max E, but after that point...
horses for courses, maybe?
Yeah, I feel like... Yeah, you're kind of... I mean, maybe with a Rakan, you would go for the W max just because... Like, it buffs him as well.
Yep.
So going for the Q, more opportunities to look for stuns with the Q auto E. But yeah, not too sure.
You used to be able to go to W max well because your Q, you can throw out an auto attack with it, so it's an instant E.
Yeah, they've nerfed that now.
Maybe now you need that CDR on the Q to throw it out more.
That makes sense, actually. Sometimes you say good things too. I'm a big fan. Big fan.
Sometimes.
Every now and again.
Every now and then.
You have your moments. But Gold is back to completely even with the turret advantage right now over on TM.
I'm not sure why Karma went for Swifty Boot. I've been looking at that for a while, and we haven't touched on it, but... Like, they do have slows. I guess, like, Ori QW is a slow, Lula has a slow.
They're having Blitzcrank withdrawal sentence.
I don't know, like... He actually went boots first, which is even more like upsetting to me. I feel like if you're going boots first, you're going Mobies because you want to make plays early. Carbon's actually gone in on the left side of the screen.
He has. Got
just
some chunk damage.
But yeah, if you're going boots first on support, you generally go Mobies and look for runs. But
Legacy Carbon going aggressive. Legacy creeped up mid lane. Just no response from TM so far. No shockwave being used by Shock.
That's a big mistake from TM, I think, to give that up.
But at the same time, when you're playing against Gragas, you really have to respect mid lane turret pressure. Because you can just throw the barrel out from behind your carries. If you ever walk up to Shockwave it, you might be popped back into the team.
Yeah.
And they have Lee Sin kick on the other side as well, so I don't know if there's all that much they can do.
Good ultimate from Kratos. Dodges out the ultimate from out from Tally. Tegan's trying to do whatever he can to get good damage. Actually, good crowd control. Tally gonna be on a body slam away. Very close.
We're going into the mid lane thing. You saw where Jarvan was. He was pushing in the bot side of the map. Gragas was actually in between Jarvan and his team. So if he had just floated back, Gragas wouldn't be able to be looking for that flank engage on the mid turret. And I think Zai should have rotated top earlier. For a team that was in the lead, they shouldn't be giving up this free mid outer. It's the most important turret of the game. It has so much control.
Especially with Orianna on your team.
Especially with a control mage. Someone that doesn't want to side lane. Victor's probably slightly better at side laning than Ori because he can just one-shot the wave and then leave. Neither of them really want to be there.
Especially if he goes Lichbane build, because he also does a lot of consistent damage with that build.
Yep. Can actually take pot shots at turrets and slightly be useful. Orianna has to sit there ramping her passive up. That sounds pretty average.
The
but
clockwork wind-up, just slapping away.
Yeah, I feel like that was a big mistake out of TM to give that one up.
Legacy have tied up the gold lead. It's about 400 gold in their favor. Still 2 dragons to TM though, an Ocean and an Infernal, which is not something you should laugh at.
I actually want to see TM look for a fight here. I mean, I know that it might seem a little bit premature, but Caitlyn will come online pretty much at the next item spike because they're not really got all that much armor. The 3 items is always going to be better, but she's okay at 2. And I feel like Xayah at the moment, if she especially gets a good ultimate and maybe dodges out some damage, will be able to teamfight a little bit more successfully, and they have the tools to force it.
Could they be waiting for Praedyth to pick up his next item?
I mean, he's already got Black Cleaver. I feel like Titanic Hydra it obviously does more damage, that's why you pick it up, but with an Orianna ball, with a Lulu ultimate, should be able to just teamfight, honestly, right now, perfectly. I think they spiked much earlier.
Got him. Knocked back into the turret. Good damage. Tegan going to take so much pain. Does Carbon take it?
Yeah. His Q would get denied.
That's a disrespect Q. If Carbon takes that Q, he's actually saying to Tegan, you suck at the game.
Yeah,
and I'm going to kill you.
Legitimately. Lagoon very low now, so going for the siege.
They've got to be careful.
They're down an engage tool, Legacy are though, with the Gragas ult down. They don't really have a lot else. Carbon looking for a kick will be pretty difficult. Lulu can deny the Q.
No Caitlyn as well.
And then trying to kick like a Xayah, like if she ulties your ult, then you just die as Lee Sin. Caitlyn in the top side of the map, so...
As much as Tegan's low, he's got an Ocean Dragon. He's going to be happy sitting behind the rest of his team. And this turret's going to fall. No Caitlyn, no clue.
This is getting really dangerous.
They want to go.
Carbon goes in, he tries to engage, only right behind. Flash to Carbon, Cataclysm!
Nice.
Big wombo combo! Everyone's forced to flash out of the shockwave. Victor throws down the Chaos Storm in response, but TM back off nicely.
And that is exactly what I'm talking about. All of a sudden, they send Praedyth in. He is tanky enough with the Wild Growth, with an Orianna ball, and they get the team fight they're looking for. Even maybe more importantly, they got the flash out of Claire. So the next team fight that happens, he becomes the big sitting duck for Praedyth to dive towards, and he will be able to get to him as a Jarvan.
I feel like that was only a small advantage they got out of it though. Like the Claire flash is obviously, if they can make use of it in the next 5 minutes, it's very big, but Caitlyn just got to farm so many waves top. She wasn't at that fight at all. And here we go, we can look for the Orion here that gets flashed by Victor.
Good flash. He's actually flashed a couple of them today now, Claire.
Yeah, I think that's the second or third we've seen. And then the Victor ulti, obviously, as he's flashing, he doesn't have to control it, just sitting there bopping people. Team were too low to keep pushing. T-Gun's an absolute trooper.
Regardless of today's outcome, he's playing with a very sore shoulder and refused painkillers after game 1.
Mate, when you pick up weights over 300 kilos the way he does, I'm not surprised his shoulder's a little bit sore.
300 kilos.
He was actually complaining about it on the, not on the desk, but before he went on the desk yesterday, saying he's probably going to take a couple of days off from the gym.
I don't believe it for a second. He's the guy that says that, and then you look at his Twitter at 7 o'clock at night, and he's just back in the gym. He's got the best t-shirt in the world. I pick heavy things up and put them back down.
Caitlyn finished 2 items and boots in a very good position right now, I think. Yep. Gotta look for the rapid next.
Lowe's still behind. He's about 23 CS behind. Lost as well as a single kill.
When you're playing Eddie Carey and you're sitting on a crit glove, you know you're in for a rough time, but he does actually base and get his rapid fire.
Ouch. Carbon, where'd your health go?
Telling you, once again, Shock.
Stings!
He's my new man, Shock. He's in a position to once again carry this game with a big shockwave. He hits Lost and Lost doesn't get access to the fight. He can win TM this series.
Lazy posturing aggressively. He's on the backside of this fight. He actually caught out slightly. Gets knocked into the wall, though. Looking for this shockwave from Shock. He's going to take too much damage to kick things off, though. And big backline flag. However, Claire has separated all the carries from TM. And it's just Praedyth and only trying to go into the deep end here. In the end, TM lose 3 members, only taking down Carbon.
And a flashless Claire splits up that team fight. Doesn't allow Low and Shock to get any position on the backline that, Praedyth only were actually looking for, and comes up huge for his team. They've relayed Dragon. Nah, it's alright, it goes down. And they'll get mid lane turret off it as well, it looks like, just because Low's got such short range that can't really go for it. And you know you've zoned out an Orianna, zoned out a Xayah, when they have not been able to use ultimates.
Yeah.
I mean, that just tells me the tale of that whole team fight.
Claire is by far the MVP of that. Low, actually, I don't even think he got an auto attack off. He was sitting... You see where Shock is sitting right now. Low's going to come onto your screen. I legitimately don't think he auto attacked anyone in this fight.
Goes once. Let's have a look. Gets a couple of...
No, he's queued. Hey.
Yeah, but he is not auto-attacked at all.
Yeah,
still nearly fallen down. And Claire has killed one member and zoned another two away.
Yep.
TM this time looked like they tried to force a Baron. Burns teleport from Tally.
Yep. That's worthwhile straight away.
Yep,
all of a sudden, you have Praetor that can go back into the bottom lane. Although
Praetor
he really wants Claire.
Ooh.
He was like,
Claire,
you
still
carried the last fight.
Oh no. Careful.
Doesn't pull the trigger.
He's still waiting though. He's hiding in fog of war. Legacy are pushing for this mid lane inner.
Still
Tally's taking
potentially
out.
can go.
Praetor has now been spotted. Decides not to do anything.
Tally looks very squishy.
He certainly does, and that's
He has a
hesitation.
mask. There's an Abyssal mask.
So he gets the 10% extra magic damage.
Praetor's still waiting in the wings. Gets tagged up by Carbon again.
They're in a huge choke point right now.
Oh, Tally's going in. Signs to only body bot Praetor. Gets a good shield. There goes Praetor. Looking for the knockup onto Lost. Good sidestep.
But as you can see, it costs Praetor absolutely nothing to threaten because they don't want to use anything on him. As soon as they do, he just Cataclysm ultis and gets the big wild growth as well as Shockwave.
That was the most pathetic siege I've ever seen.
They're still going for it as well. Tally and Carbon are in big trouble.
Good knockoff from Praetor. Tally after taking so much. He's flashed on by only, and Carbon follows into the pit. Shock will die to Claire due to the Chaos Storm. Only still chasing down the raid boss leader of Legacy, Carbon. As meanwhile, Turret will fall for TM as well. It's 1-for-1 trade. Turret picked up by Legacy.
Claire is doing so much work in this fight. Yeah, I was saying this exactly the same thing. He's getting the kills, he's getting the chunks, and then he even uses his W to zone them off the turret so we can actually...
Lost! Run away! Praetor's looking to hunt you down, only still trying to chase. That was big damage as soon as he shred through all the armor with Black
Big
Cleaver.
wave top lane, however, and they've got positioning over the Baron area. See whether they start it up. Claire's Victor is greater than Claire any other champion right now. It is just such a joy to watch him play the champion.
He had to play Karma last game. You know, he got angry at Soul Strike, so he got a real champion and he's doing damage.
Put Tally back on the bad matchup.
Yeah. Pick him a tank. I want to do damage.
Lowe's trying to farm this top lane wave that is pushing in. The rest of Legacy have now grouped up.
Lowe had another team fight where it looked like he also didn't get ulti out.
Nope.
He was chasing Carbon down to the right as Claire was just manhandling Shock in the mid lane under the turret. Shock didn't have flash and then died to the last tick of the Victor ulti and just...
Couldn't use his shockwave either. So.
Oh, he did use his shockwave.
Yeah, he did.
He actually got not a bad shockwave.
Yeah,
pulled him back in underneath the turret, but too much burst damage coming out of Claire at this stage.
Cupcake going for Ardent Sensor.
Ooh, and Claire's not going for the consistent damage build. He's going for the I'm going to kill Low build. Has picked himself up the makings of a death cap. I actually think Low has to go for, and I hate doing it on Xayah as well, but if he doesn't get a Hex Drinker, I think he gets one combo.
Possibly.
Either that, or you're saying, I'm going to dodge your ult 95% of the times with my ulti.
That's very hard.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm saying he needs to get a Hex Drinker.
Yeah. Can he afford to, though?
I don't think so, but...
Because, I don't know, because he's only sitting on 2 items right now. Both Carbon and Tally are just getting tankier, and they both have Ninja Tubby. He's not going to do any damage to the front line.
He's just
Gragas is just going to be sitting there in front of him, yeah.
He's in one of those spots where he just has to be offensive.
Yeah.
Big crit from Lost.
Ghost in,
looking for the
Shock
pick
as well.
Yeah, Shock was really looking for it. Doesn't find something. Carbon takes some damage from that. He's got a null magic mantle now, so we'll reduce some damage.
Only starting to fall off as well. Rek'Sai is certainly more potent in the early game than this stage of the game. Carbon still has the flash kick, although not many great targets apart from maybe Shock or T-Gun to put into the team.
At this point in the game, I hear Spooks complaining about it a lot on Rek'Sai in terms of you just find it very difficult to actually get into fights because once you've burrowed, you're completely committed and you're not actually that tanky because you've gone Warrior. So if Jarvan doesn't get a big combo off that Rek'Sai can follow up, Only's going to find it really hard to actually be relevant in these coming up fights.
Yep. They still have Praetor on Jarvan, so let's see if they can combo that with Orianna quite successfully.
Low as well is going IE, has thrown the gauntlet, has definitely recognized the dilemma that we've spotted and said, you know, if I don't go it, I'm not going to do any damage, so just commits to the build.
Yep.
Certainly the best Xayah build in the game. I don't think anyone would debate that. She just does so much teamfight damage if you ever get to the Infinity Edge pickup.
Lost is really close to pick up his Static Shiv Rapid Fire Cannon combo as well. Once you pick that up, Caitlyn is well and truly online. 80% crit. double procs coming out from the 2 items as well.
This feels like one of those situations where Legacy are very slowly just setting up for a Baron, right? And they don't actually have a lot of engage opportunities. All they've got is a Flash Gragas and possibly a lead kick, but I talked about that earlier, and it's very hard to actually get on either of the carries. But then you have TM on the other side. Rek'Sai is fairly good at checking Baron, but they don't have a lot of long-range stuff. Yeah, it is actually.
Is it? Nah, Ocean. So we're alright.
Okay.
Not going to be a big team fight around that one.
But yeah, so TM are going to find it very hard to check Baron, and Legacy just have a very long-range comp. They can throw Victor lasers, they can throw Kaelin traps and Karma Qs and stuff like that. So TM, like, once they get denied this vision, we'll find it very hard to contest the Baron that Legacy's setting up.
It's an 800 gold lead from Legacy at the moment.
I mean, I think, just touching on Vendra's tweet there, I think this has gone past a respectable kind of game. And this is a series that TM, if they don't win this, will be disappointed in themselves again.
Yep.
Much like last week, they came in as heavy underdogs, but the performance they've put up so far actually shows that they probably should be able to win this series.
And exactly what they talked about in their interview before the match. They want to be able to continue picking up games like they have been so far. That's good, but once you get to week 3, week 4, that's when you need to start winning series against teams like Legacy. If not, your fight for top 5 to get into the gauntlet, not very great. And during this time, Gargoyle's Stoneplay has been picked up by both top laners, especially on Praetor, who has the double health item combo.
I was about to say, it's much more effective on one than the other, however, because if you dive in there with double health items and the ultimate that's going to come out of T-Gun, that is a huge Gargoyle Stoneplay.
There's a couple of big item spikes that I'm looking forward to now. Carbon is going towards Locket, which I think is actually really good on him at the moment. And if Praetor can get Locket to combo with a Gargoyle Stoneplate, that might be what Low needs to stay alive.
But he's not going to be anywhere near him. All of a sudden, Teleport coming in, they're actually going to fight for this one. You can see they're actually collapsing on the TP. That is a great play.
He completed. Cupcake going to try and lock him down. Tether comes through. They still chase. Good, slow. But no one else is going to charge on further forward. Tally still has his own teleport, so Legacy can back off, but ultimate being used. Only's going to try and dash back out. Good lockdown onto Tally. Praetor tries to jump in, jumps on a trap. Good Cataclysm, but everyone just dashes back out. That's going to be Claire trying to run away. Big shockwave onto the front line. Cupcake's going to fall first. Now Tally is a sitting duck. Chaos Storm trying to be controlled into the back lines. A good snipe coming out from Claire. 1-for-1 trade.
Claire is an absolute monster, and Tally's just killed Praetor. That's silly, Praetor. Carbon still looking to fight only here.
Yeah, can he take it though? Let's see if he decides to go for the fight. No ultimate for either player. Good knock-up. Cancels the damage. Carbon has to flee. Woo.
Claire is coming up with the goods every single time.
Claire's a monster.
He's actually popping off in these fights. That looked like a poor fight for Legacy. Tally was just getting chomped by the backline of TM.
Teleport
he'd already used his,
teleport used by Tally. They're going towards Baron. They're trying to trade an Ocean for a Baron. Let's see if Legacy are able to commit to this.
They do have vision. The blue ward does spot them starting this. They're going to run over.
Can they get there in time? Is the master of stealing these away as well. So we'll see. They've actually not got all that many people there.
The Baron isn't that quick without Victor.
Yeah, Claire needs to actually stay out of the pit and zone as well, because otherwise Only's just going to be able to steal it.
Only's got around the backside. He has to deal with Cupcake though. This Baron though, very low. Tally throws out a preemptive ult. Only is in to go for it. He's looking to try and go. Body bomb from Tally at the perfect time. Well played from Legacy. Lost trying to charge forward onto Low. Gets some good damage. Only still gets slowed up by Tally's barrels. Cupcake will lock him down with a good tether. Tries to take a tunnel out. Karma still chasing. TM escape. They lose Baron. Pings the bottom lane inhibitor turret. But Legacy have now taken lead in this game.
Heads up Baron out of Legacy, however. They knew that they were going towards the Dragon. They trusted that they had the damage to do it. And if not, that they were going to be able to force Only out of the pit. Oh, flash kick.
Looking for the fight. Praetor gets cancelled as he tries to go for the flag and drag. Only very low in the back of the fight. Look at Low posturing so aggressive.
This is so greedy. Legacy just letting that wave just hit the bottom turret. It's just dying to no one. They do secure the Dragon though.
I think it's finally off the turret as well, so that turret will live. And TM have got a couple of minutes to try and push it down aggressively, but I don't think they're going to get anywhere close to that.
Claire was just doing the rookie, standing next to a wall, hoping someone would run at the wall, and he was just going to dump all of his spells over the top of it and one-shot them.
Yeah, I feel like, honestly, that wasn't worth it for Legacy. They spent all that time with their Baron buff up, not using it at all, like contesting this 50-50 Dragon.
Yeah.
Carbon used his flash kick there and then didn't even get a kill onto Only, so they could have used that time to reset. Just give TM an Ocean Drake. Like, you're 32 minutes into the game. Like, what does Ocean Drake actually do if you're diving there in Hibs? So, like, just reset, set up the map, deploy onto one side of the map. I think they're going bot side now, by the looks of it. Tally doesn't have TP, so instead of going top and pushing it in, he's actually grouping for them.
The scary thing for me is if Claire, without his flash, gets jumped on by Praetor with an Orianna ball on top of him, that's good night, Victor. And Victor's been the one that's been winning team fights at the moment for Legacy.
Locket will be there for Carbon, and he'll probably be on top of his Victor in that situation, looking for either the kick away. So there is some good damage mitigation, although Death Cap as well as IE have now been finished up by the TM lineup. So I feel like if this game goes much later, then Lost is going to be able to carry, but there is still a window where they can pick up a nice 5v5.
I mean, Lost has already got a Last Whisper, so his carry potential has been unlocked.
He just tanks up the turret with Karma Shield.
Doesn't care. Infinity Edge has been picked up by Low.
You say he doesn't care, but all of a sudden he's half health. And
He'll have Warlords to heal back up.
Yep.
And his red buff. I was going to say
crit
Doran, but he
something
doesn't have one of
once.
those.
No, but it doesn't matter. He's got double Ocean Dragon.
Hey. That's why they were contesting.
That's red buff as well.
Yeah, red buff, double Ocean Drake. He'll be fine. Yeah, he's already full HP. One auto.
It's disgusting. It's too much regeneration.
And you can see that the split pusher right now is actually going to be Claire, because he's level 18, and I don't think anyone can go near him.
Yeah. He's pretty safe as well. He doesn't have summoners, but he can keep a big distance between himself and like Rek'Sai tunneling on him. It's very broadcast. He can just hit him with the slow and the W. Rek'Sai will take a Q auto to the face and get very chunked.
Even if you get Cataclysm, you just put the gravity field down and put an ulti on top of him and see who dies first.
See ya, boys. You think I'm stuck in here with you?
Tally still is pushing top side of the map. Lots of members of TM are grouping up towards top side, leaving Praetor alone, bottom of the map. He's trying to build that Locket as fast as possible. I feel like that's what TM really need at the moment. Could make or break fights for them with that Gargoyle Stone Plate. Especially against Clay at the moment, who just does obnoxious amounts of damage. Just go for Lichbane next. Not even caring about a Void Staff at the moment.
I mean, it's not really all that much MR built up on the targets that he wants to go towards. You can see that now the Null Magic Mantle is coming out, so maybe a Hex Drinker coming up. But really, I mean, there's no Banshee's Veil or something like that Shock's going to be able to mitigate.
Tally does have Flash, and Legacy have pushed in the other lanes and all grouped in the top side, so I think Tally will be looking for a Flash engage here.
Let's see if he does. Claire's Flash is coming back up as well, so perfect time if he wants to do so.
Teleport is available.
Ultimate used by Tally. Knocks one back. Only now gets a good knock up there. He's going to take so much damage though. He is going to use the ultimate to go untargetable. Will still be taken out by Carbon. Praetor stepping on the trap there. Going to take way too much damage for his liking. Flag and drags out. Legacy looking to try and push for the first inhibitor turret of the game.
Take two, TM. I mean, that is a hard reset if I've ever seen one. You unfortunately probably just have to let this turret go down. And I'd say we'll get him on the inhib.
I think if Only didn't go in there, I think Legacy would have run out of the wave, and I think they would have had to reset to respect the other lanes. But
Carbon going in, jumps back, can't kick Shock back enough. Will he pay for this? Yes, he does. Shock's get kill on towards Carbon. Inhibitor will fall though. Legacy get a good trade eventually, 1-for-1. Jungler's falling. Now can they get the heck out of there?
Praetor needed to hold that Cataclysm because they could still be chasing right now if it was available, and Carbon was dead regardless. He had used everything to try and get in. Now all of a sudden they're going to be battling against waves. Only will be back available, and there'll be about 25 seconds on the map where Carbon isn't there.
It was really messy. Like Tally butched the engage on the Gragas, and then Carbon kind of butched the engage on the Orianna there and the Lee Sin, but they do get what they wanted. They got the top inhib, they broke the base, and now they're probably going to just reset, set up bot side, and rinse and repeat that same sort of thing. But they don't have Baron now, so sieging against the inhib without Baron will be very difficult.
Yeah, and I think that's why they'll probably look to maybe push in this wave and get control over the Elder Drake. I mean, they've got a good window for 30 seconds where you can play bottom side, try and shift their vision around, get them into a bad position, and it might even be a 2-for-1 special where, you know, you can bait them into the Elder Drake fight. If Claire carries it hard enough, you just go to Baron, then you end game.
So we've got a Locket pick up for both top laners now. Praetor from the Tally have one. Support for Legacy's picking one up as well. So that's the triple Locket team that's about to unfold for Legacy.
That's gross. Oh, hello.
Low going to take some damage there. Can he lock down Tally? He needs to get the feathers behind him. Can't pull it back. If he did, whew, could have been a kill.
Decent damage, however.
There's, oh no! Shockwave from Shock on top of himself! Gets good damage from the cupcake, but now he's been separated. Knocked back into the team. Gets a big shield from the Locket. Trying to run away. Wishes he had that Shockwave right now, though.
Certainly does. I mean, did you just see how they grouped up for Praetor, and he turned around and actually wanted to go in on it, but no spells available means that they're going to back away. 40 seconds until this Elder Drake is up, and complete control over the zone, over the Legacy now.
It's just an absolute disaster there. They almost
Does it
got
fall off
Cupcake.
Rek'Sai? Is that what happened?
When he goes untargetable. I'm not actually sure of the interaction. He goes untargetable.
If you go untargetable, you lose the ball.
The ball must disappear.
That's what happened.
That's unfortunate. I feel like, well, Ori Shockwave will come up before Claire's ulti, so if they get into a full 5v5, Yep. Claire may be less useful here, but TM just, they have to deal with the top wave and they don't have any control in their bot side jungle. As you can see, Carbon's just staunching inside like the Raptor pit, so it'll be rough to contest.
And all the wards that they've been able to sweep out is actually the big thing, because Praetor has to stay there and deal with the wave. He has teleport. If there was a ward still, if that play hadn't have gone down and the sweep wasn't so thorough, maybe they can still look for the fight, but now it's going to be very difficult to contest.
Jarvan is a very good flank champion, and then,
let's say they go for it. Claire's in the back end of the pit.
Oh, they actually have one there still.
They're looking to try and go for this big fight. Legacy are grouping up. Cancelled by Praetor. And now this Elder Dragon is just going to be started by Legacy.
You have to steal now.
Used by Low so early. They're looking for the steal. Only has to pull off a miracle. He goes in. Can't get it. Legacy get Elder Dragon. Only stuck inside the pit as well. Tries to take the tunnel out. Will gets a big shield as well. Tally still charging further forward. Good route coming out from Low to lock him down.
But that's going to be Baron as well, because look at the creep waves already. You don't want to fight the Elder Drake team when they've got two of them. Instead, they're actually just going to race and see if they can clean it out.
And with the TP from Jarvan there, Jarvan, as I was saying, is a really good flank champion, and you were saying how Legacy so thoroughly swept out the wards. That ward wasn't far enough away, and he would have just TP'd straight into a Caitlyn trap, into the Victor damage, and would have died immediately, so he had to cancel. And then TM just couldn't contest, didn't get the steal. Legacy have the double buff. They got the Baron, they got the Elder Drake. It's going to be really rough to hold their base.
The problem for me is if Praetor, and that's inevitable. If you cancel the teleport there, that's Baron and Elder Dragon. It's almost lights out for TM. They have to pull off a miracle now to come back. But if he does teleport, yes, he's going to take a lot of damage. Gargoyle's still playing into Iron of Solari. He might not be able to live long enough for one ultimate. And at least you have an even fight there, so to speak. Just getting your top laner chunked out.
I mean, they're still hoping for the even fight. They're not going to fight here properly. They're going to try and harass them around a little bit. And they're hoping that the slow push on bottom side is going to, you know, delay this game. Top lane inhib will come back up.
Claire just almost one-shot Tegan, though, with a single Q.
Yeah, Goon doesn't mind about that. He's all right.
Not looking great for TM at the moment. It's now a 10k lead for Legacy. Baron buff, Elder Dragon sitting in their hands, looking for the final inhibitor turret as well. No teleport available for Praetor. Tally still has his own. And I agree with Cupcake. It's a laughing matter at the moment for Legacy. They're doing just fine.
Certainly are. 9,000 goals.
Yay.
They haven't reset. They'll be sitting on a lot of gold.
Ow, look at Low. That's one auto attack. One auto attack from Lost puts Low down to half health. Praetor's going in, looking for the ultimate, decides to hold on to it a little bit longer, not using gargoyles in time, jumps back into Tally, only now looking for a fight. Good route coming out from Low, but there's too much consistent damage. Big shockwave, but just barely enough damage to take down multiple members of Legacy, and the Redemption is just going to top them up.
That's game.
That's going to be game for Legacy as they charge on further forward. What can TM do? Claire almost one-shots Tegan, in fact does, with the damage over time coming from Death by a touch. Legacy pushed towards the Nexus. Lows are sitting duck. Look at Lost! Charging further forward. Bang, bang, bang goes the sniper. Legacy, 41 minutes into this game against TM, should finally close this out. They're on the Nexus turrets, taking their sweet time to take it over though.
Certainly are. And this wasn't a clean set, but in the end, it's going to be a 2-1. Legacy are going to get the points, and TM just so close.
So close. Much improved from TM this week. Legacy, again, dropping Game 2 against a team that is under the 4th spot on the table. They'll be happy with the win, but definitely disappointed of how they play against TM, or potentially people should be surprised that TM are performing incredibly well now.
I think that's the thing. I think TM are actually performing very well. I think Legacy probably did play a bit poorly in this set and are looking to clean it up, but it wasn't as if Legacy played horrible and still came out with a win. TM actually made a lot of proactive moves and made a lot of plays and got themselves ahead in a lot of situations. They just couldn't quite convert in the stages that they need to, and Legacy, the more experienced team, do actually come out with a win.
A small thing for Legacy there as well. That win for them in Game 3 was off the back of Claire, who if you watched him split one in that high pressure scenario, it was a 50-50 chance that he'd be able to pull that off. Sometimes he would absolutely ruin it for Legacy, but that time he looked calm and collected, able to pull it off.
I mean, the 2 games they gave Claire carries was the 2 games they won. I mean, Game 1 performance was MVP. Game 3 was certainly the best player on Summoner's Rift. And if you look even back to Week 1 when he was playing things like Fiora, Claire has turned into a legitimate threat for this team now that you certainly have to be aware of. You can no longer ignore their mid laner.
Yeah. Legacy looking great there in the mid lane. Unfortunately, they're still dropping Game 2 week after week. They need to clean something up because they are a team that's being sent to Rift rivals and then probably looking to try and gun for top 3 again.
And I feel like you're saying week after week, they keep doing that 2-for-1 turret trade, like week after week. It's happened ever since the gauntlet. I've said it every time I'm here. They just do it every single time. So they need to clean that up. They need to fix these things that are happening week after week if they want to perform well at Rift Rivals, if they want to do well internationally. they need to fix it.
Well, Captain Carbon got his lock at that game, but no redemption, unfortunately. And to break down that game a little bit further, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thanks very much, guys. And Legacy being able to take the 2-1 over TM. But once again, the TM performance kind of overcoming expectations.
The way I look at the TM performance is like it wasn't like Legacy played bad. TM actually did things. Like the casters touched on that. Like TM did things to like get leads in that game. It wasn't like, oh, Legacy butchered a tower dive and there's their gold lead. Yeah, like props to TM, really. That's all I can say.
Yeah, in my head, I was going to say like they have like these glimmers of hope, but like that, the phrasing actually is like sort of like doesn't do it justice because they actually show like a lot of good traits and they show themselves as a team with like a lot of promise.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, this is the second week in a row the team have come close to taking a series, right? And this is a team that were kind of written off at the start of the series as probably bottom 3, bottom 2, but they've taken games off Sin, off Legacy now. I mean, and they're improving week to week, right? You're seeing improvements.
Well, I would say that they looked better this week than they did against us. I would say that.
You would say that.
Well, no, like I genuinely think they played a lot better this week than against us.
Yeah.
And it's not saying they played bad against us either. But I just think that this week they actually like stuck to like a game plan, developed good leads, and it's just I think the experience that got Legacy over the line.
Yeah, I actually want to say I think I'm gonna say I think actually they're the only team in the OPL that has gone from like week 1, week 2, week 3, and just like actually gotten better each week, and like that's like such like a promising trend for them. I actually would like to see like after this 2-week break, like how much can they get from like this extended break, and and then weeks further in the OPL, how much like better can they get?
All right, well let's take a look at some replays, shall we? Jish, I want you to talk us through this first one. This is kind of we're talking about Legacy not playing, playing well, but this is them kind of overcommitting in the bot lane, and things don't go well.
Yeah, so Legacy send. I think this is like a classic bait that they think they need 5 people to like. It's like they need to 5v2 here, which is just I think quite wrong. So I want to see them cancel TP here when the Jarvan does. So instead they commit 5 people for 1 turret, and like Praetor just gets to clear top wave and shove that out, and Shock and only go mid, and they use the Rift Tail really well. So what ends up happening is that they commit a lot of resources to get 1 bottom turret. They don't even get the first like turret gold, and then like they're losing 2 lanes of farm, and they're losing more across the map in terms of turrets on the map advantage.
But if you've already committed 5 people bot, why didn't they just stick around and take that? Could they have taken that bot turret first?
I mean, you could get like really, really nitty gritty and like fine tooth comb through it. And
sure.
I think not actually. Like looking at it, they just looked at it like, oh, let's cut losses now, get back up mid so that they can't get 2 turrets with the Rift Turret or something. Right. But yeah, I think that was just like that's like TM, a team that's brand new with like not a lot of cohesion or anything. I think that they're just like keeping it cool under pressure.
So yeah,
I think that was just a good macro play as well. Like you shared, they went down mid with the Rift Herald, but it didn't stop there. Like they didn't just stop at mid lane and then say, okay, we got 1 tower base. They actually rotated through topside jungle and got the top tower as well, which I guess many teams, not many teams, but a lot of teams wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
All right, let's take a look at this second replay then. And Jubes, I want you to talk us through this this dragon fight. Like something goes wrong here. What should have happened as we bring it up on screen?
Okay, so like TM are doing the right thing so far. I guess only went into the pit a little bit too early. But the big thing here is they let Claire, Victor, flank their backline. He literally just one-shots the backline. He zones 3 people from the fight. TM had the right idea. Like Jarvan actually flanked and got onto Legacy's backline. But the problem was there was no comms to say, okay, boys, Victor's behind us. We need to turn on Victor. If they all turned on Victor as 3, they probably would have one-shot Victor.
Yeah.
But I think they were just so committed on listening to, I don't know if it was the shot caller or who's calling the fights.
Yeah.
And they just said, okay, we have to help Jarvan. We have to help Rek'Sai. And then it's like, oh, by the way, guys, level 17, level 16, Victor's behind us. We're in trouble.
When you're playing that kind of game, just do you realize how much damage Victor's outputting though? Like a player is aware of just how dangerous Claire is on Victor?
Yeah, so I think Victor's actually he's actually not like a fantastic champion. He doesn't see like a lot of play, mainly because he has like very, very slow ramping damage. When he gets to like the later stages of the game, he actually does a lot of damage, which I think people maybe underestimate from that early stage, being like, oh yeah, he does like a bit of damage here and there with his laser. But no, once he has like that full upgrade and a few core items, his like ult does an like insane amount of damage.
As we saw, I think we'll get some stats on that later on. The third replay I want to look at is another dragon fight, and just we talked a lot about Praetor's teleports going into this game, and he starts to teleport into this dragon fight and then cancels. And I want you to tell me if that's the right call as you bring it up. The third replay.
Like I hate watching like pretty enjoyable series end on something like this. So like TM have no options in terms of flank TPs, which I think is like the one big takeaway here. They're forced to commit up too much on that ward, and then Legacy all collapse on it, and Praetor just obviously gets scared. I think if he goes through with it, he probably dies close to instantly, but he might get a knock up and ult off. and hopefully he sets his team up for a fight. What happens instead is that he just starts running. His team like can't get in any good position. Like Shock doesn't get a shockwave off. So like they have no damage, and they really have like no way to win that. So they lose the Elder, and then they're going to lose like the Baron, and like their sideways are shoved in, and there's no redemption for them to come back.
The way I look at that play there, it was like it was a bad TP, and that's probably not on Praetor. Like the team as a whole should have collectively like got him a TP ward, but it was a bad TP, but not a terrible one, I think.
Right.
So if he TPs in there, like he pops Locket and Stoneplate and gets like a really big shield, and like. Worst case scenario, if he can just press R, they're like all funneled into like a little kind of not choke, but a little area where Orianna can hit a shockwave. Because like TM have to realize that if they lose Elder there, like it's game.
Just quickly for people who don't know the patch changes, talk us through the Locket Stoneplate combo, because that just grants crazy health, right?
Look, I may refer to me as being 600 IQ. I don't know the exact way it works.
Cliff notes. So when you're near at least 3 enemy champions, you can proc your Stoneplate active.
Yeah.
Gives you extra health, and then I believe the
Locket gives you health based on
shield based on your health.
Yeah.
So obviously it just like multiplies on top of each other, and then you get really big and really big shield, and you're near on.
So
basically that's how it works.
Yeah. but your point there stands, right? It's like if you're Praetor and you're afraid of getting jumped on by multiple people, then that actually works in your favor if you can hit that combo before you die.
Well, I don't think that's the ideal TP. Don't get me wrong.
No.
But I think that's enough to kind of get all of his stuff off. Maybe live, but force them into a legacy into tunneling on him, and maybe hit a good shockwave. And because at that point in the game,
they're forced to at that point. Like once they cancel, the game's over. So like he really has to go through with that. Suck it up and die.
But I also think at that point in the game, that's where like TM's comp is probably at their strongest.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they're getting any stronger than that. Like Victor for me probably does the most damage in mid lane out of all like control mages. Maybe there's a few others that do a bit more, but Victor online does the most. Caitlyn's probably the most hardest scaling AD carry that's in the meta right now. So they had to go for that.
All right. Well, let's take a look at this draft, shall we, and bring it up on your screen because I want to talk through it because some interesting things we saw out of here. TM first picking Xayah when Caitlyn's still up. Now. There's been a lot of chat back and forth whether or not Xayah is better than Caitlyn, whether or not Caitlyn's better than Xayah. I mean, give me your thoughts on this.
Well, Caitlyn counters Xayah in lane. Like Xayah can't contest anything really because Caitlyn just outranges. And then to top that off, Karma actually does pretty well into Lulu just because like Karma just pokes Lulu out of lane. So you've basically got like a double winning matchup bot into like a double counted matchup for TM.
See, yesterday the chat was like in team fights though, you can leave Xayah to her own devices, she can do her own thing.
But only save that. Only actually save that lane. Like if that didn't happen, like they're probably going to lose Tara at like 10 minutes.
Yeah. So I think it's like a hard matchup. Karma is probably like the most oppressive lane just because they get that raw shoving power they have, and only did bail them out. I think what needs to be sort of addressed in the draft is that TM really did have like a limited time frame which they needed to get something done. Obviously, the Victor and the Caitlyn is like the legacy. It's like that could become the legacy special if they're going to play for comps that come online after 35 minutes. And that they have really good early skirmishing and stuff. Like obviously, once they get level 6 on every champion, I would love to see them fight. And they sort of just like I guess didn't push enough advantages to do that.
Well, the final thing, the final pick there for Legacy was Victor, and I want to bring up a Claire graphic to look at how much damage he's done because I know, I mean, we just love to see big numbers, but I mean, he had like over 300 CS, 407. I mean, this is a guy who's had an up and down split so far this series. Sorry, he's had an up and down split so far. In the second half of the year, but this is the kind of game which he is carrying by himself.
This is actually what we're like expecting from Claire. So everyone's always said Claire is like going to be the next big player, and then he had like a decent split. But I think that we can start expecting this, and he's expecting this of himself. I think that he's like definitely a standout mid. And in game 3, that it's been like 2 close games. I think you put him on like the hard carry champion. Like this is a really respectable performance.
But the thing I like about this also is they gave like Carbon a jungle matchup. Like they gave him a matchup. On Nunu, he doesn't have a matchup. he's PvE as well.
Yeah,
he's versing the environment. He walks into River, he says hello to the toad in River, drops a ward, and walks back out. Like, I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
And like this time they gave him Lee Sin, and like, sure, he didn't pop off and kill every lane, but like, his lanes can actually play because they know that they'll win a 2v2.
Yeah.
Like if Carbon's around, if Claire's like, I want to trade mid, trade mid. I'm playing Lee Sin, I can actually help you.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And so now they get farm, they get items, they can actually push advantages, and it was just so much better.
So what you're saying is, really, you guys want to take credit for this win because you gave Carbon,
I'm not saying
the advice, take Lee Sin,
I'm
he
not
takes
saying-
Lee Sin, and
No, I am. I definitely
I'm
am.
not saying, look, I'm more humble. I'm not saying I have a big brain, but I have a big brain. All right?
I was yelling last week that Nunu sucks, and I stand by it. I think
stand by it.
Well, I think this game goes to show, though, that
Yeah.
if Legacy want to play scaling, like if scaling's their thing, you don't have to have 3 scaling lanes. You can have 2 scaling lanes.
Yeah.
You can have 1 scaling lane.
Yeah.
You still play late game, and
Yeah.
you still team fight well.
Well, okay, for then TM, this is 2 weeks in a row, like we said, where they have come close to winning series, but they're still yet to crack that open over the course of this split. So what are they doing moving forward? They're improving week to week, right?
Well, they're improving week to week. I think the important thing for them is them to not get down on themselves, and it's just important for them to realize how close they are.
Yeah.
Because like it's easy to be like, oh man, like we lost another series, like I give up. It's just really easy to give up.
Absolutely. But the 2 series they've lost in the last 2 weeks have been against the teams that came second and third in last Split's OPL.
Yeah,
So,
so I think for them, like it's really they could go home. I would be like if I was TM,
Yeah.
I would actually be happy. I would go home and be like, okay, boys, like sure we lost. I'd be sad that we lost.
Yeah.
But I'd go back and say, wow, we have so much potential.
Yeah, no, I definitely, and I think that one of the huge points that I'll give to Johnny is that like as a coach, I think that's like the environment and culture is really going to foster. It's going to be like focused on their growth and not defeats or losses. It's going to be about like what's the next step moving forward now.
Well, yeah, maybe you'll get them on the trampoline as well during Rift Rivals. Get them in a couple of weeks. Just get because it's probably endorphins. It's good relax.
What's this trampoline mean?
What do you mean?
Oh, Johnny used to be a trampoline coach.
He was a trampoline
Competitive
coach.
I didn't know that coaches existed for that, but yeah, no, he was.
Yeah.
Athletic online, athletic offline.
It's an Olympic sport. It's an Olympic sport, and he's getting. Well, I don't think he was an Olympic coach, to be clear, but he was very, very good. He's jumping. No,
High
offline.
IQ
Like real life
trampolinist.
real
We just got
bouncing.
bouncing.
This is not online trampoline. This is
why
real
you know so much
trampolining.
about Zach. Let's bounce.
That's why
Let's
Johnny.
bring up-
That's why
let's talk-
Cyclone says, "Give him Zach." I've seen it
All right.
before.
Very quickly before we get out of here, out of this. Let's talk about this tweet that someone sent in. They're talking about the jungle matchup. Why have we not seen? Talk through the jungle rework. Why have we not seen more play from Kindred?
Kindred just doesn't really do much.
Yeah.
So before, when Kindred was in the meta, like there was nothing that could 1v1 Kindred.
Yeah.
Kindred had good scaling, good utility, and was just out and out like just did a lot of damage. Kindred kind of loses skirmishes now. There's a lot of counterplay to Kindred. Like she's not really oppressive 1v1. She's easy to play around. Like she's going to go for her marks. Is it she or he? I'm sorry if I don't mean to offend anyone.
Please do not.
Let's not assume gender.
Yes,
It's a they, isn't it? Kindred's multiple.
All right. Well, they.
Yeah.
They.
It's multiple people.
They're kind
things.
of predictable in what they do. Like
Yeah.
they're going for certain things, and they just don't offer much early. I mean, maybe the late game's still there, but like, do you want to play like a late game jungler in this meta? I don't think you do.
Jish?
Yeah, so I think Kindred right now just has a slightly underwhelming early game, which is what she was good before. I think the change they most recently made to her marks made it too easy to deny them and punish her, and she really, really relied on getting like the extra stats from clearing her marked camps, to like get through the early game and get some ganks off. And we're just not you just don't get that at the moment.
We should also get Fish's opinion on this because Fish went and got a Kindred tattoo on his forearm.
I don't think that makes you an expert, by the way.
Absolutely. Look,
I think it does. I think it does.
All right. Well, that is our analysis of this first series, but do not go anywhere because after these hearts, we'll be back with our second match of the day. Direwolves take on Abyss.
Cupcake gets the slow, Tether comes through, dead, double knockup, first blood picked up by Only. Here comes Carbon, looking to try and get into the backlines, low, being jumped up by Carbon, using the ultimate, gets kicked back, still taking a lot of damage, Carbon almost falls. Tegan is a sitting duck, and Tally comes down.
Why did he go through with that? They want to go.
Carbon goes in, tries to engage, Only right behind, flashes to Carbon, Cataclysm, big wombo combo, everyone's forced to flash out of the shockwave. Only's going to try and dash back out, good lockdown to Tally, Praetor tries to jump in, jumps on a trap, good Cataclysm, but everyone just dashes back out. That's going to be Claire trying to run away, big shockwave onto the front line, Cupcake's going to fall first, now Tally is a sitting duck, Chaos Storm trying to be controlled into the back lines, a good snipe coming out from Claire, 1-for-1 trade. Claire's flash is coming back up as well, so perfect timing wants to do so. Ultimate used by Tally, knocks one back. Only now gets a good knock up there. He's going to take so much damage though. He is going to use the ultimate to go untargetable, will still be taken out by Carbon. Kratos stepping on the trap there, going to take way too much damage for his liking. Flying Drags out. Legacy looking to try and push for the first inhibitor turret of the game. And now this Elder Dragon is just going to be started by Legacy. Ultimate used by Low so early. They're looking for the steal. Only has to pull off a miracle. He goes in, can't get it. Legacy get Elder Dragon. Only stuck inside the pit as well. Tries to take the tunnel out. Will gets a big shield as well. Half health. Kratos going in.
looking for the ultimate, decides to hold on to it a little bit longer, not using gargoyles in time, jumps back into Tally, only now looking for a fight. Good root coming out from low, but there's too much consistent damage. Big shockwave, but just barely enough damage to take down multiple members of Legacy, and the Redemption is just going to top them up.
That's game.
Legacy pushed towards the Nexus, Lowe's a sitting duck. Look at Lost! Charging further forward. Bang, bang, bang goes the sniper. Legacy, 41 minutes into this game against TM, should finally close this out.
On Legacy, are going to get the points, and TM just so close.
So close. Much improved from TM this week. Legacy again dropping game 2 against a team that is under the 4th spot on the table.
Whilst an OPL game takes about 30 minutes to play, it's generally won from a series of plays that only take a few. Hi guys, I'm Jake Spawn Tiberi, and welcome to the War Room. Week 2 of the OPL saw TM Gaming go up against Sin. TM's jungler Only was able to set up a double kill bottom lane within the first 3 minutes that was integral to snowballing his squad to victory. However, the play is more than a young mechanical jungler making his mark on the early game. It involved every member from TM lineup doing his part. This is a small detail, but any early game gank requires you to know exactly where the enemy jungler is. As Ryoma comes into lane with missing mana, TM's jungler knows Juves is starting his Raptor camp. Clear towards his red buff before finishing his clear on the top side of the map. With this in mind, TM's top laner Praetor will clear out his wave and ward his own jungle. This will be crucial as the play progresses, as the ward will spot out Juves and allow Praetor to avoid being dove. This provides TM's bottom lane with the safety they need to hard commit. Only races bottom lane, skipping his own blue buff, and as he enters the lane, T-Gun on Thresh flashes forward for a double play on both FBI and Rogue. Once the duo summoner spells are burnt, a death sentence secures the kill on Sin support. Generally, the play would end there, but with no summoner spells, FBI is a sitting duck. Only assists low to push the wave into the turret before looping around for what results in a trade 2-for-1 kill. This is made even better by the fact FBI loses 15 CS worth of experience and gold, and begins what is a decisive victory for the TM squad.
Down, clapping
Wow, what a
around
win.
the
How
board.
excited today.
TM just picked up the game over Sin.
That's it for the War Room. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll see you next week. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, Legacy have beaten TM Gaming 2-1 in a very hotly contested series. We're about to get into our second match of the day. My name is Michael Hingersing. I'm joined here by, I'm gonna get this right. Brendan, Juves, Nafina, and also Joshua, Jish, Car Hummerston.
Yay!
It's alphabetical. I nailed it. Aside from the fact I had to stop and think. It's fine. We're about to get into our second series of the day. Abyss taking on, what were the front runners of the OPL until Chiefs kind of took that mantle momentarily, potentially. Direwolves they're taking on. Let's talk about this. I'm excited about this. Do Abyss have a chance? Do you guys think?
I mean, there's always a chance. There's always a chance, but I think stylistically, Direwolves match up really well against them, and I would consider them like hot favourites.
Yeah, I mean, I never want to say that there's no chance. I think that Abyss can win. I think that Luch is a really good player, but I think that it will be definitely an uphill battle.
So, you mentioned Luch there. Let's talk about him. Is he the carry threat for Abyss right now? Because, I mean, he was banned last split. We've seen him play a couple of times this split, but hasn't necessarily popped off in the way Abyss would have liked.
Well, I'm happy to be proven wrong. I would say that they live and die by Luch, really.
Yeah, no,
like, you can prove me wrong.
I'll back that.
Yeah.
I think Luch is he's a player that he sort of demands them to play around him a little bit, and that gives them a bit of a team identity, and it gives them like a style and something to play for. So obviously, when their whole team's moving towards like this one style, and he's on your screen right now, looking pretty good. But yeah, I think when he does well, their team looks a lot better.
As much as you don't want to be known as like that one identity team, and they will probably say they can play other styles, but from what I've seen, it's just like let's just get behind Luch and hope he pops off, really.
But the criticism of Luch early on the split was, look, even if he gets a lead, he doesn't do anything with it. He can get ahead, but he doesn't. He just farms. He just wants to get more ahead. Is that accurate, do you think?
To be fair to them, they versed Regicide. I didn't actually catch those games, but I know they won 2-1, which is kind of disappointing for them, I guess. And then the other game, they lost to Chiefs 2-0.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was like Luch's fault by any means. I just think that Abyss as a whole, I don't know who's calling the shots. They just didn't close the game out. I really feel like Abyss should have closed out game 2. Fair play to the Chiefs for coming back. Sorry, Jish. No, but yeah.
Absolutely. They came close.
Yeah, no, like, I definitely feel like they should have...
on Nexus. They came very close.
Like, they definitely should have closed that game out. So Luch obviously did his job.
Yeah.
Whether or not he's the shot caller, I don't know what happened, but I think that, they live and die by Luch.
Yeah. Maybe if they work on closing out those games when they're literally on the Nexus, they could take a point. Do you think?
In our defense, I was packing up. No, okay. So these teams aren't playing. We'll talk about my team. My team was like, well, no, we're still in this. I was like packing up my notes, like, all right, let's get ready for game 3. And everyone's just like, no, we're in. When they're not in the Nexus, like, we can defend. And I was like, oh wait, no, they can't defend.
All right, well, let's take a look at the business lineup, shall we? As they're getting ready right now in the OPL studios. Bring them up on your screen, and we'll run down. Oh, sip of the coffee. Great stuff, Raid. Their top laner is Pabu. Let's see how he will fare against Chippies today. Their jungler and their captain last split was Seb. Luch, who we just spoke about, is their mid laner. Their AD carry is Raid. And the support is Rosie. He's getting on the hand warmers. Do you find the studios cold, Jubes, when you play in there?
Tell you what, last split, walking
Yeah.
into those studios, sometimes I was like, oh, boys, didn't know we were playing in Antarctica. It's actually that cold in those rooms
Hand warmers
sometimes.
are useful.
I remember
Yeah.
our old top laner, he used to have a hand warmer on one eye, forehead, chin. I was just like, bloke, are you going to headbutt your keyboard or something? Like, just use your hands,
He's
man.
keeping his eyes warm.
Yeah, and then he's just like, I'm just trying to get warm, man. And I was like, all right.
The things we didn't know about players. Right,
Yeah.
let's take a look at Direwolf's lineup, shall we? Those guys getting ready in the OPL studios as well. So bringing them up on your screen. And these guys, last split champions. And obviously, some of them look like resting, but they're actually just doing their breathing exercises. Chippies in the top lane. Their jungler is Shernfire, who just started with them last split. Fantix is their mid laner. Their AD carry is King. And friend of the desk, Destiny, is doing these breathing exercises. He's playing support for them today, as always. Do you see any potential weaknesses from these guys from the 2 rounds that we've seen? Because they look pretty strong. But Jish, you were able to take it out.
I was
What are you going to exploit?
I'm going to give you one weakness. I'm going to say Shernfire. I think right now, that I'm not saying he's a bad player by any means, but I think he's definitely getting carried by his laners right now. I think last week against Regicide, he was like 6'5" or something nearly.
And this is obviously by his own standards, right? Because he last split was popping off. I'm just saying that you're not taking this in a vacuum.
Sorry, we're not meeting Jish's standards, guys.
But I mean,
OPL, raise your game.
I don't care what Shern thinks of himself. I'm saying he's bad.
But you're saying obviously this is in context of how he played last split as well, where he was a very good, a very aggressive jungler.
Yeah,
for them. Now,
definitely.
Jubes, you play jungle, obviously.
Well,
what are your thoughts on Shern so far this split?
Well, I haven't versed him. I've scrimmed against him. I'm not going to comment. But one thing I will say is that you kind of look like, so Direwolves won the split coming off a Korean boot camp, and like that buff, like you get like a kind of like buff when you go overseas. Like I know when Chiefs used to go overseas all the time. When they came back, they were just like 20-minute teams because like they were just like a lot better. And then like as time goes on,
The buff decays.
They just decay and got worse.
You get
No
brought
offense,
back down by the
Bryce.
goblins.
Well, yeah, you just become one with Oaths again. No, but it genuinely happens. Like, you got to be in a good environment and constantly at that level. So I do think maybe they're a little bit worse, but I'm not sure.
All right, well, let's take a look at your guys' predictions then. Juve, start us off. What do you think this is going to be?
I'm still gonna go Direwolves 2-0. I think they're individually like just too good, and if they don't win from laning phase, I think their micro's still a lot better in team fights. So,
Jish, you were right earlier today when you said that Legacy would drop a game over TM. Do you think Abyss can do it as well?
No, I'm going to go with a 2-0 to Direwolves. I think they're just like a way cleaner team.
Whew, let's take a look at your tips at home then, shall we? opltips.com.au, and no surprises there. Direwolves, massive favourites coming off, and also very few people thinking this is going to go to a 3-game series, so maybe it'll just be 2-0 and then out. Remember, if you are in the top 250 people at the end of the split in OPL Tips, you get some sweet Uber Eats money vouchers. That's the prizes available to us. But it is time for us to get into our second match of the day. So let's throw it over to casters. It is Spawn, Fish, and Egypt.
Thanks, here's about again to that second game match thing of today. We're going to get into that very shortly. Champions League's coming up
Whatever
soon.
you call it.
Abyss taking on the Direwolves, and 93% of the votes going for the Direwolves in this game.
Yeah, I mean, think that's fair. Direwolves, as I said, until they're dethroned, until someone can actually throw... Like, everyone keeps saying, potentially their bottom lane isn't up to where they were at the finals. I mean, they look slightly weaker, Shern slumping. Until someone actually beats them, I don't give a damn where they're slumping because they're still the best team in Oceania at the moment. And I think that the other thing for me is that they match up stylistically incredibly well versus this Abyss lineup. Luch is their star player. Parbu is a person they look to for big carry threats. And you know what? Direwolves have been doing it better for longer, and this is a hard game for Abyss to win.
Cassidon ban right off the bat. That's a bit of respect, I think.
Yeah, I don't think Fnatic should ever be allowed to play that champion, top or mid.
Yeah, kind of just proving your point. Their solo lanes are very good, have been performing very good ever since they came back from Korea. Very scary laners, and I think that's where Direwolves will look to win the game today.
Is he the best player in the OPL? I know that your AD carry is making a very good case at the moment. Swiffer historically has kind of carried the crown for a long time, but is Fnatic starting to elevate to that level?
I don't think anyone is the best player in Oceania. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not copying. I'm not trying to take a cop-out answer. I don't think anyone has cemented themselves as the best player in Oceania yet. As in, like, this split, I don't think anyone has had enough of a performance over, like, their counterparts sort of thing.
Well,
yep, I get what you're saying.
Well, your AD carry in every single mic check is screaming about how he is the best.
That was one time. And also he was definitely screaming. That was that hurt. That hurt my ears. We were in there with a soundproof headphones.
Can I please take it off? We've won the game. No, you have to keep it on.
I'm the best.
We have the bans coming through for both teams. Standard bans from the Direwolves, except for the Lucian one, not banning out Elise on red side. Cassidon, Caitlyn, Vladimir banned out by Abyss. That gives them Elise first pick, and Direwolves pick up Rek'Sai straight away.
And that has to be a pre-planned pick out of Sharp. Sharp knows that Elise is strong on the current patch and knows that it's Seb's best jungler, and obviously wants to play Rek'Sai into it for whatever reason. So excited.
Rek'Sai, even given the changes, has always historically been a good matchup into Elise, and now with the changes, now his ultimate, he is very good.
It's a big pick for Direwolves while they get Thresh due to Abyss not banning it on blue side.
I do expect an answer of Time Kench though. Rosie is a Time Kench player, so I would expect they take that one here, or they're not going to get it at all. The Lucian ban from Direwolves, I think, is definitely targeted at Parbu. They don't want to deal with that in the top lane. I'm not entirely sure if Lucian can play that one. There's the Time Kench, but Parbu is a big Lucian player, and it seems kind of annoying to lane
He's
against.
a big cheese player.
Yeah, he is. Time Kench Jhin, though, that seems like a pretty... Like Time Kench is a nullify lane into the Thresh, right? Like it's good at denying the hook, denying any engage potential out of Thresh, but Thresh should still bully you around.
Yep.
They can pick up... Caitlyn is banned. They probably pick up an Ashe or maybe the Varus.
Varus, yep.
In this situation. And then they have a lot of kill potential. They have a lot of CC. Ooh. Fiora pick.
Yeah, straight off the bat. First pick rotation, Chippy's Fiora.
I mean, it's what I said. This is kind of the Direwolves memo. They think that they have the best top laner. They think that they have the best mid laner. And I think that that's where Abyss also have strengths. But throwing the gauntlet, I expect the Jace to also go here.
Yeah.
And he's going to be stuck in the Kled versus Fiora matchup, which is not good for Kled because bear trap on a rope doesn't work out all that well.
And now Lucian makes sense as a first ban, last ban from the Direwolves. You get rid of 3 potential counters for Fiora top lane. And as you mentioned, don't have much else to take into it.
Ooh, Luch wants to play Syndra. That's interesting.
I'm actually surprised about that. I'm surprised they didn't ban away the AD carries. If you ban Varus and you ban Ashe, Caitlyn and Lucian are already off the table. I think King, what does he go to? Tristana has been seeing a little bit of play. Cogmore maybe. Twitch
is a King pick.
Yeah,
the only
it is.
reason I put it.
But then in such a rage disadvantage to the Jin, I feel like that wouldn't be too good.
I think the scary thing about the Echo ban for me is Direwolves are going to have first pick here, so they can just take Syndra if they want to, and then now you don't have Echo to play into it.
Luch plays...
I mean, Vlad is banned.
Historically, he's played a little bit of Zed, and also the fact that Fizz is still available. Fantix also plays Fizz, so that's why I don't... Whenever teams ban Echo versus Fantix because they want to play want to play Syndra, I'm like, he historically has played one of the best Fizzes on the server. Like, he has other answers to this champion.
Yeah.
And as you said, they've just done exactly what you called, Fish. So
all right, thanks for banning Echo. We'll take that. Let's see if Abyss have planned something to go up against this. Really like Direwolves draft so far. Everything's fallen in... gone according to plan for them.
Only thing they need is a tank, so I'm calling the Urgot.
That's rough. The Ori into Syndra, that is not a good answer.
Ouch.
I mean, I feel like this draft has definitely gone Direwolves way already.
If there's anyone that can nullify a Syndra lane with Orion, it'd probably be Luch.
Nah, don't even agree. I think this is one of the times where you give him Rise or something like that, and you say, you know what, we're just going to try and beat them through 1-3-1. We'll try and get you through the laning phase as safely as possible, because there's really no options for them right now. I don't believe they have the better 1-4. And the team fight, I think, given the 80 carry coming across, will certainly be more promising from Direwolves
I'm assuming it's going to be Ashe. Oh, they go for the Twitch.
Hello.
That's... Okay.
Twitch has been picked up by King. Jarvan top lane for Pabu. This is going to be a fun match.
How does the Jarvan into Fiora matchup go? I feel like
Fiora wins.
Yeah, I feel like Fiora wins. Jarvan only really, like he has his EQ button, right? And then, like, he has a very broadcast-like window. And Fiora, if she riposts that, and then... Like, I feel like he's got nothing else.
According to your top lane fight, Swiper, Fiora doesn't lose any matchup in Korean solo queue.
yeah, absolutely not. And so, if that's the case, then Direwolves kind of have 3 winning lanes in my eyes. And it's going to be very hard for Seb to do anything on the Elise, especially since Direwolves were obviously very happy trading the Rek'Sai for the Elise. They left that up intentionally, banned the Lucian instead of it, picked the Rek'Sai immediately. In my eyes, it seems like everything has just gone Direwolves' way.
Curious to see how this one's going to pan out. Lots of interesting matchups to work for. Look towards Direwolves especially, as we mentioned. They've got a good pick top lane, good pick mid lane. Their solo lanes are going to be just fine. Let's see if Shunfire can supplement that, or if Twitch Thresh is absolutely going to pop up in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm looking forward to in this game is Direwolves need to make a statement game. I mean, people are really starting to, like, whether it's the murmurings about scrims that you always hear, Oz is so famous for it, or, you know, Shern not performing well on stage. There are murmurs that, you know, they're underperforming just slightly at the moment. And from the draft that they've got, this has a potential of being, you know, one of those 26 to 30-minute statement games against a young lineup. And I want to see whether they can do it because, as we keep saying, Sharp has given them everything they need to now go on to Summoner's Rift and run over this game.
Yep. Let's see if Sharp's draft's going to work for them. We'll be able to check in with him later on, I believe. And I think we're checking with Abyss's coach first. Yep. So we'll be able to see what their draft they put together. Because they do have a couple of counter picks themselves, like the Tahm Kench into the Thresh. Pretty obvious that they pre-planned the Echo ban for some reason.
The only thing that I like is that they have Tahm Kench to be able to gank the Fiora lane. So that's the only thing I will say. If Fiora pushes in too much, you just take someone with Tahm Kench, you go kill her, but...
And then I guess like a little thing with the Tahm Kench is also into the Syndra. It's not only countering the Thresh, it's very good into the Syndra. She just ultis someone, you pick them up mid-ult, all the balls just drop on the ground, do no damage. This is a very interesting level 1 invade by Direwolves.
Yeah, let's see if they get anything out of it, because we do want to check in with...
He's fine.
Yeah,
Seb's going to be fine. Block the hook.
Let's check in with Abyss's coach to see if he has anything else to say about their draft.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Drac, and you've gone with the Jin 80 carry, and he's going to be having to go into Twitch. We haven't seen a lot of Twitch, so how do you think that matchup will go?
Twitch is usually more used in the pick and desire, but it seems to work the same into Jin. They clearly saw the Tahm and thought we were going to play a bit safer in bot lane so they can get away with the Twitch, which obviously is a scary team fight later.
You've picked obviously Tahm to counter the Thresh. Yep. So what do you see as the win conditions then for the Abyss lineup today?
Obviously we're looking to sort of get one of the lanes snowballing. Bot lane's job's to just play safe.
Excellent stuff. All right. Well, thanks for speaking to us and best luck in the game.
Thank you.
That's my problem with the Abyss kind of strategy. We are looking to neutralize bottom lane and just get one of our solo lanes snowballing. I mean, historically, it's been how Abyss actually win games, but I just don't like it into Direwolves, Fish.
Let's see if they can pull it off at least. I mean, Direwolves, as we mentioned already, such strong lanes. Destiny and Rosie going at it to kick things off. And I have a curious theory about the Thresh pick, because you forces the Tahm Kench pickup. Does that unlock your AD carry? Does that mean King can literally play whoever he wants into this lane?
Yeah, it's pretty like that. Tahm Kench has a lot of struggles actually
That's unlucky procs.
Yeah. But as I was saying, Tahm Kench doesn't do a good job of bullying around a mobile short range AD carries, right? As a support, you can pick, you can name like 30 things off the back of your hand. They would do a better job of that. So like picking the Thresh and then baiting them into a Tahm Kench with a Twitch pick could have been what they were going for. I mean, it would make a lot of sense because they third picked the Fiora and they were very willing to not pick their AD carry before the second ban phase, which opens them up to getting like the Ashe and the Varus ban. So I kind of like it.
In saying that, Raid played Jhin against the Chiefs last week, and I was pretty vocal that he maybe should have been able to carry that game. Obviously, Ray's had a very good last team fight on the Xayah to justify the strength of that pick, but Raid looks incredibly comfortable on the Jhin last week.
He did. Let's see if he has another comfortable game here. So far, bottom lane just looks, as you guys have mentioned, absolutely neutralized between Raid and Rosie, the King and Destiny.
Yeah, because the thing about Twitch is Twitch does a lot of damage. It scales incredibly well. But it's not like Jhin doesn't scale at all. Jin's going to be able to crit shot majority of this team for a lot of their health, as well as the fact that with no tanks, the ulti startup of a fight also isn't that bad, because there's no one apart from really Shermfire that can absorb those shots without thinking about them. And if he goes Warrior, even then, that's going to be very late into the game when he can start doing that.
And the junglers have actually started, I think they both started Wraith Camp, and then they're pathing onto opposite sides of the map. Shermfire is now tracking back towards top side. I think he got spotted. Seb got spotted by that Watt in the river, so Sher knows where he is. But this is really good for a Thresh lane to be able to punish early as they just trade a bit of damage. Yeah, it's really good for a Thresh lane to be able to punish early without the threat of a jungler being behind you. Because Thresh is really susceptible to ganks. And the follow-up Q. That's... Fantix is pretty but that's a lot of health missing, and
so
Luch has no pots.
I mean, a jungler get into mid lane plays and just flash onto one of them. Fantix is actually a lot healthier because he's taken heal.
Yeah.
Luch has got the mobility spells there as the Ghost as well as the Flash, but Fantix is going to have this wave shoving into him and will be... He can either choose to push it out or he can actually just let it shove in and take the recall.
And Seb obviously told him he couldn't help him because he started his recall before and was just like, no, like I'm not going to be able to come in. I can't help you. You need to recall. So he's going to lose this wave to the turret.
Thankfully for Luch, it is going to be a cannon minion wave, so he should only lose a couple of minions here.
He
burns Ghost to get back.
He really wants the minions.
I mean, that's actually, for me, a good call because if you let Syndra get level 6 much earlier than you, as well as having an item advantage, she just kills you at that stage of the game. So he has to actually do something here.
36 minutes to 23 at the moment. Double ring picked up by Luch. Still stacking those. Whereas you have the lost chapter picked up by Fantix.
Yeah, interesting they didn't go Dark Seal or something like that.
Destiny has gone 2 points in W on Thresh.
I like that.
Do you? That has to be a misclick. I don't like that.
Oh, let's track it later.
His empowered auto attack just goes down by a lot, doesn't it?
I feel like, okay, in a Tahm Kench lane, right, you can't really just like walk up and flay willy-nilly if you don't have jungle pressure, because as they're collapsing onto Seb here.
Oh, that's actually great play.
Good damage down towards Syndra. That's Shermfire's flash. Seb has to flash away. Do they follow? Fantix does, gets first blood. Easily picked up by the Direwolves.
I'm telling you, man, Fantix is playing on another level at the moment. He's already 15-ish CS up based on where the wave is, and has just picked up another first blood for himself. He has not missed a sphere. He is playing phenomenal League of Legends.
Top side, Maxi Chippies is pushing Parbu out of lane, run out of mana, so he's going to have to go back to base. 40 CS though, so TM up picked up.
I actually also had the pleasure of spending a lot of time with Fantix on Origin. And for a player that is as good as he is, plays around his team incredibly well. Communicates well. He's one of the people on the Direwolves that is obviously very vocal. He's their captain. And when your captain's playing well, it makes it easy.
Tahm Kench blue flash. When did that happen? When did that happen? They must have, I think they went to rotate up the river and then obviously, Destiny and King would have been floating behind them. Look for a hook. He probably flashed it.
Here's Seb, right behind
level
Fantix.
4. This is the stuff nightmares are made of, Seb. You don't want to go for this.
He stopped to ward that as well.
He's saying in Spider Forms that he can repel the ulti, but he just can't catch up. Spider Form gives you like a little bit of move speed. Obviously, it wasn't enough to catch up.
I would have refused to go for that gate. That is not anything I want to be a part of.
Good trades from Parbu. He's level 6. Ultimate, though, that's a misplay.
Certainly is.
Yeah. I was wondering, Chippies didn't riposte the EQ. Obviously, he was saving up the ultimate. Smart play out of him there.
Parbu using the ultimate while he could see the riposte.
Yeah.
It's the questionable part.
Questionable.
Still wins the trade. Doing fine. He's very vocal about his Java matchups. We had a brief chat with him earlier about it.
Did you?
He's very vocal about many things with this champion.
I'm going to lend you in on a trade secret. I've spoken to Parbu for probably the last 2 years. He's just a vocal person.
Chippy's now trying to trade against Parbu. Gets a good vital proc. Uses the parry. Doesn't get anything out of it.
I mean, Parbu can never turn around and take that fight because if he does, he's just going to get ulted up and absolutely destroyed.
No Cataclysm, no ability to burst the Fiora, so if they get mega low, Fiora's going to heal back up.
And poor Seb just trying to find something to farm in his jungle. A level behind Shonefire at the moment.
20 CS down.
Yeah. Not good.
And it's the Caulfield's Warhammer versus Boots. I mean, that's a big...
Stop it!
No. He doesn't get that now. That's gone.
I don't understand.
I mean, is that... I mean, this time around, it's him trying to be incredibly safe and take it in the safest area possible. But is this OS players are getting greedy? Has there been a small change on the live patch that I'm not aware of?
I don't think so. I think this is just... Oh, okay.
Hello, Luch.
Goodbye, Luch.
Goodbye, Luch. And might be another kill over for Seb.
Nah,
no.
Seb got it. He's out.
He's got his blue boss.
The bandit.
So good job.
He shouldn't have got that. If Fantix's a solo killing mid, like it's actually like a pretty big deal. Oh, Chippy just failed his dash over the wall. Seb would have got Mega Chunk there. Jarvan ulti still wasn't up. They probably could have 2v2'd that one. Fantix can float up from the mid lane, but instead is just resetting. They don't get the blue contest.
And so the draft strategy of getting their solo lanes ahead. Oh, looking good. I mean, Parbu's holding his own. He's up in CS, but Luch getting solo killed. Not great.
It's looking like a fairly clean game from Dials already.
Yep.
They're in a very good position. The bot lane is down a few CS now. They've kind of been left on an island there, and I guess that is the range disadvantage of the Twitch vs Jin matchup, and then the Thresh into Tarm. Thresh finds it very hard to do anything.
Oh, where's Tarm Catch? Gotta get
Jin
into
is
that.
6 years away.
Now, actually, that's really bad for Raid. He's going to be forced to flash here. That's a follow-up from King. Rat-a-tat. Tat. Tat.
No.
Expunge. It's going to be enough, I think. The poison's ticking. Potion's going to be able to help him out. Now here comes the Protocol. King's got to tank this for Destiny. Oh, one slip spike. He curved the bullet. What? Almost, but not quite.
I'm adamant that Rosie could have fought that.
Meanwhile, Parbu is getting dove top lane. 2v1. Ultimate comes out from Surefire just to drop turret aggro, and he's perfectly fine.
Yeah, really nicely played out of Shern there. Looks like he's back to his best. Pathing towards topside, giving so much relief towards Chippies. They knew that they had the ultimate advantage the whole time. They finally take care of that lane. They're going to actually take down the turret as well. Maybe look for an early swap because of how poorly that bottom lane trade went. See if they can just move the map around and open it up.
Yeah, bot lane no sums now. Parbu does have his flash still, but he's only just going to get more and more bullied in that top matchup. This is looking like very good things for Dials. When you're winning at multiple fronts on the map, like that kind of speaks to like a bit of a stomp, I guess. They are in a position to get themselves very far ahead. They're probably going to look to take Rift Herald when it's spawning in the next 5 seconds. They're going to deploy for that one.
See if they do. So far, Dial so you mentioned having a clean game. 3,000 gold up, 10 minutes in. That's already fantastic to take a look at. And Rosie not having a good time in this Tarm Catch lane. That was very curious that Ray was stepped up so far without Rosie right behind him.
And what Aegian was talking about is he actually thought the Tarm Catch, who gets his passive now at level 1, doesn't have to wait for level 6 to do a little bit more magic damage on auto attack, could have continued to fight because King had already flashed forward, burnt everything to try and continue it. Didn't have Rat-a-tat-tat, had already used Expunge. And Tarm Kench in a melee trade actually does a lot of damage.
He does so much damage. And Thresh does absolutely nothing. After he's used like the box, which is like 300 damage, he actually does nothing else. He just kind of whips you with a few autos.
Would love to see how long that cooldown of Devour would have been for Rosie as well. Because if he could eat up someone and throw him back into a Jin bullet, that's
it absolutely would have been coming
good
up.
like Destiny.
Yeah, because he used it on Jin when he got caught. I don't know why.
At the very
like,
start.
Yeah, that was a bit of miscommunication. Like the Tarm Kench is only good into Thresh if you're stacked on top of each other, right? So if you get hooked, you can get eaten and then spit into safety. But if you're like out of range of the hook, as Chippies is looking for this.
Parbu's hugging the wall. Here comes Seb. Good parry. Connects of the Cocoon does not connect, and Chippy's just like, see you guys. You guys can run around top lane as much as you want.
They're still going for it. And, that's a lot of wasted time now by Seb.
And they lose a Cloud Dragon for that too. Direwolves take an objective cross map. Chippy does not even have to burn a summoner spell.
Yeah, it just seems like everything is going Direwolves way right now. Chippies is just 2v1ing top. As they take the dragon bot side, winning on 2 fronts of the map again. Fantix is just bullying Luch in the mid lane right now. They have all their summons back up, so...
Luch doesn't like to lose out on CS either. Yeah. From every single thing I've seen in Luch's playstyle, he prides himself on being able to get incremental advantages throughout the laning phase, putting pressure on you that he's going to turn into that time bomb as the game gets closer and closer towards the 3-4 item mark, and then he's going to be able to take over. This would be playing into his own head.
TP bot.
Deep teleport actually from Pabu. They're going to lock down Destiny. They send out the Time Kench with Seb. And here he comes. Pabu is going to be able to try and lock him down. Instead, Destiny flashes away, puts down the box. He might be... No, Luch is there.
Hit the plant, hit the plant.
See if he can get over. Trying to. Going towards the side of Luch. He's going to be able to get away. Fantix can't quite.
Oh, maybe they've also got Fantix off the back end of this.
Flash forward from Pabu. Pops the Cataclysm. Forces the flash out of Fantix. But Abyss only get a single kill onto Destiny. Blow a couple of summoners along their way.
Goodness gracious me. That is actually a very good escape out of Direwolves in the end. They lose one member. They've
got it.
Does he get it? He's going to contest it. Oh,
gets away, and suddenly Fantix dead mid lane. Picks up by Raid. He's going to try and do what he can to push for this turret, but King's here as well. And top lane Inner under some fire.
Yeah, well, they're not actually responding to top lane Inner at all, Fish. Here we go.
Let's see what they can do. Flag and drag. Pabu's trying to lock him down. No ultimate for the Jarvan, so Chippy says, all right, here's a few vital procs. I'm going to get away.
So Abyss pulled the trigger on that play bot side. It was the right idea, but they got literally nothing out of it. Thresh and Twitch just split in two different directions, and they commit on the Thresh. Luch absolutely should have just hit the plan, and then Destiny would have died for free. But even then, like if the play stopped at that point, they come out behind because Direwolves are farming 2 lanes in the mid and the top while they're making this 5-man play bot side. Chippies are just getting further and further ahead on the top side of the map when like Abyss weren't getting any objectives off that play, so it's really rough out of them. They do get the flash out of Fantix though with the Jhin ulti, so that was good, but it seems like things are just going Direwolves' way, and the entire time Shenfire is just soloing Rift Herald, so
yeah, Shern's a big benefactor here.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he's up a lot of jungle CS. He's grabbed himself the extra experience and being able to have a Dragon as well as the Rift Herald buff. He's level 9 to the level 8 of Elite.
Going double damage item for Rek'Sai as well, it seems.
Yep. Going into a Black Cleaver. I think if you're this far ahead, it makes sense to me. She does good damage at the moment and will get tanky. Potentially can even pick yourself up like a Durham's Fist or something like that. Maybe, just maybe, if you get even further ahead, go for the Titanic.
Let's get 6 damage items.
I mean, that's tanky damage items. Get the Sterix afterwards, you're absolutely set.
Go Bork, give you a bit of sticking power, you know? Chase him down with the ulti.
Get me a new support on this desk. I don't understand anymore. Meanwhile, bottom lane, King pops up, tries to get a few cheeky shots on the Raid. Lets him know he's there and decides not to take the fight anymore. Still fairly even in the bottom lane. Raid actually has a kill and assist, so he's slightly ahead of King.
Yep, he's also going to complete the Infinity Edge, which is a confident play.
With Herald in their face.
Potentially could have been ulti there from Luke.
Yeah. Tom Kench is, I think they're looking for a play here.
That's
Tom ult.
Someone had to hit Herald, surely.
Luke's going to be able to cut out the wave, but Harold won't be able to cut out this turret.
Gets it.
Oh, he gets it. Wow.
This is sloppy play out of Abyss.
And it really feels like they're just not, like the early game is where they needed to make plays, right? Fiora is just going to get worse and worse in the split. I think Twitch going even in a lane matchup is obviously, like, it was a very good draft to get the Time Kench into the Thresh, so it was safe for Twitch as they get engaged here.
Yep, Rosie's locked down. The box being popped by Destiny as well. He's got nowhere to run. Ultimate used by Rek'Sai. Jumps out of nowhere, gets a kill, but Seb turns one around. Raid.
Bad ulti.
Questionable.
Pointed at the wrong shot.
Fireworks. That was, what was that? The 12-gun salute? Just celebrating the death of Rosie. He died a hero.
That was the curtain falling on top of Bjergsen's head at the NA thing, right? The curtain call went the wrong way, just flopped on his head. But no, so yeah, King being even or ahead, arguably, in this matchup, and like that, they just have so many scaling opportunities here, and it's so good for Direwolves to keep playing this slow game sort of thing. With Dragon spawning soon, I expect them to look to contest that.
And if you're Abyss, what do you do? Because your solo lanes have lost.
You look for you get to 1.5, 2 items. You look for a 5v5 fight around a Dragon or a Baron. You hope you win it. Otherwise, you just think about how you're going to play the next game.
Their team fight is pretty good. They have like they have the Tahm Kench and they have the Elise to look for picks, right? But they also have the Jarvan Ori combo. He can EQ if he EQs into a Syndra. Well, that's very hard because Syndra E can cancel your combo. But if they get that pick off onto some of the carries before Chippies can do any damage in the side lane, they can win a team fight. It's not like it's not like too far-fetched to think that they can win a team fight. I think they're definitely within grasping reach.
The problem is you only get like 2 or 3 shots to go for your team fight, and if it doesn't work, you're knocking on your turret. And the difference between maybe a split pusher like say Praedyth, who could at times hesitate, or someone like Chippies is Chippies is very confident. King dancing away, gets Dark Passengers out.
There goes one of their tools. That was Tahm Kench ulti down, so they can't use that to rotate around the map now.
And look at Chippies.
Yep.
It's like pushing top. Pabu, you better come back up
They'd
here.
already pulled Pabu down for the Dragon. I think they're probably just going to lose it now because Luch is going to have to deal with the mid wave. And then Fiora is already hitting that turret, probably going to float towards it.
Ray's looking for a turret for himself though.
Yeah.
Chippies should be able to take this, I think, if he plays it right.
Yeah, I think he can ignore him.
Let's see if he can. Pabu's going to try and do everything he can. Uses the shields very early. Flag and drag just to get him out of there. Chippy's got this.
Yep. I mean, Chippies is just a vacuum of strength right now because not only is he very strong and can win the 1v1, he's pulling away the best team fighting gauge that they have on the side of Abyss. So now you can see that
Dial looking to lock down Shenfire, but a hook connects, and that's a double play back.
That was
Raid
monster.
is gone. Dial's turn around the play. Even bring Chippies down as well.
Yeah, I mean, no reason to cancel that one. All of a sudden, they can just dive Rosie.
Hello, Rosie. I heard you like 5 members of the Wolfpack on your bottom lane. He's going to get taken down here. Absolutely decimated.
Dial's going to look to pick up the turret, probably take the Dragon. Somebody needs to answer the mid wave. I assume Fantix is walking up the river to go catch Luch there so they don't lose any damage on their mid turret. Keeping that up is actually very important for Dials, I think. As Shenfire is just going to solo another objective. Looking for the Dragon. This is looking grim.
Certainly is. And Luch, unfortunately, just has not been a big factor. Has slowly crawled himself back into a CS kind of equalization, but right now 4-1-1 on the Syndra, going towards a Banshee's Ale as well, so just going to be impossible for the Orianna to deal with. Literally when that comes through, Fantix can just walk at Luch and there's not all that much he can really do.
3-7 and kills 28,033.
Oh, he's a full item up at the moment.
That's gross.
Not great. It's already a 5,800 gold lead for the Dials.
Yeah, you'd have to think majority of that gold lead is on Fantix. It's 1,600 is on Fantix. So he's got half the gold lead, and Chippies has the other half.
Chippies up 1k, yeah.
Small lead for Shern. Small lead for the bottom lane as well. Everyone from the Dials are ahead of their counterparts.
He's also got 30% cooldown on Syndra as well. So no longer are you just looking at, you know, the big ultimate into a good stun combo. You have to worry about multiple spell rotations that's going to be coming out.
Shenfire saw Seb there, but he just walked straight past him. Now turns around for a little bit of a fight.
Wait, did Tom just ulti from the top bush? From the bush with the pink? He did, down the lane.
Get me out of here!
Yeah, they snuck out from underneath it. Destiny's going for the locket. I assume Rosie's going for Face of the Mountain. Knight's Vow, I feel like, doesn't have a lot of value in this matchup. He's already got the kill gem. Yeah. I don't think Knight's Vow has a lot of value. They don't have much sustained damage in terms of like the Ori and the Jhin. I feel like they're both fairly behind.
Let's see what he builds. Could be Russian Ruby. Yes.
With a Kindle gem?
Oh yeah.
I feel like he just runs. That's the right amount of money for a Ruby.
It's a little bit too upgraded.
Yeah, so this is one of those games where Direwolves, it feels very slow, right? Because Baron hasn't actually spawned, but they just had such a big lead from early on. Like, there's not a lot on the map for them to take. They've already taken the top inner. It is quite hard without... Ooh, as Fantix dodges away from the cocoon.
That's...
Ooh.
You're looking to try and fight... No, that shockwave did...
He healed the
some
damage.
choice words there, but did nothing to Fantix.
Yeah, it did a bit of damage, but he healed it immediately. Now they have the shorter track to mid.
And no ultimate from Raid, no ultimate from Luch. Direwolves can siege this quite easy. You got Cataclysm left up. That's it. It's the only ultimate available for Abyss. You can see with that single push from the Wolves, they're able to get a good chunk onto mid lane inner, and already bottom lane Chippy's working on turrets. Pabu's going to die. Solo kill for Chippy's bot lane. Stands in his field for a little bit longer just to get a bit more healing.
And this is when Direwolves are playing their best League of Legends. When they're confident that all their players are better. They have that swagger up about them that they're going to be able to win the game. A little bit of creep block going through there.
Yeah.
It actually wasn't. It was just a Rek'Sai block.
I was just like, whoa, like, how did that not hit King? If King got rooted there, I feel like he
nearly would have died.
Yeah, could have been in trouble. That was a hook.
Destiny looking for a hook there. King opens up, forces Luch to flash away.
Actually burns double summoner spells here.
Trying to look for a shockwave. Gets it, knocks him out of Dark Passage. King will have to flash. Hook. Good hook though. Lands onto Elise. Can't get into Repel or Spider Form in time. King still posturing aggressively. Stun comes out. Doesn't connect.
They're just looking for too much. It's the 4v5 and they've already defended. Here comes the TP.
Here comes Pabu. They're able to take down Shenfire.
Potentially they can continue to
chase
here.
You have to go on Thresh.
Yeah,
the Lantern anyone else away.
They're going towards Syndra. Fantix in some trouble. Good blast cone used by Pabu. Can't get out of the Banshee's Veil. Flash comes out from Fantix. Gets him back to safety.
And I mean, Direwolves, they're playing with their food a little bit. They shouldn't have stuck around for that long.
Yeah.
They've used all of their ultis as well to burn some of the spells off Luch. They should have just done the right thing and backed away there. However, Kind of agree with Hysterics that they're looking quite comfortable in game one.
Certainly are. They've got a 6,000 or 5,500 goal lead for themselves.
And just for context, I mean, obviously new week, and I mean, it's not the same game, although good call, just beaten up. This Abyss team was pushing your squad last week, Egypt, so
yeah, we had a rough setter, I would say.
It was just a good old back and forward biff in the end.
Yeah, the second game was really something. It went on for a very long time. There was a lot of Barons, a lot of stuff happened, to say the least.
You were saying upstairs that you wish you could practice
stuff.
team fights a little bit more often, you know, be able to set them up, and you just took that opportunity to be able to do that.
Yeah, we just took it upon ourselves to turn the OPL into our own little practice tool, and Quinn wanted some practice getting 17-man stuns on Xayah. And that worked out pretty well.
King's been jumped on here by Pabu, already at half health, trying to go invisible, decides not to, stands and rat-a-tat-tats his way back to almost full health. Seb's there though, Chippy's now going to try and slide on in. He wants a fight 2v1. Pabu goes for it, he gets the Vital Box, that's a mistake. Seb wants to get to this Dark Passage, but that's a trap. Shockwave connects on 2, does absolutely no damage. Luch is the next target, 3 kills picked up by the Wolves. Rosie's next, he's going to fall, and Raid just goes, team, where's the team?
And I don't know who's more confused. You or the Abyss lineup, because you think that for some reason Seb wants to get on top of Destiny's Dark Passage, and Abyss just got 4 for 1 out of absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
Going to be able to pick up a Baron as well. 23 minutes. This is an absolute whitewash.
They're just looking for the pick, because Direwolves have so much control. They're just looking for their options and trying to find the picks that they can, but then obviously Direwolves further ahead on the map, have the tempo. Destiny's there with the Lantern already. They do like pick up King with the Elise, but as soon as the TP comes in, they just get absolutely cleaned up. Their waves aren't in a good position.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Raid, he's stuck.
He's going to get ulti.
He's
What an
stuck
outplay.
between a Fantix and a Chippies. He gets locked down, tries to use heal. That's in vain. Chippies just stands there and gives him a good old slide and dice.
Yeah, so this is the play. I mean, in isolation, it looks like it's a no-brainer. King's overextended, you can go for the pick. What you don't see, however, is a mini-map with all the players rotating up. Chippies is so strong at the moment. Able to come in, clean up the 1v2 because there's no spells left available. And Luch just, unfortunately, when you're behind as a control mage, doesn't do all that much.
Yeah, Destiny flash play hooked Orianna. We didn't see that in the initial play, but yeah, and then Luch is just dead. They have no damage. There goes Baron. That's an Infernal Drake as well. Oh. They got a variety bucket though. They got an Ocean, they got an Air, they got an Infernal.
See what they get on the next one. Because they're getting through them at a fair click. They're going to have 4 dragons this game. Back to air. So the only solace I think Abyss can take out of this game is it could have been worse.
I'm ulti.
Here goes Rosie.
What?
They're going for a fight. They've locked down Destiny. Might be able to pick up a kill on towards him. Crit shot comes out. Luch gets that kill.
Fiora has no TP.
Yeah, in the end, a good play.
Genfire stuck in the pit. And they go bottom lane, I think.
That's actually very rosy shot calling there of just make the play. And it works out in this situation. They're able to get one of the kills.
Shone's looking to split push on Rek'Sai. I feel like that's not a thing now that your ultimate isn't a farm alarm across the map. It's denied by Babu.
It's the Abyss looking to try and push mid lane. Good parry. Gets the Cocoon. Sam's fairly low. Chippy's going to slap. Oh my god, Raid. He's exhausted, but they still have families, Chippies. You can't just do that to them. Raid's trying to run. Flashed on by Shernfire. Chippy's still alive, getting all this healing back from his own ultimate. Finally will get locked down. Tries to parry his way out. It's a 2 for 2 in the end.
All right. In the end, that's huge because you get a shutdown over onto Luch, who's still farming quite well, and you can't lose sight of the fact that it's an Orianna Jarvan. Jarvan's still going to get some gold off the back end of that and remain tanky, and I feel like they need to just set up the play properly right now, Direwolves.
Yeah, Direwolves are playing really greedy. I think they are playing with their food a little bit right now. They have wasted the Baron now, and it's 3v3. They're not going to get any push off that. Abyss can answer the waves and then just not going to get a lot of value out of the rest of the Baron buff. It's just going to time out, and they're going to have to look to slowly contest these bot lane inners until Baron comes back up before they can break the base.
And what you have to look at when you're against a team fighting comp, I mean, if this was a 1-3-1 comp, it would probably still just be like a complete whitewash of the game because Direwolves are just stronger in the lanes. But when you have a good team fight and there's so much standing gold on the map, the later it gets.
One team fight swings.
Exactly right. Swings the gold enormously because this is all of the outer turrets apart from bottom lane still left available. Tier 2s are not even touched yet. So you get a team fight at 30 minutes. All of a sudden you take 3 turrets and you get the remaining shutdowns. You're back within touching distance.
Yeah, absolutely.
Catch-up mechanics in League of Legends
OP.
are absolutely amazing. Back in the day, that never used to happen.
Well, back in the day, you used to think it was 2 grand shutdowns or something crazy like that.
2 grand?
Oof.
Used to be fun.
That's a spicy
There was a
shutdown.
big cap put onto it. It was either 1,000 or 2,000. And they capped it quite hard after that.
Rosie did end up going for the face of the mountain. He's going into the Knight's Vow, though, I think. I don't know why. I would have preferred going for something like a Locket, but...
He just loves the Kindle Gems.
Yeah, I'm a big Kindle Gem fan. Destiny's picked him up one. I think Knight's Vow for him is a good choice. He's got a Twitch.
Let's see what they can do. It's, sorry, Direwolves are looking to try and siege up mid
That's
lane.
TP to the left.
Ooh, Pabu forcing a fight. There's the curtain call.
Oh, nice
Chippies
lantern.
gets the lantern out. Pabu's still looking for it.
Ooh, that's actually a lot of the disengage spells gone. I think they wait for level 16. I actually don't hate that play because they force them off the turret. Maybe they can look to continue to defend for a little bit.
They do lose TP though. Oh, this pick is actually...
Good damage on Chippies. He didn't use his ultimate there, just slide away.
That's actually very big. That chunk on Chippies, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, they're looking for the time.
Yeah,
They
Rosie's
still
going
want
in. Where do they go? Straight towards this little brush. Pabu's looking for a flash forward. Gets 2 members in the pit.
King's
They're not
gonna
going to flash out yet. King finally flashes away. Hook doesn't connect. Members of the Direwolves stuck in a shockwave. Good damage. Pabu back over the wall. Abyss are trying to fight this one out, but look at King. He's left untouched. Just in the back lines. Absolutely demolishing everyone. And Seb's on the complete wrong side of the map. Inside the river with Luch. They can't do too much. 3 kills to the Wolves.
Yeah, and just slightly confusing why you would force when you have a level 15 Orianna. It's still going to fall down here.
The plan.
Yep. Don't know what Seb's doing.
Didn't like it. Doesn't like plans.
Seb, he's going to repel. Does he go to the blast cone? No, Chippy's dead on the other side.
Oh.
Chippies! They're still going to go. Farwell comes out from Shown 5 and jumps straight on top of Seb. He's running around in circles here, Seb, but he can't get away from him. Ace is picked up, and Direwolves are pushing onto 2 inhibitor turrets.
But that fight did look decently okay for Abyss. Luch did get a big shockwave, but he just too far behind. Didn't do enough damage, unfortunately. That was a incredibly value Fiora ult.
Yep.
When you proc all of your vitals on the ulti under your entire team, and you get a 5-man Fiora heal, like, get a free Janna in your team just in Fiora's ult button.
I mean, the thing that I'm looking at, though, is why are you forcing? Let Orianna get 16. Let her get towards death cap.
Ultimate use here, Rosie. This wants to flash away.
I'm not a big fan of throwing ultimates into Tahm Kench. I'm not going to lie.
Got a flash for it.
I mean, big whoop.
Oh, I think that's actually pretty big. No. Tahm Kench flash is actually vitally important. As it, like... When your teammates die, they're out of position. And if, as a support main, if you don't have flash and you're in position, you know what I mean? Like, you need to close the gap there. So, like, Tahm flash is useful. If Syndra gets a stun and you need to, like, flash eat someone out of a Syndra ulti, because Syndra ulti is really quick.
Yeah.
It just starts, she just picks up all the walls, starts flinging them at you. They do a lot of damage. If you eat someone out of a Syndra ulti with, like, 2 more to go, then, like, it's kind of, like, useless. Like, all the damage has already happened, so... Flash is pretty big. I like Syndra ulti for flash is a very good trade.
TLDR, Ejim suddenly roasting all the Chiefs members for being out of position all the time.
Yeah. No, I ultied Gwyn in the Abyss game actually, like with 2 more Syndra balls to come. I shouldn't have even bothered. I was so late. I'm just speaking from experience. That whole little like rant there. I was just speaking from experience because I did it.
You're a big Tahm Kench player.
Yeah.
Like some catfish.
Absolutely. I like pinging my top laners when they misplay when I'm playing Tahm Kench.
You're
Yeah,
just
wink,
a troll.
wink. How you doing over there, Fish?
Yeah, never playing a game of League of Legos with you ever again.
Yep.
Baron's being set up here by the Wolves. They might have caught someone out. Pabu's why are you there, Pabu?
I think
looking for the cheeky flank off the back end of a Baron team fight is why he's there. It didn't work out. He didn't have TP, so he had to start.
Instead, Chippy splashed on top of Luch. That's a double kill for Fiora.
Yeah, Pabu was just like, they knew they were so far behind, they need to make some big play. And so Pabu thought he could sneak into that top push. Unfortunately, Direwolves did have the vision. Maybe he got spotted with Rek'Sai tunnel. Seb's looking for the steal. That was never going to happen. Maybe he got spotted by the Rek'Sai passive, you know? Like saw him trotting around. Yeah, Tremor Sense.
Hate to break it to you, but it's game over now.
Yep.
That's Baron buff, 2 inhibitors down, open inhibitor top lane. 30 seconds on Seb as well.
Yeah, not really all that much that Abyss can do at this stage of the game. They got it back to a manageable situation, but that big team fight down in the bottom forest just is what tipped Direwolves over the edge. And now it really is a little bit of a formality as we take a look at Seb.
He's dead.
Seb's just dead.
We know Seb is dead. We watched him die. Direwolves are going for that final team fight. King has a flank. He just does way too much damage. Pabu, he tries to put someone in the pit with him, but at this point in time, you don't want to pick a fight with any one of these Wolves. And with that, Direwolves pick up game 1 over Abyss.
Fairly clean game for the Direwolves, I think, overall.
I mean, it's beginning to become increasingly hard to close a game out before 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Teams are getting better at stalling out. The game kind of falls away, even if you get a massive advantage till you can, like, actually take Baron comfortably.
Especially when you have, like, a Fiora comp as well, and you want to be playing for the split push. And that takes time to set up the split and slowly chip away at turrets and take chip damage, take down turrets. It's not just a big wombo combo snowball sort of comp, so even though the game did last a while, I think it's a very clean game from Direwolves.
Yep. And I think that, you know, as Chippies and King would be comparing damage stats at the moment, as they want to do after the game, I think that the really impressive thing about this victory is across the board, everyone played well.
Yeah.
There's not one member on the Direwolves that you kind of say, even though they won so hard, you know, Shern was underperforming or maybe Destiny wasn't on point. Everyone looked like they were firing
Destiny's Thresh
today.
looked really good, to be honest.
Yep.
He hit a lot of good hooks, especially onto the Tom Kench. When you pick Tom Kench to either hook, he just becomes the target. Even though, like, you just end up throwing Syndra ultis into, like, a huge grey health bar, but, like, you need to do that sort of stuff, and he was performing really well.
Well, at the end of the day, Abyss still try to put up a good fight. They try to fight Direwolves at every single avenue they could, but it's the Wolves that pick up game 1 in this best 3 series. To break down that game further, let's send it back to the desk.
Thank you, Fish. Direwolves taking that first game, and the casters there singing the praises of Direwolves across the board, saying everyone in that team performed. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, like, I don't think you can really say they did much wrong that game. Like, I mean, if you want to be, like, overcritical, I think, like, maybe Calvin played with a little bit of disrespect. Got picked a couple times by Calvin, I mean King.
Yeah.
But I think that was just because, like, he was just flexing. He's just like, I'm pretty strong. Let's have a go.
Yeah, last week I criticised their performance being like, you know, even though they won 2-0, you know, Shern let them down a little bit. And this time I think, like, I guess, like, as the casters mentioned, across the board, everyone sort of played to a very high level. And there wasn't any, like, sort of point that you could be like, for a team versus, like, if you're from Rift Rivals, you can't, like, see a member of that team be like, oh, that's our focus point. They all played really, really well.
All right, let's take a look at this first replay then. Direwolves are able to capitalize on Abyss's aggression and take first blood. Jish, I mean, what kind of stands out to you as you look at this from Direwolves? What's positive from that?
So I think the Elise Rek'Sai matchup is quite Rek'Sai favoured, and Seb's being a little bit aggressive. And once the 2v2 of jungle mid there, like, commit, they both blow their flashes, they blow the heal, and they know that they can get that kill. And the really good thing about that is that it gets a bit of control for Fantix, who already has a pretty nice matchup, but they start, like, using that control from jungle mid to spill over into the side lane. So now Chippy has, like, complete control of his top side, like, jungle, and bot lanes feels like a lot safer too. It's like really, really oppressive, I guess, for Abyss to play in.
Yeah, it's kind of like what I said before the game, whereas, like, you want to get, like, priority jungle mid matchup, and, like, Direwolves did that, and, like, that play there pretty much snowballed the game. It wasn't like, oh, like, we've died once, it's game over. It's not about that. It's about, like, the pressure they were, like, just shared, the pressure they were able to exert over the map.
Hashtag IMOPL if you've got any questions for our casters that you'd like, for our analyst desk that you'd like to ask them. One thing I do want to ask you guys about that matchup, I mean, Elise Rek'Sai, drill down on that. How should that matchup work, Jubes?
So, well, first of all, they buffed Rek'Sai's AD ratios. So it's no longer you have to run from Elise. When you take Fervor, you can actually, and red buff, you can actually out-trade Elise. And then on top of that, like, Elise just wants to gank, right? And if you're running around River with vision down, you have Tremor Sense. So your Tremor Sense will probably, like, sees a decent radius of where Elise might be, right? And so your whole game is just about, like, keeping tabs on the Elise, making sure she can't gank, and just being, like, a pest. Like, literally just running out of face, because you outscale her really hard.
Do you think we'll be seeing you take this pest to Summoner's Rift anytime soon?
I'm literally the best Rek'Sai in the world. In the world. Look, mechanically I'm not that great. But luckily for me, this champion has no mechanics.
Just adding to Juice's point, the other thing as well is that Rek'Sai is quite a really potent counter ganker. And so when Elise comes and commits with, like, a stun target or, like, repel, his burrow in, like, knocking people up, it turns ganks around as well.
And she's in and not out. That's pretty much Elise's kit. Once she's in, she's in.
Well, someone who does have good mechanics, and I'm not taking away from you, is Chippies. And I want to take a look at this second replay, Jubes, because Abyss are able to take down King, but Chippies is there, and you were very impressed with his mechanics in this play.
Well, yeah, so I was saying here, this is where I think King's just trying to flex on them a little bit, and he gets punished for it. It's actually a good proactive play from Abyss, but then Chippies just TPs in, and this riposte was really nice. Like, just to do that, stuns Jarvan, gets his ulti down, the healing, and just pretty much just cleans up the team fight. I mean, this was kind of a desperate play from Abyss. Like, that was a nice shockwave as well, but the damage just isn't there because they lost lane so hard.
So it's like once you're that far behind, even if you take these team fights, there's no hope.
Well, yeah, you can take a nice fight when you're behind, and it just looks bad.
Yeah. Well, speaking of taking fights when you're behind, let's take a look at this third team fight, Jesh, because, I mean, you were saying upstairs, look, if they were even, maybe they could have taken this. Abyss showing signs of life towards the end of the game, but were they ever going to get this?
So it feels kind of like a desperation play. They have like a bit of an engage. You can see a couple of, at least the Jhin ultimates down from Abyss. And then they sort of keep chasing into their jungle, thinking they have to make something work. They use the Tarm ult and then the Jarvan ult too to start a fight. And then like what is actually quite nice to see here is that like there's actually like a really, really big shockwave there. It gets 3 important members. But at this point, like no one's doing damage, and clearly like Direwolves are far too like accelerated at this point. As mentioned on the cast, that Fiora ultimate is a net like 5 million health across the team. That was actually really cool. They were just stood there being like, we're going to get chunked, and like we're going to get bursted a bit, but like the Fiora ultimate will keep us alive. And no one's like panic flashing out and stuff. So that was really nicely played as well.
Chippy's Fiora is so clean.
Yeah,
like,
it's actually sick.
Yeah, because like I feel like when you're versing Direwolves, and you know Chippy's is like mechanically really good and loves to play KO champs, it's like they kind of like cornered themselves into like a Jarvan pick into Fiora.
Yeah.
And like look what happened. Like
But we've seen a lot of good Fiora play today. I mean, Braid looked very clean on Fiora as well. So we're looking at now being like, yeah, this is a good chance.
Os mechanics.
Os mechanics, bro. Os mechanics. Well, let's take a look at this draft as well, because I find it very interesting. You guys, when we were upstairs backstage just talking about this, you were like, look, Direwolves have run away with this draft. I mean, they really did well.
Well, I was kind of on the fence. I thought like I didn't mind Abyss's draft because they actually have like an identity. Like it's Jarvan hard engage, like with the ball on. Jhin can ult. Like they do have like an identity. So while Fiora is split pushing, they're pulling the hard engage. But I think that Direwolves draft caters to like what they're good at, and that's like laning and like being mechanically better than like their opponents. And I'm not saying they don't have good macro either, but like it was really evident in this game how good they are, like what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in isolation, like the Abyss draft actually looks pretty good, as you said. Like has like those nice old interactions for fights. What really like stands out to me is just the fact that they have like in the top lane they have a Fiora counter pick, and I think Arexai has like the stronger jungle matchup. I think Syndra wins like the mid lane, and I think the bot lane's kind of even. So I think that there's like it like relies on Abyss getting to like a 25-minute team fight to like pull it off, but I don't see how they do that. Like they're losing lanes across the board, and then they're also individually like just not like standing up to their opponents.
You mentioned the bot lane there. Thresh being counterpicked by TK in this matchup. I've got a question from Twitter here. This is from Oddman Sarah at OPL. Who do you think is the strongest support in the current meta? Thresh has got to be given a claim to be pretty strong right now. Well, any other takers?
Well, I kind of think of it like this. There's no real support where it's like you 100% pick ban this because there's no counterplay to it. Like Lulu is strong in her own right, but like she's countered by Thresh. Thresh is strong in his own right, and he's apparently like countered by Tarm because you just eat who he hooks. But I would say like if what I wanted to first pick, it would be Thresh or Lulu.
I think Thresh is probably like the tier 1 support pick at the moment. I think that even though like the Tarm is like a counter pick, it's more just like it's like just negates the pick. It doesn't actually like beat it or counter it in any way. And then Thresh normally has like priority. So like if you have like the winning AD carry matchup, Thresh will have to like roam off mid and like control bot side of the map. So I think if there's like a standout support pick, you want to take something to solo queue, get good at Thresh.
Don't take it to solo queue because if you miss your hooks, you will get flamed.
Okay, don't miss your hooks, but take it to solo queue.
All right, let's talk about this jungle matchup because going into this, not that we were saying that Shern wasn't playing well, but we said there were some questions by his own standards. Well, actually, Jess, you were.
I said a few words. I think
a few choice words.
I think that Shern did play quite well, and I think that he's definitely bounced back from his his performance last week. I think that there are probably still things here and there, as we said. We could be nitpicky and whatever, but no, I think he had like quite a pretty good performance, and he seemed to play well around his team's engages and stuff. So obviously the different CC they had. Him dropping aggro onto turret with Rek'Sai's ultimate for a dive, like he knows the limits of the champion well, and like his team clearly does as well.
I don't have anything to say about Shern's performance.
Quote unquote, yep.
But I disagree with his Knight's Veil purchase.
Yeah, right.
Rek'Sai. So you've gone Warrior, Black Cleaver to Knight's Veil, which is like kind of like a supportive item. But your 2 items before that don't scream support to me. And like then his support went up and picked and bought a Knight's Veil anyway. So it's like, I don't know. I kind of feel like you got to make your mind up. Like you're either a Warrior, Black Cleaver, like pseudo tank, like damage, or you're like just like Cinder Hulk, Randuin's, maybe Knight's Veil. But
so what should he have bought at that point? What would you put on the record?
If he's gone Warrior, Black Cleaver, like just get a Dead Man's.
Yeah.
They didn't really need the magic resist. He didn't need magic resist. Like Orianna was like pretty far behind. Only thing that would have killed him would have been AD.
I mean, to be fair, he could have bought like anything.
I mean, go buy a Mid-Rise, dude, and play Submarine Rek'Sai and just throw Qs, I guess. Rylai's.
Yeah. No, I think that it was an interesting choice, yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look now at, I think, two players who were kind of popping off in that game. Let's look at Chippies and Fantix, I believe. I'm going to bring up a graphic. And, yeah, impressive stuff from these guys. We've already shouted out Chippies. Fantix, though, early game lead, got a lot of kills.
Yeah, the solo laners for Direwolves are playing really, really well right now. I think we saw both of them have like a good Origin performance. We saw them like coming into the first week and beating someone's team, maybe mine. They looked pretty good there. And then, yeah, like week after week, they've just looked well. They know their like matchups really well, and they're playing quite well.
I didn't realize that Chippies was 11-1-11.
Yeah.
That's 22 kill participation.
Yeah.
I'll just double check my math is right.
Yeah,
yes,
very
a
good.
high IQ. But like 22 kill participation on a split pushing champion.
Yeah.
Like that's actually ridiculous.
And his damage.
And his damage.
Yeah.
He's doing fine. He's doing
But
fine.
like, yeah, Fantix was unbelievable as well. Like he just controlled mid lane, got CS leads. He pretty much, like Fantix and Chippies alone, pretty much let Shern just like, not to take anything away from his performance, just have a free game.
Yeah.
He literally just got to invade with
whatever he
no
wants.
repercussions whatsoever.
And he loves doing that.
Yeah.
He loves spending a lot of time in the opponent's jungle. Yeah, he loves getting his hands dirty. Let's talk about Abyss then, going into game 2 of this of this series. I mean, they've got to feel like they were pretty much stomped in this game, but I mean, what can they do to bring it back?
Well, I think if you're Abyss, like, you just realize you've got a rank 1 mid laner.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
he's obviously, like,
Very-
your best player, right? So, like, play around him. Like, get him a favorable matchup.
Yeah, that
Just-
Orion into Syndra. I mean,
It's not a favorite. Like,
Yeah.
well, I was talking to Jish about it. It's not actually a favorable matchup.
Yeah.
I thought it wasn't too bad, but in hindsight, like Syndra just, if your Syndra's good, like Syndra destroys Ori, right?
Fantix Syndra, pretty good.
Yeah, and so like the way I look at it is like Direwolves want to pick for lane, right?
Yeah.
Just try and match them in lane.
Yeah.
Like just go for it, I guess. Like I don't think you're gonna beat them in like playing for late game. Just pick good lanes. Just pick good lanes, good matchups.
I mean, yeah, it's probably not easier said than done.
Yeah.
I think yeah, they definitely need to find something in the early game. Obviously, you're not going to get 3 winning lanes,
Yeah.
but I think you need to do better than have like 2 losing lanes and then a bad jungle matchup. So either playing around Seb getting like his mid laner lead, or maybe like flexing to that like Parbu carry, which we keep waiting to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's a threat. It's a potential threat.
So
Feels very empty right now.
It's just it's under the table.
Yeah.
It's waiting. It's waiting to come.
What do you mean it's under the
It's
table?
like the I don't know, like the ace. Look,
It's not under my table.
Parbu's carry.
Let's not like invite the idea that there are people under this table. Let's just. I absolutely. Anyway,
Trust you to make that reference. Trust you to make the reference.
That is enough of our analysis of the first game in this series. But can Abyss fight back and tie it up? Well, we'll see right after these highlights.
Great play. Good damage down towards Syndra. That's Shernfire's flash. Seb has to flash away. Do they follow?
Syndra flash?
Fantix
There
does
we
gets
go.
first blood. Easily picked up by the Direwolves. Oh, wasn't a lockdown Shernfire, but a hook connects, and that's a double play back.
that was
Raid
monster.
is gone. Direwolves turn around the play. Hello, Rosie. I heard you like 5 members of the Wolfpack on your bottom lane. He's going to get taken down here. Absolutely decimated. Trying to go invisible, decides not to. Stands and rat-a-tat-tats his way back to almost full health. Seb's there though. Chippy's now going to try and slide on in. He wants a fight 2v1. Parbu goes for it. He gets the Vital Box. That's a mistake. Seb wants to get to this Dark Passage, but that's a trap. Shockwave connects on 2, does absolutely no damage. Luch is the next target. 3 kills picked up by the Wolves. Rosie's next. He's going to fall, and Raid just goes, team, where's the team? Seb's fairly low. Chippy's going to slide. Oh my god, Raid. He's exhausted, but they still have families, Chippies. You can't just do that to them. Raid's trying to run. Flashed on by Shernfire. Chippy's still alive, getting all this healing back from his own ultimate. Finally will get locked down. Tries to parry his way out. It's a 2 for 2 in the end. Where did it go? Straight towards this little brush. Parbu's looking for a flash forward. Gets 2 members in the pit.
King's
They're not
gonna
going to flash out yet. King finally flashes away. Hook doesn't connect. Members of the Die Wall stuck in a shockwave. Good damage. Parbu back over the wall. Abyss are trying to fight this one out, but look at King. He's left untouched, just in the back lines. Absolutely demolishing everyone. And Seb's on the complete wrong side of the map. Inside the river with Luch. They can't do too much. 3 kills to the Wolves. Instead, Chippy's splashed on top of Luch. That's a double kill for Fiora. Dials are going for that final team fight. King has a flank. He just does way too much damage. Parbu, he tries to put someone in the pit with him, but at this point in time, you don't want to pick a fight with any one of these Wolves. And with that, Direwolves pick up game 1 over Abyss.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Bryce Ejapol as well as Jake. He wears jeans. Tiberius about to go into this.
Not jeans.
About to go into the second match of this
They
Best
are
3
denim
series.
pants, also known as jeans.
They're not denim pants.
No.
There's no. They're like the sweatpants that are like printed to look like denim.
You're wearing suspenders with an elastic waistband. I mean,
He's cheating the system. He was hoping he was short enough to get out of the thing. Hey guys, it's me, Jake Spawn Tiberi.
I'm not that short.
Well, we're about to get to the second match of the Die Wolves
sooner
against
rather than
Abyss
later,
series.
please, league operator.
There we go.
Currently, the Wolves are up 1-0 against Abyss. And it was a pretty dominant performance in the first match.
This is discrimination.
Against jeans.
I like jeans. I'm a fan of jeans, and they're not jeans.
They're the only jeans I wear. I actually hate jeans. Jeans are not.
That's why you're wearing pretend ones. You're just digging your hole.
I'm not digging any hole.
Stop it.
That's it. I'm not speaking for the rest of the game. You guys are on your own.
All right, we got to do it. Spawn's actually left the room, so it is actually just you and me right now. You insulted him too much. It's all your fault.
Oh well, I always make fun of Jake for being shorter than me. He always makes fun of Jish.
Mate,
for,
come and see me.
Oh wait, where's that voice coming from? What? I thought he
Come
left
and
the room.
see me when you've won Origin.
Oh,
Get
okay.
a peanut.
Yeah. Oh, the one thing. Okay.
4th, lost Origin.
What about 7th play for Mortals? Let's just list.
Yeah, just don't throw shade at Jake. Just throw it straight back to your coach. Wonder if he's going to give
I'm
you a
not
hard
even going
time.
to make fun of you about that. There's
Back
a
to the
Cassidy.
game. That's a Cassidon. That's a.
Back into this game. All the bands have gone through first round.
I hope that in 3 days, when we play Diablo 3 Hardcore, you die pre-level 60, 70.
We have a League of Legends game.
That's what I hope.
Standard red side bands from Abyss. Dials have banned out Syndra, Gragas, as well as Cassiopeia. As Jason mentioned, first pick was going to be the Cassidon. Abyss pick up Jin as well as Zyra as their first 2 picks.
I don't like that at all. With the Caitlyn up, I think Caitlyn is just much better. If Dials really wanted to, they could literally just pick Caitlyn MF right now, and like Abyss's bot lane would just not exist.
Would be in a world of hurt.
They would literally just not be a functional bot lane. They wouldn't do anything.
So why do people not play Misfortune anymore?
I feel like the meta is a lot more mobile. Like with junglers like Rek'Sai and Zac running around, they can get onto you really easily. So you're kind of just a weaker 80 carry in terms of like you just die really quick. Top lane tanks are back, so it's really hard to actually do a lot of damage because like team comps are tankier. And then like she just doesn't kind of offer as much as other supports do in terms of utility. Like she's good into the Zyra, but like she has very specific counter picks, but she doesn't offer a lot of utility.
Because it started as a hard counter to the Zyra lane.
Yeah.
And then it moved into something you could play potentially into other things as well.
Yeah.
It was kind of like it beat Zyra, and it was like okay.
Decent into Karma and Lulu because it outranged.
Couldn't really play
like
Nami because Nami at that point was just obnoxious in the heel and like I don't know, the bully that was
I would
going down.
disagree with you there, but
You actually liked it into the Nami?
I mean, like Nami's heel isn't that big. Like you definitely still outrange her, so like she just chugs the mana trying to deal with your poke. But they have picked up the Caitlyn here, so
yeah. Misfortune was also at a time in the meta where lethality was so popular, so you get Black Cleaver on her, she shreds the entire team, and lethality just becomes even more potent.
So with the item nerfs now, you see often, like they do go for the Black Cleaver, but it's not as much value, and it does build out of like Kindle Gem and stuff, so supports would get that before longswords and
Not do as much damage.
Not do as much damage unless you Cupcake, in which case you don't buy pinks, and then you just buy some swords.
Oh boy. Go sit around on just... Well, he was doing something that was really tilty. He was just sitting on the serrated Dirk the whole game. The additional movement speed.
Anyway, back to this game. They banned Thresh away.
Second round of bans.
They won, so I'm allowed to do this. As I said, I would never make fun of someone that has lost this week.
Okay.
They won.
You just made fun of... Oh, no, wait, I won. Oh, whoops. Oh, no. Back to the game. Fish, go.
I'm trying here. Fiora and Thresh to be banned out by Abyss. Orianna as well as Lucian taken away by the Wolves. Abyss locked in Lee Sin as their final jungle pick of choice, and Direwolves went straight back to the Rek'Sai. This time, though, they give Chippies a Renekton top lane pick, and Destiny's hover the Blitzcrank.
I think Renekton is definitely one of the best top laners on the current patch. It's been banned a lot in first rotation of bans. Destiny going for the Karma, I think that's what I expected. He did hover the Blitzcrank, but Direwolves are a team that actually play really well around support Karma. Destiny's a very vocal player, And especially into something like Vlad, Karma's Mantra E has so much value, and also they rely a lot on baiting out the ultimates, baiting out the curtain call, the Vlad ult on the engage, and then they re-engage with Mantra E on the Karma, and Direwolves, are very good at doing that, and Destiny is very good at facilitating.
Pabu is unfortunately going to have to play, I was going to say another Jarvan game. He goes with a Kled. It's a volatile matchup. It's one of those matchups that if Kled ever gets ahead, he can snowball quite hard. However, it's very hard to get him ahead. But they've got a decent-ish 1-3-1. It's matched very well on the side of Direwolves, don't get me wrong. Kassadin and Renekton also going to be able to do that. I just feel that the collapse that come out of Direwolves, I mean, it's not even Direwolves. The collapse that comes out of Kassadin is so impactful as the game progresses.
Walls just don't mean anything, so like it doesn't matter
He gets
where he is
there
on the
in
map. He
half the
takes like
time.
the bird's eye track
As
just
the crow
over
flies.
the walls. He just zooms.
And then no Ghost going to come out of Luch because he has to be able to bully the lane with auto attacks and ignite. So he's not going to be able to zoom into the back line either.
Not if I'm not mistaken, Gaston has a decent matchup against Vladimir anyway. He's going to be sitting quite pretty in that mid lane. Curious to see how Abyss are going to tackle this game. This
the
time
Q
round,
stops channels. So does it stop the Tides of Blood channel?
Ooh, that's curious.
I don't know.
I don't think it does.
Not a big Kassadin fan.
I feel like, is Vlad E really like a channel? Like
I don't know, you like kind of pull it in and then
okay, that's the analysis. I don't know if it cancels, but it goes.
What do you think it does? What noise would you say that it makes?
I mean, it's pretty close. But anyway, I feel like this is the first game of the day that we've had kind of like a 1-3-1 versus a 1-3-1.
Yep.
Most of them have been 4-1s with like a stop it with like a Fiora, and then but we had like a Syndra in the last game for Direwolves. But see you, mate. So like this is a 1-3-1, so this is a different stylistic game than we saw in the last two games of this series at least. I mean, sorry, one game.
And I guess I have to amend myself because whilst Kassadin will get there earlier, Kled will certainly beat Renekton to most fights as well. He just charges in top speed. So there is a potential for, I guess, this to be a quite interesting matchup.
Yeah, curious to see how Abyss are able to take this, well, if they can take this one against the Direwolves. They do have quite a lot of early game power as well, some late game scaling. But for now, let's check in with Sharp, who is standing by with Pingers. Maybe he can tell us a little bit more about the Direwolves draft.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sharp, and a pretty good game from Direwolves out of in that first game. What were your words to them during the break? Just keep it up.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get them feeling too confident and too hypey into the second game. But yeah, kind of everyone's feeling a bit reserved, a bit confident. Playing as we practiced, and yeah, it's looking good, and everyone's feeling good.
Do you feel like there are big differences between what do you think are the big differences between your drafting game one, your drafting game two in terms of carry threats for you guys?
Well, yeah, last game, obviously the big difference is like last game we had Syndra, and now we have a Kassadin, and Fantix what's his best pick really. You know, he's known for it. And last game we had like the Fiora, but now we're playing a little bit more reserved, not so much the split push. We've got the Renekton for teamfight presence, so yeah, switching up the team. Maybe Kassadin might take over the split push role a bit more, but yeah, the comp's just quite significantly different in every role.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, thanks for speaking to us and best luck in the game.
Thank you.
Sharp's so interesting in his interviews because you know he wants to give away as little as possible.
He does his best.
He does a lot of talking and doesn't really answer all that much.
A tweet coming in from James Vale, shamelessly lifted from the Twitch chat. Jake
W.
How the heck does that make it on broadcast?
Yes.
We have a high-quality game of League of Legends to talk about. We've tried to bring on expert analysis, if you can call it that, and we're sitting here still talking about my pants.
If we want to actually analyze, I like something that Churnfire did with the level 1 during the interview. He went bot side against the Zyra to stop Zyra setting up the plant. Zyra's early push, obviously with the passive, spawns random plants around the lane, and then that would have been able to give Abyss the push level 1, but because of Churnfire's pressure, they don't get that, and they're just getting bullied already. Raid's half HP.
Doing a good job with this bottom lane. You kind of expect it from a Caitlyn Karma lane.
And now it's kind of like one of those situations where Jin's wave clear is not like good at all, as there's a heavy trading in the top side.
Good trade coming out from Pabu. Earlier, can't remember who I was speaking to, but someone said that Kled just loses this matchup. As soon as he gets dismounted, it's an easy dive from Renekton. But I have a feeling that this is something that, Kled can definitely look to try and win. Meanwhile, Fantix mid lane has been jumped on by Seb. His Ignite attack! That's an easy first blood by Seb.
And that's what you want to do when you're going into a Kassadin matchup. As soon as he has any confidence of approaching the wave, punish it. You have to be able to kill him. He now misses out on a creep. Actually, two, because of the way the cannon went in. A little bit unlucky there.
Bopped the wall.
Look at Seb. Doesn't have his mid lane to back him up, but he's going to try and contest for this Rift Scuttle at least.
Doesn't have the bottom lane as taps. Actual problem here.
Destiny's been called up. Going to be able to help Shenfai out. He secures Scuttle for himself.
Nice. But as I was saying about the bot lane, Zyra Jhin is just not going to be able to push themselves out once they've been pushed in. They can't reset the lane unless Direwolves let them.
Yep.
So unless Direwolves like concede pressure in the lane to, for example, go help Shenfai out in the river, as Destiny's doing right now, this is where the lane phase will be for this bottom lane until level 6.
Yep. Let's see how it goes.
What changes at level 6? Is it because Zyra gets the ultimate? Is it the Jhin ulti?
Yeah, Zyra Jhin get ulti. As long as they're not too chunked at the point where they can't fight, it's just a really easy setup gank for Seb. He can go down. They have really long range engage with the Zyra, like the Zyra root if it lands into Jhin W. Jhin can just set up the gank with his ulti, really. He can just curtain call, and Zyra will do all the damage with Ignite, so...
Oh, that's a gank, but Parbu's picked up his Skull. He gets a lot of health back for that.
It's actually very lucky timing out of Parbu. This now becomes a difficult game to execute upon because of the stage of invulnerability that Kled goes through. In fact, Kled players love to be shoved underneath their turret. It's where they feel most at home.
And the big thing was Shenfai showed, so Seb knows exactly where he is on the map. He knows that he's doing golems. Parbu's warding that now. Just trying to mess with him a little bit.
Parbu's still going to try and take one of them. Can't. They're being safe at the moment.
Testing a camp with a jungler and then they just smite it.
Seb looking for round 2 mid lane.
Ooh.
Has taken some damage. But we'll get the Tides of Blood rush there.
I mean, interesting the fact that Seb's still here.
Land the Q. Gets the flash there straight on top of Fantix. Can't land the Q. Luch goes into Sanguine Pool.
Nice.
Still picks up the kill. Fantix wanted to turn around with his slap, but couldn't get it.
Yeah, and look at this. I mean, Parbu is just getting camped out between turrets. Can't get back towards his creeps.
Safe play from Parbu. He allows Seb to get some work done mid lane, but look at this. Shenfai aggressive. Gets a solo kill onto Seb.
Shouldn't have got the solo kill because Seb just headbutted the wall from point blank range.
Wait,
oh, no, he didn't. Actually, no, he flashed beforehand. Okay. Thank goodness. I was like, did he actually do that?
No. He flashed on the mid gank.
Yeah,
so.
flashed on the mid gank. So, yeah, he's absolutely fine. Good kill there from Shenfai then.
I feel like he shouldn't have contested his Raptors though. He knows how low he is and he knows Shenfai's in the top side jungle because Parbu just gave him vision at the golems. And now Shenfai is looking for a gank onto the top lane.
And because there's only one hit on Parbu before he's dismounted, this one's actually a little bit
wasted
easier.
bear trap.
Bear trap wasted. Can he dash away? He flashes, but still gets knocked up. Goes invulnerable. Chippies go straight back on top. Look at Shenfai camping this, tanking this, I should say. Perfect execution.
And all of a sudden, Seb dying costs them even more because otherwise he could have been floating topside. They wouldn't have really known exactly where he was pathing out of that base that he should have had earlier. So instead they deny a big creep wave top. They get Chippy's that CS lead that he wants.
It's just one of those situations where if a jungler shows on the map and then like you're the one that gets punished when the enemy is shown, it just feels really bad. Feels like that shouldn't be happening if you know his exact positioning, and now it's kind of just snowballing mistakes right now. Parbu, after Seb died, probably should have conceded his wave under the turret. Now it's just looking more and more grim.
Fantasy is doing fine in this mid lane as well. Meanwhile, Destiny's been chunked out bottom lane somehow. He's going to be forced to recall. Got a heal from King as well, and it seems like that was a Rosie in a 2-on-1.
He's popping. Rosie's actually always been a Zyra player. For years he's been like the Zyra guy, so Zyra being back in meta is actually pretty good for him. His Zyra is very good. I don't know about good enough for 2v1 bot lanes, but apparently.
It's just King of Destiny, you know?
Yeah.
Best team in the OPL at the moment.
This does not look like a matchup where Fantix is being killed twice. Wonder how much of it is the fact that he's just gone for upgraded boots, 2 of the CDR boots, as opposed for something like a revolver or, you know, CDR through extra HP. Something like a Kindle gem could have been a little bit more useful fish.
That's so strange coming out from him. You know, Chippy's going aggressive against Parbu. He will be able to jump over the wall, but look how slow this tiny little Yordle is.
That's a boost too as well.
Oof,
That was a long-range Rek'Sai.
Certainly
That was huge.
Deceptively long.
Yeah.
Shenfai just says,
2 levels over.
You cannot have this.
Seb is not having a good game.
This
he
is
got
mine.
the early ganks off on Fantix, but then everything from that has just been downhill.
Top lane, disaster. Jungle's been a disaster. And mid lane, I'm going to call that a disaster as well, because Fantix should be getting bullied by Luch right now, but he's just sitting pretty, farming up.
And I mean, the bot lane is just kind of working out as we'd expected as well. These two haven't been able to like play outside of their turret There's not much chip damage as Luch goes for an all-in.
Big fight. There's the pull being used. Fence just like, see, mate, jump back towards my side.
Pieces out. That's not bad out of Luch, however, because he was going incredibly low, and all of a sudden he can stay here and farm. It's going to be a gank coming in from Shern. Actually,
He just
maybe
wants to
just help
push
him
it
to
in.
push it in. Yep.
That hurts. That's a 30 CS lead and solo turret gold.
Not great.
Of the 3,000 gold lead, I'm going to say 2 of it. Actually, maybe 1,500 on Chippy, and then maybe another 1,000 on Shern, who's absolutely monstrous over Seb at the moment.
Yeah, potentially. Seb's now going to
He's-
take red buff for himself.
he
He's
might
been
die.
collapsed. Gets it. Gets a good smite to be able to
he's
heal
fine.
up. Goes over the wall. Gets out nice. But there's a
Teleport
teleport
actually
flank
coming in.
from
Cassid and TP.
No Cassid, that's right. So Mantic slows down Seb. No flash available for this man. Ace and all comes out. He runs straight into a Rek'Sai. You can't have this red either.
I mean, just nothing is going his way, and all of a sudden you're feeding kills over to Fantic.
Yeah.
You give him a red buff.
That's such a greedy invade.
Yep. Bottom lane was in no position to be able to help him.
Yeah. They would, like, as we were saying, like, they've literally just been
Luch?
pushed in. Oh,
Luch? Careful.
Oh, he's dead. That's a DFT coming out of the Cassid.
What was that?
Jetfire touch.
I don't understand what Luch was trying to use. Using
awesome.
Sanguine Wall to try and clear out the way. Shernfire in
That's
a
a
bit
nice
of a
ult.
sticky situation, but Lookadile was collapsing to protect their jungler. And 5 members strong, they continue to chip out this mid lane outer turret.
The pack, man. The wolf pack.
But still, actually not a bad defense. If Luch was up and available throughout that, maybe would have been able to try and start a little bit of a scrap, because that was a good ultimate coming out of Rosie. They didn't overcommit for it as well.
He wouldn't have had ulti, though. On the Luch, like, if he was there. He wouldn't have been able to do too much, I don't think. I think Direwolves are going to stick with this deploy with Renekton topside, and I think Shernfire and Chippies are going to look for the Rift Herald. I think that's more valuable out of the Elder Drake, and I mean, sorry, the Elder Drake. That'd be a good one. 10-minute Elder Drake. But I mean, the Earth Drake. Sorry, I think they're going to look for the Rift Herald and use it to probably break mid outer. Shernfire likes doing that, where he kind of just like he doesn't gank mid. With the Rift, he just kind of he walks into side bush and just shows himself, and then just plants the Rift Herald in your face, and he's just like, "Here, eat this," and then you just have to you have to respect it.
This is your problem now.
Absolutely.
Mid lane, Luch's not having a great time. He's up against 2 solo laners from the Wolves.
Yeah, Luch is actually, for what was a very heavily ganked out Cassidon, Luch is actually now having a poor laning phase.
And is it because he's on Vladimir, who doesn't bully out Cassidon anyway? That's 2 ganks on Fantix, and he can't do anything with Ignite against a teleport.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to look at, like, there's the itemization question, which I personally don't really understand. But then there's also the fact that I don't just think it's a strong matchup in general.
Wow,
Actually flashing forward now.
Flashing for that. Seb's going to have to try and flash away, but Rek'Sai just chases him down. Ace in the hole from King. Locks down Seb. 2 flashes and a kill. Trading only Destiny's flash for that.
I feel like this game has just been a series of greedy and greedier plays out of Seb.
And Parbu's going to be forced to use teleport in a second because Shippy's already on top lane inner.
In terms of like, Shernfire shows top, he goes for his Raptors anyway and then gets killed.
Kled up bottom, I guess.
Yeah.
This is the Hail Mary play. It has to work.
TP.
They're going for it. King's being jumped on by
King has
Parbu.
all
Luch jumps in the back lines. Look at his Destiny and King. They're absolutely fine. Now it's Abyss with the pincered. That's a Dominus Renekton slicing and dicing his way out. Parbu will go back in. Chippy's very low, but King's the one tanking up the shots. Stand still. Make sure he keeps his top laner alive. Parbu in a bit of a sticky situation. Fantix can Riftwalk right on top of him. But look at his Shernfire. He wants it for himself. Big collapse from the Riftwalker. Luch is the next member to go down. Ray's in trouble. Seb finally jumps on in, tags one up, but the Wolves just play that so perfectly.
Yeah, they're absolutely smashing Abyss at the moment. Every single role is stronger. Shern's all over the map. Seb, unfortunately, is just not having a good game. And the Direwolves are just looking to continue their commanding streak here. They're up 6,000 gold and it's not slowing down.
It's 12 minutes into the game as well. This is with champions like Cassidon and Caitlyn in the match who have, you know, not great early mid games. They're going to be snowballed quite fantastically ahead.
Cassidon walks out of lane phase with 4 kills. You know it's going to be a rough one. It's only going to get worse. And as that play was happening, you looked at the top wave. Chippies was just whacking away at the top inner. I honestly thought the Direwolves would just disengage with the Karma and just Chippies would just keep hitting the turret and take the inner. But then they went through with the TP. Chippies got hella chunked, but then like the collapse came in from Rek'Sai, came in from Cassidon, and they just completely wiped the floor with them.
I mean, look at Cassidon's items. 9 stack Dark Seal, Sheen as well as Rod of Ages complete 12 minutes in.
This is a Medjai's game. It is. This is a Medjai's Cassidon game.
Lucius picked up an early Negatron Cloak. He's going straight for a Spirit Visage.
Rosie's opted for the Sork Boots before a Sidestone. That is an ambitious purchase.
My mid laner's not doing damage.
Yeah,
I'm going to do it.
Very ambitious. I don't know about that one. I don't even know about Sork Boots on Zyra. That's a rogue special.
Is he running the full Magic Pen AP page here? Put the Sork Boots in there, get 30?
Yeah, I mean, full Magic Pen is like a thing, but I don't know. I feel like is the next evolution of Rosie's Zyra to build a rapid fire cannon?
Yeah.
Is that where this goes?
If he gets enough gold to go rapid fire cannon this game, he deserves to be able to build it.
Well,
he can do what he wants.
As Sharp mentioned, Fantix can start to take over the split pushing. He's doing just that against Abu. He's happy in this lane. He's a level up over the Kled.
I don't even think those two could 2v1 the Kassadin. Seb was sitting in the bush looking for a pick. Maybe if it like works out completely ideally, Cass Rift walks in, immediately lanes the Q, but that'd be a struggle.
King just says, I will have this tower, please. And Abyss can't do anything about it. That's gone. Another 1,000 gold towards the wall. 7k up.
14 minutes. No!
And they've also, I hate to say it, once again, they've played with their food a little bit. If they wanted to win this game in much quicker order, they would just be marching down lanes. Big teleport play coming in here. I see whether they want the team fight.
They're going for the fight, but the Wolfpack is close to this pit as well. This could be a full 5-on-5 brawl. Cladol is too short. That's not going to do anything. That's no engage from Abyss. Now they're just stuck in the river. Direwolves peel off and say, we can fight this one, guys. Let's go for it. Chippy's waiting to see if he can slice on in. Abyss are trapped. Now they've got to try and turn and fight. Destiny will take the front of the damage. Big fight in the back lines. Rosie's going to get a good ultimate off. But look at this. They're just collapsing onto the Zyra. 2 kills picked up by the Wolves. They will trade one. Destiny falls.
To a Jin trap? Oh, they're pinging him. Look, he fell to it. His teammates are just pinging him. Oh, he doesn't look happy on the player cam. Check that one out.
It does not, but still, Direwolves.
Rosie nearly deserved to win that team fight, by the way.
I was talking mad shit on the Sork Boots, and then he just one-shot the backline almost. Like, that was a respectable play.
It was Chippy's went in one side and Rosie went in the other side. Chippy's is 140 CS, 203, and Rosie arguably did more damage than him.
Yeah, that was popping, but the flank from Direwolves there was just, too much. They had the collapse from both sides. Kassadin walking in from top side, as they're just taking it for a Rift Herald after the win. Renekton from the bot side, and then, Abyss were just caught in between. This gold lead is only getting bigger, 8k now.
And this is, the thing about Direwolves is this shows what a team that can play anything in every role and still play it to a very high level.
King! Don't hit. Oh, he tried to hit the wrist off of over speed. Heals, flashes over. Oh, still gets tagged, and Seb just says, come here, I love me some free kills.
That hurts.
Rosie's right behind. He's going to be able to dash out towards him. Almost dies.
That did
I
damage.
feel like if you were Shenfire, you just pop the ulti.
Is he maxing E? I really want to know. Bring up the... Nah, that's the wrong...
That's a Lee Sin.
That's a Lee Sin. Get to the Rex side. There we go.
Nah, he isn't. He's maxing Q. He's just level 10 already. He's on pace with the solo laners in the game. But what I was saying about the Direwolves lineup is this is a team that can play, tankier top laners, bruisers. They can also play straight out carries there. They can play assassins to support in the mid lane. I mean, Fantix's 2 best champions at the moment are probably Kassadin and Lulu, and they're completely opposite ends of this play style. So, I don't know. When they're playing good League of Legends, they just look like such a well-rounded team.
Night's Vows picked up second by Schoenfire in this match. Probably going to give that to Fantix.
He's done it again. He did it last game, right? They were talking about it on the analyst desk, the Night's Vow Rek'Sai.
I really like the item. I think it's very underrated since its release. I think it's one of the best items to pick up in a team game.
I think with the Caitlyn it's very good, especially since they have Abyss have like a dive to backline sort of comp. Like as a Caitlyn, there's almost you have to live through the Vlad engage, right? Like he's going to get on you basically no matter what, and you're just going to have to live it. So Karma's going to have to peel you, and the Night's Vow gives you the damage reduction to do that.
You can also put on someone like Fantix, who, when you do, he'll take no damage from Luch anymore until he gets a Void Staff. And on top of that, if Schoenfire as well as Fantix go in together, Schoenfire is going to heal off all the damage Fantix does, and Fantix takes next to no damage.
He just becomes a lifesteal tank, and instead of lifesteal, he's got a Kassadin.
Let's see how they do end up using the Night's Vow.
He is attached to
He's already got on a king.
Yeah.
But we
I
haven't
guess
seen
like
him change it before.
Yeah, if Cassidon's side laning, then there's no point binding to him.
Yep.
You have to be next to them. Rift Herald, they're putting it mid and then looking to rotate into the top jungle. They're going to look for the top outer.
Looking to try and get a single push from Harold, but
That's smart. They use the
done
plants to stop the Rift Herald actually taking a swing at the turret.
Yep. Chippy's going to try and walk it into mid lane, but it's too low. That's going to fall. Seb kills it.
They will lose top laner though.
They also might lose Seb.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but top laner is going to fall. So good play from the Wolves after all. I mean, use the Rift Herald and get a turret. This is normally how it works, and they've done it in an odd fashion. They could move towards mid lane now. Direwolves are so far ahead. That's Raid forcing a flash away from a Renekton walking at him. Sherfire through the back line is going to cheat his way back into the mid lane.
Bottom lane turret is being pressured by minions. They can send Fantix down there if they want to, or even Chippies.
Yep.
Same time, they can just trap off mid lane and continue this oppressive siege.
Abyss are going to Kled ulti. They have to. They're all just 5-manning mid. They're looking for the Kled ult
There we go.
There we go.
That's over a trap,
Over
but
the
he's
trap.
not going to be bothered about that. Jumps on top of Sherfire to kick things off. But look at
Right
Luch.
on, big.
Ultimate, but he's
Oh.
dead straight away. Seb's forced to back out. The front line from Abyss looks like their back line at the moment. And again, the only person doing damage for Abyss is Rosie. He almost one-shot the back line again all by himself. But they still lose 2 members.
Flood did a little bit of work though,
Yeah,
I think. But
a little.
Rosie also comes up with the goods there. Sork boots popping off, doing a bit of damage, but they're just too far behind to front to back team fight. They just don't have the damage to clean people up.
Oh, they're looking for the carry, trying to take down Rosie. He's going to be able to get over to the other side of the wall with a flash. Pabu forced the flash away as well. He's lost Scarl. Fantix says, no, mate, you're dead. Rosie, you're next. Standing closer to that turret, I'll rift walk on top of you again. Oh, that's rude.
Absolutely. Does nothing, but it's rude.
And right now, they're 11,000 gold up with 20 minutes. They're going to go back, they're going to grab another Earth Dragon for themselves. You'll have to think on the next deploy.
Yeah.
And really across the board right now. I mean, there's not many negative things you can say about Direwolves, and with the exception of Rosie, Abyss just look all out of sorts.
Cassidon's got wings on his nameplate. It's got the killing spree. That was a stretch.
Does it give you wings?
Yeah, it gives you wings. If we go back to Cassidon, if we put Cassidon on the screen, you'll see his little
It took
wings
me a while
next
to
to his
understand
HP
what
bar.
you were trying to say. That's not Cassidon, but we'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
We'll cycle through, that's all right. He's also got a Lich Bane for himself, and only 20 minutes into the game, if you do not mind.
And as you said, they're setting up bot side for the Earth Dragon. Probably going to look to do that, then flip the map and go top side for the Baron. Double Earth Drake. They have a Caitlyn. Rex side to tank the Baron. There we go, there's the wings.
Oh, yeah. I can see it.
Big gold stack there.
That's a juicy shutdown if he ever dies. He hasn't gone for the Medjais though.
Disciplined play.
Yeah, he's gone for real items. If that was Minky Whale, I reckon he would have had one 16 minutes ago. But
First item Medjais, second item GA.
Yep.
To protect his
Oracle's
stacks
Elixir. TBT. But yeah, they've just done exactly what we were saying. They've taken the free Dragon. Abyss are too far behind to contest, so they didn't really actually place any vision around Dragon. They did the kind of greedy play where they didn't actually need to set up the vision to take the objective. They just take it for free, and now they're going to walk in topside, place the wards, pink up the jungle and the Baron pit, and Abyss are going to find it really hard to get into the pit.
Rosie trying to do what he can to stop this onslaught of Direwolves members charging in towards this red buff of the jungle. I mean, just look at the gold. It's 11,000, and that's over 25% of the gold that Abyss have.
Yeah, and the scary thing is that this isn't two tanks split pushing against each other. Pabu has to play this incredibly carefully, because a Cassidon with any hint of a look-in will just dive on him and look to eliminate him. Seb's somehow being chunked out by Chippies, so that's probably going to be the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to start. They do have vision. Direwolves haven't swept and pinked the pit. Destiny's sitting on a pink board. He probably should place it right now. They have the vision, so they're TPing.
Comes Pabu. Let's see what he can do. Seb is nowhere close for this. Pabu's going to run in and see the big purple one dying. Steal. Oh, Raid! He got it with the captive audience. Seb's going to fall for that one, but what the heck? Here comes Fantix, so Rift walks the wrong way. Luch is looking for a fight. Good curtain call, but look at Fantix. He's going to go over the wall in a second. Instead, charges on towards Pabu. Sherfire in trouble. Destiny tanks up the final shot, comes back and takes one for the team. But Raid, what a steal.
Baron for one member is worth every day of the week, and all of a sudden it becomes a little bit harder to push in to this Abyss lineup. Jern, with 2 levels, just does not manage to click the smite button over the captive audience.
Over the captive audience, what does that do like? 200 damage.
Oh, you can
to a
stand
Baron.
in front of it and it does
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah. You can also pink the pit. But anyway, Abyss are probably going to drop this inner right here, but they're going to use the Baron to just stabilize the game a little bit. Like it'll help them defend it.
Oh my god,
Oi.
Chippies, that's disgusting. As
Yeah.
much as they've got Baron buff right now, Dai will still have an 11,000
Yeah.
gold lead, and when that's 11,000 gold in your advantage to 33,000 gold total, that's 1/3 of Abyss's total.
3k on advantage.
Disgusting.
3k on both solo laners, actually.
Yeah, but I think this Baron will give Abyss like breathing room for maybe 1 to 2 minutes.
Yep.
They'll get some time to farm up. If they're close to the next item spikes, it'll get them to that point, and then they're probably just going to be buying elixirs and hoping to defend the dive that is probably coming their way.
Again, Dai will have to really mess up here for this to be an Abyss, for Abyss to turn this into anything. The steal's great from Raid. If you can do it again, might put them back into a place where they can consider trying to fight again.
I mean, if he does it again, that means they've lived for 6 minutes, so
Yeah.
I would count that a victory.
Yeah. It's just one of those like 2 to 3 teamfight comebacks, right?
Yeah.
Where the first one like lets you stabilize, the second one like closes the gold gap, and then the third one is like where you can actually win.
Don't even think the first one stabilizes.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, I mean...
I think the first one's just like, wow, we did it.
I mean, it pushes them
2
back.
more?
First one resets the map, second one gets you turrets, third one wins you the game. There we go.
I like it. So we know what the steps are. No question marks
Come
in
on,
this
Abyss.
plan.
1, 2, 3. Couldn't be more easy. Just win
1, 2, 3, good night. That's what Abyss have to do
team
here.
I don't like you very much.
That's what I've been saying all night. What he's been on his team.
What is 1, 2, 3, good night?
That's what Abyss have to do.
That's the play.
Good luck. That's what. Rosie looking for a kill himself. King's still in trouble.
Skill shots.
Get it away from it.
No.
Nothing's touched. That's disgusting.
Oh, that hurts.
It's your boy King
That
in the mid
hurts
lane
so
on Caitlyn
much.
at the moment.
Oh.
Seb's in trouble.
That
He's going to
wasn't-
take too much damage here. Dies to Schoenfire's Prey Seeker.
That was honestly the play.
That was every skill shot missed.
Because if they pick up King there, they delay for another goal.
Oh,
They're
that's
still
a
going.
team fight again. Luch dashing on further forward. Abyss look to try and fight this one. They're on top of King, getting good damage down by the look of Phoenix in the back lines already. He gets one, second one falls, one by one, just like dominoes. Phoenix is trying to clean this up. King still survives. Triple kill for the Cassadin. It's going to be an ace going to the Direwolves.
That is a 4v5 from 10,000 gold down, and they still managed to pick up 3 members. Direwolves do win it out with King and Fantix going massive. But Abyss throw the kitchen sink, and it was nearly enough.
That actually was very close. Yeah, King was...
Nah.
I'm not sure. I think Lee Sin can defend.
I mean, 9 seconds on Rosie.
Yeah,
Definitely
yeah.
can defend.
No, they can definitely defend.
They're
that.
not messing around with Desire.
Yeah, but Caitlyn was actually so close to dying there. Like the Vlad ulti popped as Parbu flashed in with a bear trap in the rope and got onto the Caitlyn. If a tiny thing went better, then Caitlyn would have dropped, and maybe the rest of them could have cleaned up the Cassadin or something like that. That was actually a very close team fight considering the deficit.
I mean, if a Lee Sin kick goes through 2 members there and just provides a little bit of extra damage, that is pretty much a one team fight.
Yep. Instead, they lost an inhib. That's a sad, boys.
But as Carbon was saying, an inhib is about 2,000 gold in your favor if you manage to stabilize the game and hold and farm it up.
Yeah, that's great. They can shorten the goal lead from 13,000 to 11,000.
Look, mate, sometimes you got to appreciate the small things in life.
Here's that team fight again, though.
Yeah, as we have a look at it, they get on top over onto King, as you were mentioning, and the pop did go through. He also just got rooted up a couple of 2 extra times there, Parvu, so unlucky for that one. Luch also was, half a team mode short of being able to reach King on that back line as well. So everything was nearly lining up for the Abyss squad. At level 16, that fight again.
Chippies has got a Yomu's Ghost Blade at the moment.
Double Earth into Infernal Trade.
See, let's talk about that.
RNG.
The game's going to go for 30 minutes. I mean, I don't see a way that they're going to close it out in the next 3 minutes unless they legitimately just run it straight up mid lane right now.
Okay.
He's put 3,000 gold into useless items.
Sorry, who?
Yomu's does not do anything for Renekton.
Yeah.
Lethality, movement speed, I mean, not much.
I don't know.
I mean, little things like that can cost you games.
I mean, if like a turnaround does happen, then that's the kind of stuff.
Put it this way, that's 3,000 gold that could have gone into Stoneplate. Use that with the health stacking of the Black Cleaver as well as Titanic. Renekton would be unkillable.
You
That'd
can
be
dive the
game
turret,
over.
absolutely.
Now,
I mean, Fenn's done the right thing and not upgraded into a
Here we
Magi. He goes for a fight. Chippy's going to teleport straight away, but they're jumping onto the
Turn around and kill Renekton.
Let's see what they do. Luch is diving into the back lines, looking to try and lock down Destiny. Good damage coming out from Luch, but Fantix already kills the 80 carry. Chippy's going low, but it's a double kill for the Cassidy. It will be Chippy's a Pixar 1. Fantix still looking for another. Pabu will be the next to fall. Double kill for the Renekton. He will eventually fall, and only Seb's left up. This is going to be game for the Wolves.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be. So they do force one more time at this. They knew that Chippy's was top lane. They thought that they could make the play work, but Direwolves too good. They fend them off, and they're going to clean them up.
That was just the last-ditch team fight, and it just doesn't work out. The deficit was too much.
2 games in a row, Abyss fall into the hole, but they try to fight their way out of it. Both times unsuccessful for the Abyss lineup. And Direwolves with this game, they're going to try and dive on towards Seb a little bit. Destiny goes in, flashes out. Nexus is going to fall. Direwolves pick up another 2-0.
Did Shern just give a cheeky little flex? I think he did.
Bit of a fatigue in there.
Yeah, he's taking notes from the Goon, Matt. I feel like Shern is significantly smaller than the Goon. If you're flexing on camera, you better be a machine. I don't know if Shern's quite there yet.
Yeah, come on, Hingers. Show us your muscles.
But a couple of good Rek'Sai games, so maybe finding a spot back in the jungle there. Some very good games out of the solo laners of the Direwolves, however. I mean, that's a best strength, being able to throw solo laners at you in the form of Luch and Pabu, and Direwolves were more than equal to that.
I mean,
challenge.
Fantix got ganked like twice the other game. He went 0-2, and then he was just cleaning up the team fights by the end of that game. So even though he had so much thrown out at him, he was still in a position to carry.
Yep, certainly was. Direwolves just made that entire series look relatively easy against Abyss, something we haven't seen too often. But
yeah, it's certainly the case. And Abyss now have to go back to the drawing board. They've got 2 weeks break. I keep saying this about all the young teams, but now this is a time where you really sit down with your team, you draft out what your goals are for the rest of the split and how you're going to look to accomplish them and what you're using your gaming house for and what all this time going into the, I guess, final break of the year over Worlds is going to get you, because unfortunately they got close to the Chiefs but now have fallen very far off from the Direwolves. And I know this is a team that had high hopes, but maybe they need to go back to the drawing board and have a look at how they're playing the game.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Direwolves now going to Rift Rivals as the #1 seed from Oceania, as well as off the back of a 2-0 victory over Abyss. They're going to be pretty happy with that. Should give them some momentum going into an international event, and we're excited to see how they're going to perform over there as well.
Yeah, I think Direwolves will be looking to kind of redeem themselves after their stint at MSI. They talked a lot of shit and then didn't come up with the goods. So maybe Rift Rivals is the point where they
would have been the first Oceanic team that ever done that, mate. Would have been the first Oceanic team that ever done that. Latin America, easy squad to take down, I heard.
What about the 1, 2, 3 irrelevant? And then I lost the Jews immediately. But yeah, I don't know.
It's just the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
Well, with that, Direwolves are going to be heading over towards Rift Rivals on the back of a win against Abyss. Unfortunately, no SKT over there, so they have no one to be afraid of. But to break down that game a little bit further, let's send it back to the analyst desk for the last time.
Thank you. I will defend their big talk. I'll defend big talk. I love it. I'm a fan of it.
I thrive in the shit talk. I was brought up in it. No, but look, man, everyone loves a bit of banter. Like, even if it's not banter, even if it's actually genuinely shit talk, just embrace it. It's our culture. Like, we love it.
But we had to do. I had to do a questionnaire, like pre Rift Rivals. Like, what are you excited for from Oz? Like, what does Oz bring to the table? I'm like, look, we got some good plays, but number one, we're gonna do some shit talk.
We can talk a lot of shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. All right, look, let's take a look at this draft, shall we? As we go through it, what in particular stands out to you guys as you look at this? I mean, aside from Fantix's Cassidy, because I know we're all excited to see that, Jules.
Well, I think firstly from the draft, they picked like a really like a lane bully top. Like Renekton, like just beats Kled, like out and out, just beats Kled.
Yeah. So that's a strange last pick then, isn't it? Or
like I guess they were just trying to pick a champion that like fit their composition. They didn't really pick for lane again. Like Kassadin, like outscales Vlad. Like Kassadin, Vlad can't deal with Kassadin, and they decided to put early pressure mid, but like that obviously didn't matter. And then I guess Direwolves just got like a really good matchup bot.
Yeah, I think Direwolves definitely have like a more holistic comp. So they have that comp that can sort of play and engage, it can disengage, it has good wave clear, it has good side lane threats, and that's what Direwolves drafting has sort of been all split. They haven't sort of looked out of their element across many of these drafts, and I think that obviously there were definitely fights where we could have seen Abyss take it, but I think that Direwolves was just far too rounded.
All right, well that's our analysis of the draft, but standing by is Jake, Spawn Time with one of the players for the interview.
Thanks, Michael. Standing beside the victorious Fantix, captain of the Direwolves, picking up a clean 2-0 there. Want to talk to you about the future, however, not that game. You guys were pretty hyped up going into the MSI play-ins. You learnt a lot after that. Now going into Rift Rivals, what are the goals of the team?
Well, obviously it's good to set our goals high. We're going to, aim to take the whole tournament again.
Yep.
We don't really care, I guess we do care how the other teams do, but we're not going to rely on them or depend on them or anything. Yeah.
All right, cool. And what about your play personally? Because at the moment, you went into Rift Rivals. You obviously look like the best top laner in the region, being able to go up against Swiper and also Chippies. And now back into the mid lane, looking very comfortable. You picked up some pretty good performances today on Cassidy as well.
Yeah.
Are you playing at your peak? Is there more to give? And are you the best player in OS at the moment?
Best player in OS, I don't think I can take that title yet, but maybe I can take that title if we actually beat Chiefs in the finals.
Yep.
But yeah, I still think I have a lot of flaws to work on, so sloppy back to work.
All right, cool. And the team, I mean, you've got some critics out there at the moment. People were saying, Shern slumping at the moment. He comes out and has a good performance. They were saying that, maybe, obviously not very happy in the background there. I mean, what is the mood like within the camp, though? Like, you guys are obviously a pretty positive bunch and you believe in each other. Do you guys do a good job of blocking all of that out?
I mean, yeah, we're a team that, we just focus on ourselves. So, we just block out whatever other people think, how other teams are performing. It doesn't really matter. It's it's us versus ourselves.
All right, cool. And I know that you guys do also have some people out there that love you. And heading into Rift Rivals, is there anything you want to say to your fans?
Hopefully we're not going to disappoint you this time. That's all.
Cool. I hope you don't either. Congratulations, Fantix. Let's throw it back to the guys at the desk to close out the week.
Hopefully they don't disappoint as obviously as a Direwolves fan, Juves, are you hoping they won't disappoint you this time?
I'm hoping that I won't disappoint myself at Rift Rivals.
Because the format is you guys are actually going to be playing alongside each other in some of the stages as well, right? So you're playing almost as 3 teams for us.
I will lead OS to greatness. I will be the first player to lead OS to an international tournament win. Mark my words. Retweet, bookmark, clip, everything.
All right. Let's talk about the game. Let's bring on the game, shall we, Juves? As we try and transition out of that, we saw Abyss trying to make some proactive plays in that game. And let's take a look at this first replay. It's Pabu pulling the trigger on the Kled ult, and it goes wrong for them. It doesn't go well. Yeah,
so I guess they're feeling the pressure and they have to make something happen, so they use the Kled ult to go bot lane. They didn't account for the TP. It's a little bit forced, they can't dive under the tower here, so they kite back. They do relatively well to get out of it. They actually do really well here, and then I guess they just forgot about Rek'Sai and Cassidy, who just come in on the flank. And I think at this point, with the composition Direwolves have, you're just too far behind this early. And it's evident here in this skirmish, and they just absolutely clean up.
Yeah, they actually, they bait that fight to be prolonged for just that little bit extra, which gives the time for Fantix, Cassidy, and for Shern's Rek'Sai against the fight. And actually, it turns from what goes from looking like a 0-0 to this actually nice clean-up fight, and then they start taking an even bigger lead.
Yeah. Well, speaking of taking a lead, I think throughout most of the game, they were taking 500 gold a minute for their lead, right? So they're taking every 2 minutes they're taking a 1,000 gold lead. As you take a look at this second replay, Jish, look, did Abyss ever have a chance this fight near the river near Baron Pit?
I mean, as we roll the replay, we'll see the Kled ult comes just a bit short, and what Bryce mentioned on the desk was the disengage, re-engage from Destiny is actually really cool. So Destiny knows the limits of Karma really well, and they have their flank from Renekton already in the mid lane and then Cassidy above them. So after the Kled, Kill Engage does nothing, Direwolves realize they can just chase him further back into the lane. And although Rosie does actually, I think he picks up 1 or 2 kills here, just the 1. Yeah, no, I think that Direwolves definitely had their number their whole fight, and it was just them playing out each sort of step in that.
Yeah, well, I think the thing about this, not specifically this replay, but leading up to that, that was a 10k gold lead already.
Yeah.
Shern pretty much answered the critics in this game.
Absolutely.
He absolutely destroyed this game.
Yeah, sloppy back to work.
Sloppy back to work.
Sloppy back to work. Jude, I want to look at this final third replay. Sharp said going to the game, Fantix is known for his Cassidy. Abyss banned at game 1. But if we take a look at this mid lane fight, I mean, Fantix picks up a triple kill. So talk us through what's going right here.
So I guess once again, this is just feeling the pressure. You're 11k gold down. They just force on King, which isn't a bad idea. Honestly, you've got to look for something at this point because you don't outscale. And then they just whiff everything. They completely whiff everything. And then Schoenfire just just snipes him, Australian sniper. And then I guess this is another fight where Rosie does quite well. I'm pretty sure he gets down a lot of damage. Luch flashes in. This is probably the ideal fight for Abyss if you're not this far behind. Like, look how close it gets. It's just unfortunate that Fantix has like 3 items and he just one-shots the back line. But that's a 3 for 5 when you're 11k down. Like, Abyss should be content with that.
Yeah, that's as like you said, it's as good as it's going to go.
Yeah.
All right. So, any other closing thoughts out of this? I mean, this is a pretty good display out of Direwolves, Jish. So, going forward, they're going to feel pretty confident going to Rift Rivals.
Yeah, I mean, I assume Direwolves had like a pretty solid week of practice, and they had a really solid showing here. I think they should be like confident, and like I will swallow a bit of my pride. They definitely showed me wrong. They played fantastically this weekend, and I can't wait to see what they, along with Juice, can do in the weekend over in Rift Rivals.
Well, yeah. So I think like Direwolves played extremely well. Like I don't think you can fault much of what happened today, much of what they did today. I think Abyss will be like a little disappointed. They didn't back up what they did against the Chiefs. But yeah, I guess on to Rift Rivals.
All right, let's take a look at this bot lane, shall we? As we bring up this graphic on your screen. And I mean, Raid, some questions have been asked about him, and he didn't have a good game this week. But King is continuing his style.
In Raid's defense, this game, the game 2 in particular, this game in game 2, I don't think Raid did anything wrong. Like, he actually stole a Baron with Jin W.
And he was like 0-0-1 for like the majority of the
Actually,
game.
that snipe was sick. Yeah, I apologize. I take it back.
That's like an 80 carry in 2017 being 0-0-1 while his team's getting steamrolled.
Yeah.
Like, you did all right. Like, pat on the shoulder.
Fair play. He was like 15,000 goal behind and just still like
playing
not
in a
beating or
mobile 80
anything.
carry is just like, no one-shot me. No one-shot me.
Yeah, all right. I take back that question. I should listen less to Twitter, but yeah, you're going off that game.
Twitter analysts are okay.
Twitter analysts are okay?
They're all right.
Don't at me, Twitter analysts.
Don't at me, keyboard warriors.
And no surprises there. Fantix stopping damage. Renekton doing his part as well, Kaylin. But yeah, Vlad for Luch.
I mean, Vlad's that champ that's like always going to lose to Kassadin at a certain point. Like Seb put a lot of work into that lane, but like I mean the game was over when Shern pretty much controlled the game.
Yeah, so I think it was definitely, there was like I guess borderline say cheesy gank early, and normally like you don't want to you shouldn't see much success of those, but it did work out well. And then Seb repeat ganks, and I feel like that's when they need to start using like the Vladimir pressure to start rotating to a side lane. He needs that that win condition that he can get. He's ahead himself, and he needs to like spill over into other lanes, and that just didn't happen.
You know, there's something that Spawn's been sort of talking about for the last couple of weeks now, and is Fantix the best player in Oath? Now, obviously, Jish, your boy Raze on Chiefs has made a very loud claim that it's him. So you're going to be biased and say it's him, I assume. Juice, what's your opinion on the matter? Do you think Fantasy's the best player in Oath?
You're on the desk with the best player.
Well, yeah, you can't say yourself.
Oh, I'm joking.
You can't pull a Raze.
I'm joking. No, the way I look at it is like, it's really hard to say that there's like an out-and-out best player.
Yeah.
I like to go by roles because like it's really hard to compare like say Swiffer, Fantix, Shernfire to Raze.
Compare Swift.
Well, like it's easy to compare mid laners. Yeah, that's my fault, but it's not easy to compare other roles.
Sure.
I feel like it's just really hard. I would say that it's definitely like Swiffer and Fantix who are like probably competing for like the best mids in OS. And then in regards to AD carry, I would actually say based off recent form, Reyes is probably the best AD carry in OS right now.
Yeah.
Like he's literally got Chiefs out of a rut the last 2 games he's played.
I also want to say the reason Spawn is bringing up that Fantix is the best player in OS, quote unquote, is to like back up his victory in Origin. That's the only reason he's bringing it up.
But now he's Direwolf Spawn and not Chief Spawn. You can't just hop teams. You've got to pick one and stick to it.
Jake, you can't just be like sitting there being like, you know what, Chiefs are winning, I'll be their supporter. Oh, Dai was winning, switching teams.
Because he did well in Gauntlet. I like Sin.
Right, okay.
I mean, to buy in a little bit, I think that Fantix definitely has a very valid claim to the best player. I think he himself said he has a few things to work on, which I do agree. But I think so does every player. And I would say that there's probably just not one clear standout best player right now.
Yeah, we saw. I mean,
it's a
even though
contentious
Phoenix had a great series today, we saw yesterday that Swiffer flash away from the Gragas was very, very good stuff.
Very clean.
Yeah, very clean.
Even in the older players, the older boys still got the mechanics.
Stylish.
Stylish. All right, let's take a look at the standings at the end of round 3 for the OPL. Team Regicide down the bottom of the table. Abyss on 2 points after that game. Then TM as well, sharing that with them. Sin Gaming on 4 in 5th place. Avant in 4th. Legacy in 3rd. Chiefs have moved a bit up the table into 2nd, out and out. And Direwolves now take out the top of the table. Let's take a look at the schedule for in 2 weeks' time, because we're actually taking a bit of a break. When we get back on Saturday, July 15, Legacy will take on Regicide. Direwolves versus AV. TM versus Chiefs. Maybe that'll be the time they take a game, Jish. Who knows? Take a series.
What if Reyes has something to say about it?
And Sin, your boys are going to take on Abyss. You saw them play today, so give us a sneak preview of that, Jubes. How are you feeling about that game? You're going to be away for a couple of weeks in Vietnam.
Look, I'm going to be living it up in Vietnam a bit. Feet up. No, not feet up. Got work to do, back to work. No, but I'm confident.
Imagine trying to go to an international tournament and just playing with your feet up on the desk. It'd be pandemonium.
I'll do it.
No, don't do it. All right. You're going over there to represent us.
Right.
Don't.
Sorry. No.
Speaking of Rift Rivals, let's take a look at the schedule for that, because it's going to kick off Monday, July 3rd through to Thursday, the 6th of July. The best teams in OS will be taking on GPL as well as the LJL, that's the SEA and Japanese regions. So very exciting stuff. Juves, you fly out on Friday. This is exciting.
Look, I've never been out of the country.
Really?
Yeah, like I've not been out of the country, so I'm just excited. Like, obviously, I want to do really well.
Man. There is so much possibility to go wrong.
There should be a camera following me around, and it's like,
GoPro
Juve's gone wild. And I'm just like in Vietnam playing video games. I'm like, after the game, trying to find me.
I don't know how across the Gone Wild series you are, but they don't feature a lot of video games being played. That's not important.
In this one,
guys.
Bogey, make it happen.
Meanwhile, Jish, what are you guys going to be doing during the break? You're going to be scrimming hard, working hard, coming back strong?
I heard a rumor I might be here for a couple of days, but otherwise, I think, we have a lot of things that we want to work on as a team, and I think that this is going to be like a nice blind 2 weeks against other teams. So, we'll find a few things to improve on.
Well, I'm going to be going across to Vietnam with these guys, so I won't see you there, but I'm glad that someone's going to be holding the fort strong and not letting Jake and Fish run riot here. Anyway, from all of us here at the OPL, the players and everyone here at Riot, we'd like to thank our guests tonight, Juves and also Jish, and we'll see you guys at Rift Rivals. Bye!
His ignited tag. That's an easy first blood by Seb. Nice look at his Destiny and King there. Absolutely fine. Now it's Abyss who have been pincered. That's a Dominus Merrington slicing and dicing his way out. Pablo will go back in. Chippy's very low, but King's the one tanking up the shots. Stand still. Make sure he keeps his top laner alive. Pablo in a bit of a sticky situation. Fancy's can Rift Walk right on top of him. But look at his Showfire. He wants it for himself. Big collapse from the Rift Walker. Luch is the next member to go down. Ray's in trouble. Seb finally jumps on in, tags one up, but the Wolves just playing that so perfectly. Abyss are trapped. Now they've got to try and turn and fight. Destiny will take the brunt of the damage. Big fight in the back lines. Rosie's going to get a good ultimate off. But look at this. They're just collapsing onto the Zyra. 2 kills picked up by the Wolves. That's over a trap, but he's not going to be bothered about that. Jumps on top of Schoenfeld to kick things off. But look at Luch. Big ultimate, but he's dead straight away. Seb's forced to back out. The front line from Abyss looks like their backline at the moment. And again, the only person doing damage for Abyss is Rosie. He almost one-shot the backline again all by himself. Steal. Oh, Raid. He got it with the captive audience. Seb's going to fall for that one, but what the heck? That's a team fight again. Luch dashing on further forward. Abyss look to try and fight this one. They're on top of King, getting good damage down, but look at Phoenix in the back lines already. He gets one, second one falls, one by one, just like dominoes. Phoenix is trying to clean this up. King still survives. Triple kill for the Cassidon. It's going to be an ace going to the Direwolf. Let's see what they do. Luch is diving into the back lines, looking to try and lock down Destiny. Good damage coming out from Luch, but Fantix already kills the AD carry. Chippy's going low, but it's a double kill for the Cassidon. It will be Chippy's that picks up one. Fantix still looking for another. Pabu will be the next to fall. Double kill for the Renekton. He will eventually fall, and only Seb's left up. This is going to be game for the Wolves. 2 games in a row. Abyss fall into the hole, but they try to fight their way out of it. Both times unsuccessful for the Abyss lineup. And Direwolves with this game. They're going to try and dive on towards Seb a little bit. Destiny goes in, flashes out. Nexus is going to fall. Direwolves pick up another 2-0.